What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, November 12th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, more preview of Texas and Georgia. We are now 3 days away from kickoff. We'll continue to talk all things Longhorns and Bulldogs to get you set for Saturday night. Plus, the new college football playoff rankings were released last night. Good news for the Longhorns. We'll go around the country, talk about some of the biggest surprises from week 2 of the CFP rankings. We'll dive into some NFL conversation. Brian Kelly has filed a lawsuit against LSU. Dallas Mavericks fans rejoice. Nico Harrison is finally gone. And we've got Florida parents in the news today. Not just Florida man, not just Florida woman, Florida parents.
Together?
Together. Yeah.
Oh,
lots.
a bad combination.
That is a bad and scary combination. There is no doubt about that. So a lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond. We appreciate y'all starting your hump days with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm good. Feeling pretty good, man. Getting better each day, hopefully. We'll see. I saw Bucky go by. Kids are back in school. Get back to school. What's wrong with you? You're not veterans. Just started school. Nothing about you is veteran. Get in that classroom.
Yeah, I got some work to do.
They do. It's semester's coming to an end here. The holidays are coming up. These kids, do they think of it? No, little kids don't think of semesters, do they? They just think of summer and school. Oh, and Christmas.
Yeah, I mean, you think of winter break for sure. Like, the high school, the elementary school through high school winter break. It's only a couple of weeks. The college winter break is awesome. I mean, you're out for like 5 or 6 weeks. You get more than a month away. That's next level right there. But I think when you're a young kid, you also get excited about the winter, Christmas, holiday break, whatever you want to call it. People are counting down to that for sure.
Yeah, they shouldn't. They need to work.
Damn, what are you, Nike?
Come on, man.
These child labor laws. What's the deal?
Let's keep them in. Hey, structure. They need to be structured, just like athletes at times. Don't let them wander loose around the country, around the world. Keep them structured.
That's why you have parents. Aren't they supposed to be doing some of the structuring at home?
Parents?
Yeah.
You like mom and dad?
Like mom and dad?
They're busy.
Or grandma and grandpa? Or aunt and uncle? Whoever's the guardian of the kid? Come on.
Aunt and uncle. Maybe aunt and uncle. Mom and dad are busy. Grandma and grandpa holding on and loving the last days of their lives, like me. I'm here for them, and I will be here until the day I'm gone. But I got some living to do.
Yeah, well, you don't have to deal with the kids right now. You only invite the neighborhood kids over when you want something from them, No,
I got no little kids here. It's just really weird. Except for there may be somebody up the road here. Like I said, I see them at the bus stop, but they're in the cars with their parents. Their parents don't leave them out in the dark, which I think is a good idea.
Yeah, you're also pretty far from a school too, so I mean, it's
not. I see a little middle school on the way on Highway 12. That's about it. But there's not like 4 or 5. You're like in the thick of things where you are.
Yeah, man, I live right by a middle school, so it's walking distance. You don't even need to take the bus to get to the school that I live next to.
You walk by all the time.
I walk by. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a choice. Right here.
That's kind of scary, kids.
Nah, it ain't scary. I don't have a gated community, and I didn't build a putting green at my place just to have kids over to teach them some golf lessons. That's the scary part. I'm just living. LIVIN, like Matthew McConaughey. You're out there. Man. I hear you're working on building a little go-kart track in your backyard. More kids over at your place,
I'll see Mike McCall today. I'll ask him about that. They'll flock to the house then, won't they?
He's probably listening right now. He's gonna make that joke to you before you.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine the lineup of kids at the gate?
Sure.
Here, give me here. Hey, kid, here, give me $1. Here's a ticket.
Release the Epstein list so we can
Oh,
see if
God.
Bucky's on there,
Oh,
please.
that's awful. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. What a marvelous day yesterday. I saw so many memorials to veterans all over the world on every channel. It was all over the news. It was on every TV channel. It was on the radio. It was on my 70s station. It was awesome. It was awesome display of people appreciating the veterans out there, and we appreciate them every single day. And all of you do be safe out there, please.
Yeah, one thing I appreciate about you, Buck, is that you don't only give love to the veterans on November 11th, and that's some good advice for everybody out there. You can be nicer to veterans on the other 364 days a year too. You don't have to just say, "Oh, one day we'll be nice to you. We'll give you some thanks," and that's it. No, they've done enough for the country to where, they deserve a little bit more love on every other day on the calendar as well. So
anytime you can give it to them, you give it to them.
absolutely. And I appreciate you for doing that each and every morning when we start this show. So much to dive into. We'll get to more Steve Sarkisian sound. We'll give more keys to a Longhorn upset victory on the road in Athens on Saturday night. But we'll start with the college football playoff rankings, Buck. Obviously, week 2 of the CFP rankings came out last night. And as we expected, good news for the Longhorns. Texas moving up 1 spot from number 11 into the top 10. I'll do a little screen share of the updated bracket. But yeah, the other good news, Texas is in the bracket, right? The Longhorns were number 11 last week, but because you have to have 5 conference champions in the field of 12, Texas was the first team out of the 12-team bracket. But now the Longhorns move up a spot, so they are the final team in, I should say the final at-large team in the CFP bracket. Texas, number 10, they are the 10 seed. And if the season ended today, it obviously doesn't, the Longhorns would be traveling to Oxford, Mississippi for a first-round game against Ole Miss, Buck.
Yeah. Well, it's like I said, the season doesn't end. There's still games to be played. That thing is going to change. There's going to be lots of change here, even after this week, I believe. And boy, they talked last night so much. They're working. Sounds like they were working so hard to get Miami into this thing. Miami is not that same team that they saw. Like Texas is not the same team that we saw, 5 weeks ago. Miami's not the same team we saw 5 weeks ago either. They're a mess. They got to try to find a way to win the ACC. If they can't win the ACC, they're going to have a problem. Oh, they're one more loss anyway away from being out of it.
Yeah, well, I don't know what's going to happen with the ACC. I mean, I think it's clear and obvious that, only one team is going to get in from that conference, but I don't know who it's going to be. I mean, Miami's in right now because they're the highest ranked team in the league, and maybe they should be, maybe they shouldn't be. Things will settle themselves over these last few weeks of the regular season, and obviously a conference championship game as well. But yeah, it's tough because the ACC has been so bad, and it's felt like every team that has looked good has lost in the last 2 weeks. So they're like playing themselves out of contention. So
they're not playing their way in. You're right. They're playing their way out right now.
Yeah, other conferences have like a bunch of teams like moving on up. The ACC has a bunch of teams moving on down. It's like nobody wants that playoff spot from that league. It's crazy to see how bad the entire conference is right now.
Boy, now you're talking about a missed opportunity by Dabo Swinney and the Clemson Tigers this year. My goodness. In a year that you were supposed to be, a top 5 team, your team has just screwed up an easy conference, screwed it up.
Yeah. Well, I think you could say the same thing about Miami too. This was supposed to be a big year for them. And again, as of right now, they are in the playoff, but they've got a couple of losses. And like you said, it feels like they are 1 loss away from falling out of this thing completely. And with the way Carson Beck has played recently, it's hard to bank on Miami running the table.
Yeah, I wouldn't
go on to this spot. So, you look at Florida State too. I mean, Florida State had that huge win over Alabama in week 1. That's still the most surprising result in the country this year because Alabama hasn't lost since then and Florida State has barely won since then. Everyone was heaping praise on FSU after that huge win. They're 4-5 in a very bad ACC right now. So, yeah, I mean, it wasn't supposed to be like this, but that
No.
conference, they don't have to get a team in. I keep saying, they're going to get one. You need 5 conference champions in there. You don't need like 4 from the Power 4 and 1 from the G5. You just need your 5 highest ranked conference champions in there. So there is a scenario that exists. It's going to be very hard for it to actually happen. But there is a scenario that exists where the ACC is left out of this thing completely.
Well, the thing that could save them is if there's any way Pitt at home can beat Notre Dame.
Oh, my God. Well, we can get to that here right now.
How about if that happens?
Well, Notre Dame's an 11.5-point favorite. That game is this Saturday. College game day is in Pittsburgh for that one. And I think every Texas fan, I think a lot of fan bases around college football are rooting for that Pitt upset too. Pat Narduzzi, the head coach of Pitt.
Please don't tell me he's already saying stuff. He can't do because he likes to talk.
So this is obviously a non-conference game for Pittsburgh. And they can lose this game and still make and win the ACC championship. We all know that. But still, it's a big game. You're playing Notre freaking Dame.
Yes.
You got a top 10 team coming to town. College game day is in town. How often does that happen for Pitt? You would think the Panthers are pulling out all the stops and they're going to do whatever they possibly can to win this game this weekend. Here's Pat Narduzzi, the head coach of Pitt. He was asked earlier this week if this game feels like a must-win for his team.
Come on,
absolutely
dog.
not. It is not an ACC game. I'm glad you brought that up. It's not an ACC game. I gladly get beat 103 or 110 to 10 in that game. They can put 100 up on us as long as we win the next 2 after that. But again, our focus is on Notre Dame and getting as many wins as we can.
Yeah, what a way to let your team know how important a game is. We can get beat 100 to 10. Yeah, really.
He said he would gladly get beat 103 to 10 or 110 to 10.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That's not what you want to hear from your coach.
No. And then after that, he's like, but our sole focus is on Notre Dame. It's like, you can't say that you would gladly lose to a team by 100 and say that you were focused on them. Like, how does that work?
They're about to get hammered by Notre Dame. That's what it sounds like.
So that is an insane thing for a coach to say. Again, I understand, like, winning the ACC matters more to their playoff hopes than beating Notre Dame on Saturday. But to ever, as a head coach, say that we're okay losing in general, but losing by 100 points?
Yeah, I know. That sounds horrible.
That is insanity right there from Pat Narduzzi. So, maybe there's some gamesmanship there. He's like, tell Notre Dame we don't care about them. We're perfectly fine with them rolling into our building and beating the crap out of us. Let them roll in all high and mighty, and then we'll be ready to pounce.
Let their running back run for 350 yards on us.
But I don't think Pat Narduzzi's smart enough for that. I don't think, like, that's the strategy here. I think for some reason, that is how he's treating this game. So maybe
that's kind of that's what he says is kind of like I think what he means. Well, we just as long as we win the other 2 games. Who do they play after Notre Dame? Because in that conference anybody can beat anybody. That's just the way it rolls. They have Duke or Wake Forest or somebody like that.
Oh, huge games. I mean, they go to Atlanta to play Georgia Tech, and then they host Miami. Like maybe the 2 other best teams in the ACC are their 2 final games.
No, dude, you're about to lose 2 of 3 games coming up.
Yeah, they might. Well, they don't care about this week, so he only cares about those other 2.
Well, if you split those, that ain't working for you.
I mean, that is an insane take right there. Like, I would lose my mind if my coach said this. If Steve Sarkisian ever said, he wouldn't, because he's not a dumbass.
No, that's just dumb.
If any coach of a team I rooted for said something like this, we are perfectly okay losing by 100 points to anybody.
Only one who can say that is Coach Jones in Dallas.
Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones would never say that. That's too stupid for Jerry Jones to even say. And think about what I just said.
Oh, my God. I can't believe you said that.
He'll say a bunch of other stupid shit. Don't get me wrong. But, like, That's such a horrible message to send to your kid. Anyways, we don't cover Pitt football on this show, but obviously a lot of Texas fans, and again, a lot of other fan bases that root for teams ranked around Notre Dame are rooting for a Pitt upset this week because this is Notre Dame's toughest opponent that they have left. And obviously them being independent, they don't have a conference championship game. So this feels like the only hope to knock the Irish out of the playoff. And you got the coach on the other team saying, we're cool with them winning by 100 points.
Yeah. The Notre Dame will walk in there and just destroy them.
Yeah. So go ahead and, Notre Dame's last 2 games, home against Syracuse, who's 3-7, at Stanford, who's 3-7. So
I can't imagine their coach being in a big meeting, a team meeting, saying, hey, go give it your best. But, those next 2 games really are going to matter to us. So go out there and dilly-dally around against Notre Dame. Hey, if we beat them, we beat them. If we don't, we've got to take care of business the next 2 weeks. I'd be like, what, coach? Yeah. Say that again? How am I supposed to tell my guys that?
I'd like to think this is not the message Pat Narduzzi is giving to the guys in his locker room, but, everybody on that team heard that.
Well, it's right there. Yeah.
Like that went viral. Like if that found me, that definitely found the guys in Pittsburgh. So, just go ahead and pin Notre Dame into a playoff spot. It's insane. What a life that they live. They play like 2 good teams every year. They lose to those 2 good teams. They beat up on a bunch of cupcakes. They don't have to play a conference title game, and they make the field every season. I'm honestly kind of jealous. That's pretty cool. I wish we could do that. It's great.
Yeah, they've been riding that horse for a while.
Like that's
they have their own TV network.
Yeah, it's Notre Dame. It helps when you're the brand that Notre Dame is, so they can get away with stuff like that. And it's just insanity. Well,
and it's going to make it even easier as the field grows. That's going to make it even easier for Notre Dame.
Absolutely. So, Notre Dame still ranked ahead of Texas. The Irish are the highest ranked 2-loss team in America. They are number 9, and then Texas coming in right behind them at number 10.
How did you feel about Texas Tech where they ended up?
Yeah, Texas Tech moving up a couple of spots to number 6. Greg McElroy on the selection show was advocating for Texas Tech to be ranked ahead of Georgia at number 5, which I thought was interesting. But an impressive win by Tech against a top 10 team. They dominated BYU this past weekend, so they deserve to move up. I've got no problem with them being number 6. I don't
want another Big 12 team in. I don't want BYU to show up in there.
No.
No. Just the winner of the conference there, and that's it.
That'd be nice. Yeah. And if you want more SEC and Big 10 teams in, then you hope the Big 12 is also a 1-bid league. And again, in last night's bracket, you've got BYU at 12. You've got Utah at 13. So a couple of Big 12 teams lurking there.
And BYU's already beat Utah, correct?
BYU did beat Utah. Yes.
Yeah.
So I don't think Utah will jump BYU unless the Cougars lose a couple of games here in the final month of the season. But I think the most likely way the Big 12 gets 2 teams in is if we get a BYU Tech rematch in Arlington.
Right, and BYU wins.
And BYU wins, yeah. And at that point, people will be arguing for Tech to be left out because that'll be their second loss. But I don't think, we saw it last year with SMU, right? Like SMU lost their conference championship game. There were a lot of people who wanted them out in favor of an Alabama or a South Carolina. But the committee's like, no, they played an extra game. You guys didn't play. We're not going to punish them for losing a game that you didn't have to play. So I think, I think Texas Tech is probably in at this point. And how about that potential second round matchup? If Texas Tech beats Miami, they'd play A&M.
That's nice.
Yeah, there's a way. And again, so much has to play out. But there is a way where Texas could be the 11th seed, Texas Tech could be the 6th seed, and A&M could be the 3 seed.
Sweet.
Which means like all 3 of those teams are in the same pod, and the Longhorns could potentially play both of them in their first 2 playoff games. That'd be something.
Do I want that?
I don't know. I don't hate this draw for Texas as it stands right now.
No.
Like I think I would pick Texas to beat Ole Miss, and then I know Indiana's great, but Indiana on a neutral field, I'd rather play them than Ohio State or Alabama. I can tell you that. And I don't think, the committee would give us 2 Texas A&M games that early in the playoff. Obviously, if both teams make it and both teams make a deep run, then it's unavoidable at some point. But, I don't, stop the count, Buck. Stop the count for me. I'm okay with this.
That looks good to me. They're in a good spot right now.
Yeah. So,
but hey, this game matters.
Yeah. Well, look, if Texas loses to Georgia, then when the rankings come out next Tuesday, the Longhorns won't be in the bracket. If they beat Georgia, then they will obviously be in the bracket and they'll be higher than they are right now. They'll be ranked ahead of Georgia and they will be in the top 8, which obviously means at worst you get to host your first round playoff game. So, yeah, it's a pretty massive one for the Longhorns. Like, if Texas loses this week, not only will they not be in next week, they're not going to be in until maybe the final ranking of the year, the one that matters.
Yeah, I mean, if you beat A&M, which they will, then you're going to be right back in it again.
You think? Like, that's the hope.
I think so. I don't think they'll be able to finagle anybody in front of, the SEC is going to get – they're going to get – well, right now, 4 are definitely in. They're going to get 5 and possibly 6. So,
yeah.
Everybody seems to like that little Vandy story.
As of right now, there are 5 SEC teams in the field of 12, with Texas being that 5th. Of course, you've got Bama or A&M, Bama, Georgia, Ole Miss, the other 4. So, yeah, I mean, I think the only way the SEC gets 6 in is if Notre Dame gets bounced. And again, I mean, Notre Dame's toughest game, the coach just said he's perfectly fine losing. So I don't think Notre Dame's going to be out. I think the Big Ten's going to get 3, and then you'll get at least one from the Big 12, one from the ACC, one from the G5. So as of now, the most the SEC can get in is 5. And look, again, I don't really care what the SEC does. I just care about Texas getting in. So whether it's 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever, as long as Texas is one of those teams that makes it, I am perfectly fine.
I would agree. I would agree with that.
Here's the rest of the rankings if you care. Yeah, Oklahoma, number 11. So they were the first team out this week. Vanderbilt right there at number 14. Obviously, those 2 teams being ranked as highly as they are helps Texas's resume a little bit. And obviously, yeah, those teams rooting for some chaos. Oklahoma with a huge opportunity this weekend.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Against Alabama, wow.
Yeah, that's one where if OU wins, they'll be in the bracket next week. If OU loses, they'll fall a couple of spots. So, big weekend in the SEC with Texas playing Georgia, with Oklahoma playing Alabama. We could get some more chaos with a couple of upsets, or we could get some more clarity.
Just expect the ACC to screw things up or give you some clarity or really help you out, because that's when the coach is talking about winning the ACC championship, which doesn't seem to mean very much the way that league is this year. Plus, Georgia Tech is going to end up winning the ACC anyway.
Maybe.
That last game of theirs doesn't matter. Right? It's another one of those. It doesn't matter. We're playing Georgia. That's out of conference. They just need to, and they play Boston College this week, I believe.
Yeah, Georgia Tech is at BC this weekend, and then they host Pitt in their final ACC game. I can tell you, Georgia Tech's coach Brent Key is not going to be talking on Monday of Georgia week like, we're already in the ACC championship. We can lose this one by 100. It's all good.
Oh, they're going to get after that. That's going to be a slugfest there.
Right. Like that's a game they are going to try in. But the ACC is going to get one team in, and I don't know the tie-breaking rules. I don't know the fast track. I don't know how it works. But Miami's the highest ranked team. They're 15 in the rankings. Georgia Tech is right behind them at 16. You've got Virginia at 19. Louisville at 20, and Pitt at 22. So there's 5 ACC teams ranked, but none of them are higher than 15.
Boy, Louisville was sitting on top of the world. Yeah. And Louisville was sitting on top of the world like they do it seemingly every year. Their coach just made sure that he's going to be at Louisville for the next 20 years.
Yeah, well, Virginia was ahead of Louisville. Virginia was the ACC rep last week. They lost to Wake Forest at home. And then, Louisville, it's like, all they had to do was beat Cal at home, and then they would have been in the bracket this week.
They got embarrassed at home.
Yeah, they were like 19-point favorites and lost in overtime to a horrible Cal team. So, By the way, Wake Forest beat Virginia with 64 passing yards as a team. Like, do we need the ACC in? I know the rules are the rules. You can't change them mid-season, but my God, if conferences are this bad, do we need to represent 5 of them? Can we just get the best teams in, or do we need to handouts out?
Well, they'll make a decision once I don't know, those conferences, that ACCs, they still got a lot of money.
I guess, yeah. And I guess
Not their money.
when you have 16 teams starting next year, then I guess it makes it a little bit more palatable.
Sure.
But holy crap. Like that's
what I said, boy, Clemson just blew it. Dabo and all his talking about what he did before. With that team he had, boy, they didn't have to do much to win that conference. And they did,
Yeah, they suck. I mean, they are horrible. It's crazy. I know a lot of Texas fans aren't super thrilled with the way this season has gone. And I don't know if this is going to make any Texas fan feel better, but you got to give Steve Sarkisian, the coaches, the players, everybody in that locker room some credit for turning things around.
Yes.
Because there were a lot of other teams that had rough, first months of the season that never did. Clemson.
Oh, they've just fallen off a cliff.
Clemson, LSU, Penn State.
Yes.
Shoot, who else is in that mix? Who else started in the top 10 this year and fell off? I don't know. A couple more teams that just completely, Florida and South Carolina both started the year in the top 15. Obviously, Florida beat Texas, which we're all mad about. But a number of teams, you look at the preseason rankings that started in the top 15. Hell, some of them were in the top 5. The train went off the tracks and they couldn't get it back on.
No, they couldn't get back on. You're right.
Texas has gone from obviously number 1 to outside the top 25, but back into the top 10. That's pretty impressive too.
Yeah, you're right. That's a pretty good deal by that coaching staff and these players.
Yeah,
do what they've done, because that thing looked like it was about to fall off the table too.
Oh my God! Yeah, after Florida, Texas had lost its first 2 games against real teams this year. Like they were 0-2 against Power 4 teams, and it's like, oh my God, we have Oklahoma next week, and we've got this whole month of October where we're not playing a home game, and we've got a top 10 Vanderbilt team coming to town. It's like, dude, this thing could get really. There were people asking if Texas was going to make a bowl game this year.
Yeah, yeah, and I heard last night, and I was thinking that, I said it yesterday. It is now when you're this close and your percentage points, and if this team loses or that team wins, dude, it's how you lose. It's not only how you win, it's how you lose now too. The way they're looking at you, this committee's looking at teams. Yeah. These close games mean a lot to the team that's on the losing end, that's trying to get into the playoffs too, and waiting for the chaos to happen, because the chaos is going to happen anyway.
Right.
It always does.
It matters. The eye test matters. Style points matter a little.
That's what I said. You can't go to Georgia and have them whip your ass.
Right.
And
right. That's the thing.
Bad.
Yeah, you talk about, every Texas fan is trying to figure out, okay, is 9-3 going to be enough? Like if we split these games against Georgia and A&M and we take care of Arkansas, like, will that be enough to get us in? That's where the eye test will come in, right?
Yeah, you go lose by 3 or 4 touchdowns.
Right. Yeah, if you lose on a game-winning field goal in Athens this week, and then you beat Arkansas, and then you're the only team to beat A&M in the regular season, then
you're good.
That might be enough. But like you said, yeah, if you lose by 3 or 4 touchdowns this week, it might not matter if you beat A&M by 2 touchdowns in Austin.
I agree with that. It's how if you're in this game and it's a heck of a game and people are talking about it, and man, Texas was right there. They just almost beat Georgia at home. Yeah, I know how much you want to win, Narduzzi, which you don't, but I'll just say this. Can't go there and get beat by 3 tutties.
No.
It's that'll be bad. And I don't know, even beating A&M, what that would do for you. People would kind of blink and go, God, but that group that's beat them 3 times now just owns them. A&M has never owned them. So It's no big deal for them to beat Texas A&M.
Yeah, look, if you win these last 3 games, style points don't matter. If you beat Georgia, Arkansas, and A&M by 1 point, you're 10-2. You're in the field. You're probably in Atlanta too, playing for an SEC title, and it's all good in the hood. But yeah, it's where if you lose one of these games, then everyone's going to be dissecting your resume. And God, that loss to Florida looks worse and worse by the day. No shame. I mean, it's losing, so yes, shame. But like you lose on the road at the number one team, Ohio State. All right, like the committee's not going to hold that against you too much. Hey, you scheduled a really tough team on the road. You lost by one score. All right, that's fine. We'll give you a mulligan there. But losing to a Florida team that's now 3-6, and Buck, Florida's last 3 games, they have Ole Miss on the road, Tennessee, and then Florida State. Like they could lose all 3. They could be 3-9 this year. So when you are talking about a potential 9-3 Texas team, that being one of the 3, that really hurts.
Yeah, it hurts.
That really, really hurts. Again, you'll have enough good wins, you would think, especially if Oklahoma and Vanderbilt don't fall apart, to where it's like, all right, you have a very good argument to be in, but God, you just you know what's going to happen. The talking heads are going to be like, yeah, but they lost to a 3-9 team, and it wasn't really that close. They kind of got whipped in that game.
Yeah, these teams that are – yeah, there are going to be some teams that are going to beat up on each other here in the next couple of weeks. But you got to watch how you lose. Now we know Miami can't afford a loss.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain teams like they maybe Miami can. I don't know.
There's no way. There's no way they're going to they're going to look at that coach and go, we got to go through this every November because of that dude. This team is too good. You heard them talk last night. Maybe the most talented team person per person. But you know what they wouldn't say? They wouldn't say the head coach sucks. But every time those guys start talking about University of Miami and the great players, the first thing I thought was, they're just saying the coach sucks. Why don't they just say it? This guy is the guy who's losing the games for them. It's not the players. They have great talent. They had it last year.
Well,
Cam Ward.
Cam Ward fell apart late last year. Carson Beck's falling apart right now too. I mean, the players deserve some blame here, but the coach is the consistent. So, yeah, Miami probably can't afford another loss because I'm looking at the ACC standings right now, and that'd be their 3rd conference loss. And right now there are 5 teams in the ACC with only 1 conference loss. So Miami's only path to getting in is winning the ACC. And they got to win their remaining games. They might need a little bit of help even to get to the conference title. Then they've got to win that. So, yeah, Texas is in a much better spot than Miami.
And Narduzzi sounds like a fool. If you want to get Pitt in, you want to be on a high note, and beat Notre Dame is about as high as it gets. That's just dumb.
They don't care. He knows the rules. Like he's not wrong in theory. Pitt can lose to Notre Dame by any amount of score, and if they win their last 2 games and win the ACC championship, they're going to be in.
Well, make it 100.
So I mean, again, it's a joke that he said that, but like the fact of the matter is, they can lose by any amount of points. If they beat Georgia Tech and Miami and then win the ACC title, they will be representing that conference in the playoff. So that's why Notre Dame has it so good, because a lot of teams that play them don't give a shit.
Yes.
Because it doesn't matter. And then here they go. Yeah, they're geniuses, man. Smart moves by the Fighting Irish. It's a good school. They know what they're doing up there. All right, we'll take your thoughts. There's the college football playoff rankings. If you're just joining us and you missed it last night, Texas up 1 spot to number 10. If the season ended today and the playoffs started today, the Longhorns would be playing at Ole Miss in round 1. Of course, that doesn't end today, so a lot of football left to be played, but that's where we're at right now. All right, let's dive into this weekend. Plenty of Texas-Georgia conversation, some more sound from Steve Sarkisian. But before we talk about this Saturday, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
How about if I head on over to Daymaker's Half Day Cafe today on a nice Wednesday, get myself started with a classic buttermilk stack. I've now been into pancakes. I'm now really into pancakes once I went over to Daymaker, BK. They have everything for breakfast. They've got grits, they've got bacon, they've got the eggs. Now, for some of you, they got the mimosas and anything you want. They got shots of Jack if you need to get yourself going. I do not need that, but I do need that buttermilk stack, and they've got everything at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe, folks. Open up at 7 a.m., and they're open till 3. Now, they don't serve dinner, but if you want to have your breakfast at lunch or your lunch at breakfast, you can do that at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. Right there where the old IHOP used to be on Mopac, right beside Salt Traders. You will enjoy everything about the experience there and the people that are serving you at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe.
Yes, indeed. Love Daymaker, Half Day Cafe. Shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I'm rocking one of our TSU quarter zips this morning.
Sweet.
This thing looks great. It's so comfortable when the weather starts to cool down. I wear this bad boy all the time. All of our TSU merch was made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They're based right here in South Austin. They can get you what you need and get it to you very, very quickly. So if you have a business that needs merch, if you just have a big event coming up, maybe a big tailgate coming up for Texas A&M, and you want to hand out some koozies, Adam and his team can get them made for you just like they made ours. All you have to do is reach out to him, 512-300-9641. You can find him on Instagram at Waterloo Printing.
My good friends over at Horseshoe Bay Resort, head on over to the Horseshoe Bay Resort. Great golf courses, folks. If you're coming to town for the Arkansas game and you maybe want to come a day or two early, get a round of golf or two in, that is the place to go. Give them a call out at Horseshoe Bay. But they've got all the amenities. The villas are fantastic. The hotel, the food, and the accommodations at Horseshoe Bay, spectacular. Right there on Lake LBJ. HorseshoeBayResort.com is the way to find out more information about the fantastic place called Horseshoe Bay. Love it.
Yes, indeed. And also love AV consultations. Shout out to the Dallas Stars. Big win last night in Ottawa. Stars playing some really good hockey as of late. I know my man Tom McKay has been locked in. I know he wishes we talk more Stars hockey. So there's your Dallas Stars mention.
Good job, BK. Way to go.
In overtime, north of the border in Canada's capital last night. Stars are playing well. The Texas Stars season is underway. Go check out a game there. But I love audiovisual consultations, man. What a great time of the sports calendar, getting close to playoff time in college football. The NFL is in full swing. Obviously, hockey's back. College hoops, the NBA, it's all here. It's all upon us. And that means there's no better time than right now to make the call to audiovisual to get your home TV setup upgraded the way we have, the way thousands of Central Texans have since 1988. They're the best at what they do. Don't go buy a TV and then call AV Consultations. No, they get better prices than you because they buy in bulk. They get the best equipment. They'll hook you up. They'll show you how to use everything. Everything looks great. Everything works great. Everything is great. Life is a lot easier with AV Consultations. Just give them a call, and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678, or online at avconsultations.com.
For you folks out there not quite sure what you're going to do for Thanksgiving, Smoky Mo's Barbecue is taking orders right now for their turkeys and their full turkey meals, Thanksgiving meals. As a matter of fact, all the locations all around Central Texas. If you're not quite sure, you're going over to relatives, what should I bring? You can always pick up a turkey there on a Monday or a Tuesday before Thanksgiving. It's already, all you have to do is then preheat that bad boy. You don't have to do all the stuffings. They got everything that you want. If you want the full meal, you can order that. But if you just want the turkey, I'm telling you, it is. I mean, I've done this for years and years, and I've always appreciated the way that thing, the tenderness, the taste of it. I don't do the full meals because I got to have mama's stuffing. I don't mess with anybody else's stuffing or cranberry. That's right, cranberry sauce, the stuff that you don't like. But at Smoky Mo's, you can order that turkey. But I would start. They always sell out, so I'm letting you know ahead of time. The Smoky Mo's right now all over. They're taking orders on their turkeys. So if you want to get a chance to get one, go to smokymos.com for more information about how you can order that turkey or the full meal. That's up to you. And a lot of people do full meals. They just don't want to be in the kitchen. I like to kind of be in the kitchen because I like to oversee what's going on in there.
Oh, you're not allowed in the kitchen.
I'm allowed in it. I'm just not allowed to touch anything in it. I can't touch any of the rotisseries or the knobs or any of that stuff. I can't dip a spoon, into stuff. I can't put my fingers on stuff. Can't put my hand in the turkey and things like that.
Okay. Are you allowed to say anything? Like if you're just watching everything, if you see something that maybe isn't
add more salt, add more salt.
Yeah. Are you allowed to provide input?
No, I get a whole salt shaker thrown at me. I just kind of hover around. I really don't. I always just say, it looks good. That's what I do a lot. Ooh, that looks great.
That's always the worst bit, right? The person who doesn't cook and doesn't even bring anything. They get there early and they're like looking over your shoulder at the way you're preparing food, and they've got like tips and tricks and critiques like, hey, you're doing this wrong. Hey, add this. It's like, You're in my house. This is my Thanksgiving. This is my turkey here. This is my stuffing. Don't tell me what to do. Bring your own. If you want your own, make your own. Bring your own. Be giving me tips on how to do this, please. Come on.
And then that's when I go out to the car and pull out my stuffing that I've had somebody else make and pull it out. I said, okay, you wanted my stuffing? Here it is. It's a lot better than that shit you're brewing up right now, baby.
What is this like a baked potato story? I'm worried what you're
No,
stuffing.
no. They definitely don't let me go near the potatoes.
Yeah, you got to go. I mean, look, a classic bit is you don't have to cook for Thanksgiving. If you're showing up to someone's house, you're probably supposed to bring something. You can just go to HEB. Hell, you can go to Smoky Mo's. I got the turkey this year. Act like you made it yourself. You can go to HEB, buy some of their stuffing or cranberry sauce or whatever. Just put it in Tupperware and say, man, I slaved over this all night.
They're going to know it from you that that's a bunch of bull anyway. So that won't work for you.
I'm part of the turkey team, man. I ain't
it
messing
won't work
around.
for me because people know that I can't use the stove.
Yeah, you can't get away with that. That's
they'll know
too much.
They'll know between a turkey that's been in the oven and one that only gets to go to the microwave because that's the only thing I can use.
Yeah.
I could put it in the George Foreman grill.
Did you get to bring that in the house?
Yes, I got that.
I don't know if that entire turkey is going to fit in a George Foreman.
Maybe I cut some slices up and stick it in and push that thing down.
Yeah, there you go.
I may even try that. I may try that during Thanksgiving, see how that works.
Don't your neighbors have turkeys on their?
Yeah, they have. Yeah, my neighbors, they always offer me one of their turkeys too.
Okay, well, take out the 12 gauge, boom, and then put that meat on the George Foreman, and there you go. Dinner is served.
I'm an outdoorsman, but I'm not a frontier man. I don't know how to pull feathers off a turkey. I see these guys go for dove and all that shit. Don't they have to pull the feathers and stuff out of there and get the BBs and the pellets out of them when they shoot them? Yeah. I don't want to chomp down on stuff and have a shell in my mouth. I never get that. And the guys that I know that go hunting all the time, those dudes, I know they're not thorough in what they do. They're just pulling feathers and, wrapping bacon around their little legs and stuff. I'm like, one of these days I'm gonna get one of those shells in my teeth. I'm not gonna be very happy.
No, yeah, double check for shells, I guess, at your Thanksgiving.
Or pellets or whatever the hell they shoot them with. I don't do that. I don't shoot birds. That doesn't seem like something fun to me. Unless while they're sitting on the wire, I can shoot them.
What do you shoot? Humans?
Yeah, that's my main focus.
Nice.
That's the only reason I have guns. I don't have guns for animals. Maybe coyotes. If I catch a coyote wandering that gets loose on my property, I may load him up with a 22 and then hang his hide on the fence for the others so the others can see.
Yeah, this is what will happen if you show up here.
I don't mess with deer. I don't shoot deer. I first time I ever went deer hunting, I shot and I killed a deer from a tree stand. But I was trying to shoot it in the heart and I hit it through the eye.
Nice.
He didn't go very far.
Now, you didn't kill him?
Oh no! It after it went through his eye and through his brain.
Yeah,
he ran into a tree and went right down.
That'll do it.
And that was like one of the worst shots of all time.
Hey, you got him.
Hey, what am I supposed to do? You think the Cowboys cared if they hit him in the heart? Nope. If they shot him in the neck or broke his spine, that was good enough. Hey. That's why I'm looking at these cowboy movies all my life. I'm thinking, how come they never shot the horses? I guarantee you. The Indians shot them horses, right?
Because people don't eat horse.
Well, I mean, when they were battling each other, they make it Westerns because, I got my Western channel back. I'm thinking, the first way to get to that guy on the horse is to shoot that horse.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe that was like a code of the West, even with the Indians back in the day.
I wasn't there. So I don't know exactly what happened. I would guess people were shooting horses back then too.
I'm going to say, yeah, they did, BK. They weren't looking at that little target. They get that big target to knock that little target down.
Feels like they're trying to, people like horses, right? People like animals. So let's make this more palatable for the modern person to watch. So let's not do the shooting of the horses. Let's just do the shooting of the people instead.
Yeah. Forget the horse. We like the horses. The people, they can get shot.
Yeah, I'm sure some horses got offed.
Yeah, well, not everybody's by the way, not everybody has great aim.
Not everybody has great aim, as you just told us. No. And I'm not a great shot either. So that's not my strength.
No,
I don't
your
have-
strength would be to hit that horse.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that big old target.
Well, I'll catch some fish. I will. You don't want me with a gun in my hand, or maybe you do if you want to live. Maybe you do if you want
Yeah,
to live.
I'm not. I have, like I said, I have one for purpose, recreational purpose. But I haven't even shot that thing in about 2 years. Got to take it to McBride's and have it clean so I can
practice. Go to a range, man. You should practice shooting. At least
Dude, I
once
live
a
in the
year.
country. I mean, people 3 houses from me have a range in their backyard.
Ask them. They'll let you shoot, I'm sure.
Why can't I shoot it in my backyard? My yard, I got 3 acres. I should be able to put up a deal and do it. I don't want the grief just in case I get the grief for it. Because, next time a turkey's missing or a chicken is dead, somebody will swear that one of my ricocheted bullets or I pointed it over there. I tell you what I'd like to shoot, though, is that rooster. That son of a bitch is like an all day long.
Still there, huh?
Yeah, he's still there. And they got 2 of them.
It's bad. And they're procreating. If there's 2 of them, that means there's about to be a 3rd and a 4th.
Oh, God.
That's terrible. All right. Well, farm talk here on TSU.
Farm talk.
Let's get to coach talk, Buck.
Yes, sir.
I want to get your thoughts on this, but first we'll play Steve Sarkisian's thoughts on this. Obviously, Texas played Georgia twice last year. Obviously, Texas went 0-2 against Georgia last year. So I know for a lot of Longhorn fans, revenge is on the mind. Steve Sarkisian was asked on Monday if revenge is on his mind. Is that something you're looking for? Is that something you're telling your team? Here was Sark's relatively short response to that earlier this week.
No, I just want to win Saturday night at 7:30 and try to get to 5-1 in conference play. That's really the extent of it.
Yeah, he wants to play, and he wants his team hitting on all cylinders. It's not revenge. It's just, first of all, it's hard enough to beat that team with just, revenge ain't going to help you. That's not going to help you beat Georgia. Not having a bunch of penalties and being able to run the ball and not create turnovers and not have turnovers is what's going to win it. Revenge factor, that's not enough. That's not enough in your heart to beat a team this good. It's just not, that's not enough. You're not playing the lighthearted Aggies if you had to play them for revenge. They would fold because of the revenge factor. This group wins national championships.
Well, I was going to ask, if you ever played to that card as a coach, did you ever do the revenge thing to try to get your guys motivated for a
I know
big
CB would know, but I only ever felt a revenge game is when we were playing Baylor. I never felt like that against Oklahoma or A&M. Those were just games, or rivalry games that meant something no matter what. I wasn't looking for revenge. I was just looking for a win and finding a way to win. But Baylor, there was always something revengeful about playing them, period.
Even when you beat them the year before? It's not revenge.
Yeah,
we beat them the year before.
Yeah, it doesn't matter them. I want revenge because they're there.
Right.
Because I got to go through Waco.
You just can't stand David Koresh, so you're taking it out on Baylor's football team.
Whatever it is about Waco, I wanted to take it out. Yes.
Well, okay, my next question to you is, do you believe Steve Sarkisian when he says that? Or do you think he's in the locker room this week going up to guys like, hey, remember what happened last year? Remember what they did in our building? And now we have the chance to do that to them and their house?
No, I don't think he's doing that. I think he's trying to devise a way to score some points against them and not have his secondary get toasted by this quarterback that's playing better each and every week. That's what he's trying. He's not worried about telling them about what they did last year. If they go into this game trying to be as physical, by the way, they were pretty physical in those games last year. For a while at home, they looked like they wanted to, but physically, then they got just outmanned. In the championship game, I thought they were there physically. They just some things happened to them. They need to be there physically. And I know he's got to be worried about his offensive line on the road there. That's the one point that I worry about. I don't worry as much about the defensive line, but each and every week I worry about teams in the SEC that want to particularly run against you. But I should know by now, 3 years of a sample, about how this defense plays against the run. They're going to be just fine. But it still worries me, Well, didn't Georgia have a good rushing game against Texas last year?
Yeah, they did. They In the game in Austin, Trevor Etienne ran for 3 touchdowns. Didn't have a ton of yards, something in the 80s, but had 3 touchdowns. And then as a team in the SEC title game, I think Georgia ran for just shy of 140 yards. So nothing crazy by any stretch. Georgia last week against Mississippi State went for 303. It's not like Texas gave up that. But, yeah, by Texas's standards in 2024, they weren't great run defense performances.
Yeah, I just gotta think he's talking more about the physicality of this game. This will be, besides the Ohio State game, this will be the most physical game that they'll play. Now, they didn't play physical enough against Florida, and Florida whipped their ass on, both ends of the spectrum. But in this game, BK, this is the one that you got to not only be physical, but you got to be mentally prepared.
Yeah.
And if things go wrong, you can't let the snowball just keep getting bigger. You have to stop it. There is some way, somehow, I think he's talking more about, guys, how are we going to stop this if it happens? They're playing at home. It's at night. They're going to be jacked up. Texas coming to town. They know what they've done to them the last 2 times they played. It won't be about revenge. It'll be about how smart your team is and how physical your team is.
Yeah, physicality is going to be huge.
Oh, my goodness.
And, yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I was a coach, I'd be playing the revenge angle a little bit more. Maybe that's why I'm not a coach. That's one of many reasons.
Oh, no, the kids just don't keep that in mind after a couple.
How do you not keep that in mind?
No, after a couple big hits, after the guy across from you smacks you in the face like 6 or 7
Yeah,
times.
well, yeah, when you're in the game, it's not like, oh, hey, remember what they did to us last year. It's like, no, here's what we need to do right now. But in the week leading up to the game, I'm like, I'm a coach, dude. I'm showing highlights, lowlights of what they did to us here in Austin. It's like,
they got those. You got to watch film of the last year's game.
Yeah,
you can talk about it. This is remember how you got punked right here?
That's the revenge angle right there. Like, there are some coaches, I'm sure, who are like, no, we don't need to watch that. Like, we don't need our players to watch that. We'll watch that as coaches.
Watch it all. They watch every inch of that. That's 2 films that they will never throw away. That Sark, somebody would say, hey, get rid of the one, especially the one here. Throw that in the can. Now, there's nothing but learning from that right there.
Yeah, I don't believe Sark. I guess that's what I'm saying here. I don't believe Sark. I think he absolutely is talking about revenge this week. And I think he should. So whatever he says, whatever he doesn't say, just win on Saturday. That's all I really care about. But I think he's
got to have his shit buttoned up.
Oh,
not only his team,
this is a huge Sark game, right? Like, I mean, the chess match between Steve Sarkisian on offense and Kirby Smart and Glenn Schumann on defense, like that is going to determine who wins this game on Saturday. And
so far, that guy from Georgia owns this guy from Austin.
I think so. I mean, he's 2-0 against him last year. One of the games was very close. One of the games was not very close. But ultimately, Kirby Smart has the 2 wins and Steve Sarkisian doesn't. So, yeah, Sark's got to find a way to come up with some sort of offensive game plan that can have a little more success. I mean, Texas scored 15 in the regular season against Georgia. They scored 19 in the postseason, if you will, SEC championship against Georgia. Like,
how did they get to 27?
I don't think either of those are going to get it done. Georgia's offense this year is better than their offense last year.
Oh, for sure.
So I don't think this is going to be a 17-14 kind of game. No. I don't think this is a 1st to 20 kind of game. I think Texas is going to need like at least 25.
Yeah, if you get to 27, what a game that'll be.
Yeah, like that's, that would be a nice number to get to. Because Georgia's offense could score this year. They could score.
And by the way, if Kirby gets going, he's going to run it up. He's going to be looking to run it up. He's not going to be looking to, no, I got to save some of my players for down. No, it's going to be, if we can get in the 30s and 40s on Texas, we're going to do just that. We're not saving anybody for anything in that game.
This is Georgia's last SEC game.
Yes.
They do have a big rivalry game against Georgia Tech to end the year, and Georgia Tech's pretty good this year. So, some years that's an easy one. This one will be a little bit tougher, but this is their last regular season conference game that they have. So
it really seems weird that this is the last one.
Yeah, they play Charlotte next week in the classic Week 11 SEC Cupcake, and then, Georgia Tech out of conference rivalry in Week 12.
Wow.
So, it is. I mean, Texas has 3 SEC games left, and Georgia has 1. But, look, the Dogs, they're fighting for a spot in the conference title game. And obviously, if Georgia loses, people are going to ask questions about their college football playoff hopes. I still think they'll make it. especially if they win their last 2 games. But yeah, all of a sudden, like they're playing for just about everything that Texas is. They're in a better spot than Texas is because they've only lost once and Texas has lost twice. But all the conversations about conference championships and college football playoffs, those are happening right now in Athens. So it's a big one for them too. You're going to get their best shot.
Oh, well, I know Kirby's not pretending that we own Texas. He's not telling his players there. He's telling his players about Arch Manning has now hit his stride. You'd be a fool to let that kid come in here, his first time coming into Athens or Texas, first time in a long time coming there and beating you at home at night. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah. We
have an advantage. We're going to take advantage of it. We're going to come out fast. It would behoove Texas to really start fast. This is the one. This is one of those games, we talked, BK, and we were waiting for them to start fast, and they started to do that a little bit. Don't start slow in this one.
No, you don't want to do that. And they've started pretty slow in their 4 other road games this year, so I'm a little concerned about that. Yeah, I don't know where Kirby Smart's going to find his motivation, but I do know he's going to find his motivation.
Oh, yeah. He's going to do it. Something's coming.
Nobody is able to invent a chip on a shoulder more than Kirby Smart at Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
Like, nobody believed in us. Nobody thought we could win. He does that better than anybody, even though most people think his team is going to win every single Saturday.
No, she just brings shit up out of the blue.
I know. Like, Georgia won both games last year. They're 6.5-point favorites. They're the higher ranked team. They're playing at home. It feels like most people nationally are picking the dogs to win. So there's not a lot of doubts going to this Georgia team here on a Wednesday, but he will somehow, some way find a way to tell the guys in that locker room that no one thinks you could do this. Nobody thinks you're going to win this football game. Everyone's talking about them and Texas and Arch, and he'll get his guys ready to go. They don't have one thing. This doesn't apply to this game because Texas is obviously ranked, but I think Georgia's won 49 straight games against unranked teams. They haven't lost a game against an unranked team, I think, since before COVID, Buck. That is insane to me. Insane to me. That's the model of consistency that every Texas fan is looking for, that every fan of any other team.
You're still not quite sure about Texas yet.
Not named Georgia is looking for. Well, again, that doesn't have anything to do with this Saturday. But, I just – I remember last week with Mississippi State, people were wondering if that was going to be a trap game. Oh, Mississippi State's better. And you've got Texas next week, and this is an 11 a.m. game on the road. What's it going to be? What does Georgia do? They go out there and just absolutely dominate Mississippi State.
And they look sharper than they looked most of the year in that game, where they overwhelmed Mississippi State, and that's a pretty good defense that they had.
Texas hasn't lost a game against an unranked team since October. Georgia hasn't lost a game against an unranked team since 2019. It's insane. It's insane. So,
the head coach has spent a lot of his time in some of the individual meetings, though, besides the quarterback room. I guarantee he pops his head in with the running backs. And, while they're watching film or something, he's sitting in the back of the room because that's how they do it. They don't come up to the front where they're there. They sit back in there and they're making sure you're paying attention, or they'll say something in the darkness of film watching, BK, and you'll hear that head coaching voice from behind. They don't know that dude was there watching. Mm-hmm. When you missed a block from the year before, he'll let you know it.
No, for sure. Yeah, I mean, he's the best coach in the country.
And he should be.
Yeah, he's the best coach in the country, right? He's got 2 national championships. It's more than any active coach. And, what Georgia's done, they played in 4 straight SEC championships. They've won 2 of them. They've got the 2 national titles. They made the playoff in 3 of the last 4 years. And the only year they didn't, they finished number 5. And they were 12-0 in the regular season. They just lost the conference title at Alabama. Everyone knows how good Georgia is.
Yeah, so, whatever they did in game 1 last year here, some of that is going to repeat itself. So Sark needs he and the offensive line coach, they know that they're gonna repeat some of the ways they got to the quarterback. Why wouldn't you? With new guys that are on the offensive line and how they've been so inconsistent, they're going to do that because they did that against pretty good guys last year.
Yeah.
So they're definitely going to figure out what was that scheme we did to get, to sack the quarterback. I don't care if our guys are in the NFL or not. These aren't a bunch of scrubs standing out here on the defensive end. They're going to find ways.
Yeah.
That's what Sark's got to be doing. How do I still need to protect this quarterback who's still just coming off, a concussion? we did a good job last week. I know I'd be talking about protecting my quarterback in these meetings. That guy right there, number 16, needs to be protected again, guys, at all costs.
I mean, Georgia had 13 sacks in the 2 games against Texas last year.
Yes.
So, like, it's obvious.
Whatever the scheme is, that's going to rear its ugly head again.
Oh, yeah, that's what Georgia does. Kirby Smart, like, he attacks your weaknesses. He will bring blitzers at your weaknesses in protection all game long. It's not just against Texas. He does that against everybody, and that's one of the many reasons why he's the best coach in college football. Like, he is relentless. He sees something on film. He's like, I don't think that guy's very good. Let's go ahead and bring our best blitzing linebacker at him all game long. Okay, they figured something out. All right, well, let's move somebody else there, and then let's move this guy over there. I don't think that guy's very good.
They're not quick enough on the twist. This guy's coming off late. We can get around his shoulder and get it right in the quarterback's face. So they're gonna want to have hands and everything in Arch's face this weekend. So whatever Sark has devised, it's got to be quick. And the ball has to be thrown on time, and it's got to be an accurate throw.
Yeah.
I don't think I saw some of them. I don't think they're that great in the secondary. They're not. It's not the secondaries from the past. Every year one guy or safety ends up going to the NFL somewhere. I don't think they're that great. You got a couple young guys, but they're not. They're kind of long, but they're not great players.
Yeah, a lot of the Georgia defensive numbers this year are not on par with what they've been in recent years. I still think they're very good there, but to your point about Georgia's secondary, the Bulldogs rank 56th in the country in passing defense in terms of yards per game allowed. Like, when's the last time they've been that low in that category? Now, Texas is 92nd, so Georgia's secondary has been better than the Longhorns this year, again, statistically speaking. But 56 in any defensive metric under Kirby Smart feels very off.
It does.
So, all right, in a moment, I'm gonna bring some optimism here on a Wednesday. Because there are 2 things that Texas got destroyed in by Georgia in both games last year that I think they are much more equipped to handle this time around. So we'll get to those in a second. But before we dive back into Texas UGA, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick's, the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel. Thank you very much. This hat right here, collectibles, accessories, and more. Tons of Texas-themed gifts, books, all those things that you need to get the gifts out for the holiday season. Hero code. That's right. That's been read, by the way.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, no, this is the one. That's the one.
Oh, sorry. You're right.
It's got a little bit more thickness. I want you to see what's been taking me so long. I think you guys can tell the difference between the book on the right here. See how thin that is? I read that one already. See the thickness of the book right there? Can you tell?
Yeah.
Well, I can. I don't know if you can. Well, I don't really care. That's why. But they've got that at Sue Patrick just for you. 5222 Burnett Road, all the parking that you need. You don't have to worry about parking spaces. You want to bring 5 people with you, bring 5 people with 5 different cars. They have the space just for you. And they've got the jelly cats. Hey, make a child happy with a wonderful jelly cat for the holiday season. It doesn't have to be on Christmas. It can be at Thanksgiving dinner. Pull out that jelly cat for someone special in your family. Like I pull them out just for me because I'm special in my family. You can get that. They're all right there at, of course, Sue Patrick. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com for more info. Get this hat. It's a big seller right here, BK.
I like that one. Yeah.
I got this for our buddy out at Horseshoe Bay, for the guy who runs the show out there. XL. Jay has XL. He has double XL. And in some places he's got, I've not heard of triple XL. People wear triples.
Oh, yeah.
You get to a triple, you probably just need a tent with some Longhorn stickers on it. I mean, triple XL?
Bro, we've got some guys on our staff who wear triple XL. You're dunking on your teammates with that one.
Oh, no. I'm not buying that. There's nobody with us more than a double. And they're wearing a double just because their wives told them to. They actually could fit in probably just a single XL.
We've had some 4XLs at some point. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, Zay may be a triple.
I won't.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say names, but
I was like, I'm not gonna divulge the names. It's up to you if you want to start.
Oh man,
playing the
I was
guessing
just
game.
thinking. I was just thinking because I've asked him about shirts before, and
Yeah.
I think he said he put 3 X's on it.
Well, big dude.
That's a size 30 in the chest area. That's yeah. Okay, sorry about that, Zay.
Yeah, keep dunking on Zay. That guy could lift you with 2 fingers.
Zay, just stop it. Stay away. Keep out of the refrigerator. He's going to have a fantastic Thanksgiving. I guarantee you.
Oh my God.
There is no doubt about that.
Sorry, Zay. I don't even know how we got there, man.
He loves that mullet open barbecue. Wow, that day. He loves that.
You better hope he's not listening this morning. Otherwise, you're in trouble.
Sorry about that, buddy.
Hey,
right on. Hey, I'm trying to be the big man too.
We're not
trying to be 6 big men.
Dude, we're going to have a cross-show war here on TSU.
No. I love Zay. You know that. I'm just –
oh, my God.
Just trying to keep him fit. I want him to be healthy. Look at me. I'm skinny as can be, and my health is starting to be like a piece of crap.
Yeah, you spent 4 hours on Sunday in the hospital. I don't think Zay did.
No, he didn't, because he doesn't have any urinary problems at his age, I hope.
No, he knows how to take a leak, unlike you.
Yeah, squeezing that thing, holding it tight, running for miles before I pee. That's not good either. I'm finding out that that thing is not meant to be squeezed like that. Not by its owner, at least.
I believe those are the lyrics to Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Holding that thing, squeezing it tight.
Find out who's naughty or nice. That's bad, BK.
I'm not sure if
I'm finding out that, over my lifetime, I've been a squeezer. And and once again, after finding out, there's no bathroom up here, having to go down 18 flights of steps, and you start jiggling and jiggling. When you reach down there and put the squeeze on it, whoo, you better hold on tight. That's not good. That can't be good for my, what is that urinary deal called down there for men? That's not like a urethra, is it? That's what women have, I believe. So somebody who's looked at the book, My Body, Myself, will tell me what's a man's urinary thing where pee comes out. I need to know that.
The penis?
Yeah, I know it comes out of there, but there's the tubing that's in there. It's got a name.
Catheter?
No, dude. What are you just finding these? It's better than, hey, sometimes it's left unsaid until you find a catheter. I don't think so. We've got doctors out there to listen. Well, they did listen.
I don't know if anyone's listening anymore. What are you talking about?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying, can't put the squeeze on that thing. That's probably why I'm on antibiotics now.
Yeah, sure. Whatever ends this conversation faster.
Plus you can't let stuff get backed up either there.
You got PVC pipe in there?
Yeah, you got what? Can't let certain things get backed up.
Oh my God. All right. Well, moving on. Shout out to centextickets.com. I'm sure they're thrilled to be sponsoring what just happened. Hey, love Centex Tickets. Texas basketball. We got a game tonight at the Moody Center. If you want to watch the Horns play, you can get a ticket. Get a couple of tickets.
Who we got tonight?
Fairleigh Dickinson.
Oh.
I remember FDU, the team that pulled a 16-1 upset against Purdue in the tournament a couple of years ago.
You from Jersey?
Yes. I think that's
New York or Jersey.
Yes, New Jersey.
New Jersey, yes.
New Jersey. And I think St. Peter's, they were the 15 seed that made the deep run. They're up in New Jersey too. So, yeah, New Jersey teams in the tournament have made some random low-seeded runs. But, yes, Fairleigh Dickinson in town tonight. Any Texas basketball game, not just tonight, men's or women's, they've got tickets for you. And, of course, the last 3 football games of the year. If you're going to Athens, you still need a ticket. Boom, Centex Tickets. Of course, you want to watch Arkansas, you want to watch Texas A&M, they've got tickets for you online, centextickets.com. Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10 for 10% off.
I don't think it's called your piss track either. Oh, you people.
The piss track.
Oh, it's called the urethra for men also. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Godbolt. We were right on that.
There you go. Don't say we. Don't associate me with that conversation that you were having. I don't know what that was.
My Aretha Franklin. Yes.
Yeah, according to a quick Google search of the male reproductive system. Why did I do that? If anyone checks my history, they're going to have some interesting questions. Yes, there is a urethra down there.
Yeah,
So,
that's the one I've been squeezing too tight.
yeah, as I declare as Dr. Brody Lane, there is a urethra down there, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mine is just old.
Yours is old and not functioning correctly, apparently.
Hey, antibiotics are good.
Yep. All right, Buck. Texas and Georgia. Let's talk about two areas where Georgia absolutely destroyed Texas in 2024.
Okay.
And then we'll get to why I think the Longhorns are much more equipped to handle the Dogs in those spots here in 2025. The game in Austin, October 19th, 2024, Georgia 30, Texas 15. In that game, the Bulldogs had 7 quarterback sacks and 10 tackles for a loss. Their defensive front absolutely dominated the Longhorns' offensive line, and they made life miserable for Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning, who, of course, saw a couple of series in that game. December 7th, the SEC Championship, Georgia 22, Texas 19 in overtime. Much closer on the scoreboard, but in that loss, Georgia had 6 quarterback sacks and 15 tackles for a loss. So in both games, their defensive front had their way with Texas's offensive line, made life miserable for the Longhorn quarterback. On top of that, in those two games combined, Texas ran the ball 55 times for a total of 60 yards, Buck. Just over 1 yard a carry. Now, of course, sack yardage is included in those stats, but it doesn't change the overall point that Texas was ill-equipped to handle the Georgia defensive line in any matchup last season. And as I mentioned earlier, to Kirby Smart's credit, he did what Kirby Smart does. He brings targeted pressures at the weak spots in your protection. He's the best coach in America. That's what happens. Here's where things are different. 8 of those 13 sacks that Georgia had last year were by Mykel Williams and Jalen Walker. Both of those guys were first-round picks in the 2025 NFL draft, which means they won't be on the field on Saturday.
Hooray.
Those guys were dynamic weapons. Kirby Smart moved them everywhere to confuse Texas and create favorable matchups. And also, their other 2 edge rushers who played significant snaps against Texas are not with the team anymore. So what's incredible about this Georgia squad, look, they only have 11 sacks as a team through 9 games. And they only have 1 defensive lineman or edge rusher who has a full sack this year. They played 75% of their season. They have 1 defensive lineman or edge rusher who has 1 sack or more this year. And that guy has 1 sack total. So Georgia right now ranks 119th in the country in sacks per game. That is
I got a feeling their head coach is about to get them off their ass and get them moving.
Well,
because it just means more.
Well, they played 7 other SEC games that also just mean more, according to Greg Sankey, and they haven't been really good at getting to the quarterback. So, look, is Texas' offensive line a big question mark? Absolutely, it is a big question mark.
But you've had a week off, too.
But they don't have – those 2 guys ruined your life in both games last year.
Yes.
They don't have that right now. They're 4 and 5 stars. There's obviously talent. It's Georgia here. And
Except if you heard Kirby before the season, we just don't have anybody.
Right. Well, I'm sure they are going to develop some of their guys on their roster into first-round picks down the road. But they don't have that elite first-round edge player. They don't have a Jalen Carter or a Jordan Davis on the interior that just constantly gets pressure at your quarterback. That's good news.
Dude, your quarterback's not going to get pressure. The pressure comes when you run it 55 times for 60 yards in 2 games.
Yeah.
That's where the real pressure is right there.
Well, the pressure is also in the pass rush. Yeah, but Texas couldn't do anything. The offensive line couldn't do anything against Georgia last year. Their defensive line is not as good. Now, they've got sacks and they've got a decent pass rush from their inside linebackers. Those are where their sacks are coming from. Again, they don't have a lot. They have 11 as a team. Texas has 34 in the same number of games. But they've got some linebackers that Kirby Smart is going to blitz all game long to test this Texas offensive line. So this isn't like oh, Sark can just do whatever he wants because Georgia's not very good. No, like you said, the game plan still has to involve getting the ball out of Arch Manning's hands quickly.
Yes.
But there should be, number one, speaking of Arch Manning, you have a much more mobile quarterback in your pocket.
Yes.
You have a much more reactive quarterback in your pocket. As bad as this offensive line has been, I think every Longhorn fan in the world would tell you that this year's offensive line is worse than last year's offensive line, right?
Yes.
Arch Manning's sack rate is actually lower than Quinn Ewers last year. It's not because the O-line.
No.
It's because Arch Manning isn't a freaking statue back there like Quinn Ewers was. And Quinn had some strengths. Evading pressure in the pocket was not one of them. So get the ball. Like, it'll help that you have a quarterback who's more mobile and more adept to deal with pressure. But you can't try to sit back there and max protection and hit long developing routes down the field.
I don't care what kind of protection. You can't sit back there and have 7-step drops.
No.
You're already back there in your shotgun at 5 steps.
Right. And that's so if you do that dumb stuff, then you're going to make Georgia's pass rush look like last year's Georgia's pass rush.
Oh.
But you shouldn't. Like, you already know your offense is at its best when the ball is getting out of Arch Manning's hands quickly.
Yeah, I need that team. I need that team going east to west a lot in the run game.
That's fine too. And then, also just they don't have like the tackles have been the best part of Texas's offensive line, and Georgia doesn't have that elite. Last year, They got back there in 1 second. It didn't matter if you were trying to get the ball out quick.
Oh, no.
Texas. They like Walker and Williams were so freaking good that there was nothing you could do about it. This year, they don't have those guys. You've got a more adept quarterback, and I think, again, I don't think Texas is going to give up 0 sacks like they did against Vanderbilt, but I think it's going to be a lot better from that standpoint than either matchup was last year.
I am so interested in seeing what Sark does scheming the run game against this group. What are they going to do? Because now I expect for Trey Wiseman to be very healthy going into this game. Another week off. I expect for his body to be able to go into battle this week. I don't know how it'll be after this week, because there's a lot of games after this. But I expect for him to give everything he has, and the way he runs, they're going to need it this week.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect from the running game. I mean, I think Trey Wisner's going to try his hardest. I think all of those guys are going to give their best shot. I just don't know if that's going to be enough.
I don't think if the other guys are good enough. That's the part I'm saying, which scares me when you started asking me about who number 2 is. I'm like, number 2 is not good enough. Number 2 is good enough for a play or two. Number 2 is not good enough to go in there for 2-3 series. If something happens with the guy's ankle, he's got to finish the game. Number 2 can't finish. It can't happen early, and number 2 is the guy trying to finish the game for you. You won't win. It's not good enough.
C.J. Baxter?
Whoever number 2 is. Well, Christian Clark, they just don't have – they have a 1 who is – if he's truly healthy, he can be a problem, and I hope that that's the case on Saturday. I hope he gets 30 carries, and he's running healthy and running hard like he runs and feeling good. And the next guy doesn't tap his helmet. The next guy just doesn't even get in the game. Yeah. I'd be fine with that.
You can just ride Trey Wisner to a win, just like you did in College Station last year.
Absolutely.
As Travis says. Now, Trey needs to do what he did in College Station that last year. Yeah, way easier said than done, because Trey Wisner went for almost 200 yards against a good A&M team and a good A&M defense, but not Georgia. In their house, and Texas's offensive line was much better at blocking for the run last year.
You're making me feel so much better about the run game now that I'm thinking.
I am.
This is a 120 game.
What did I say that makes you feel better about the run game just now?
I mean,
I'm glad you're feeling good about it, but
the tackles aren't as potent as they were. They're not. It's not Carter, the dude playing for the Eagles. You don't have any studs like that sitting in there. Got a couple sluggos in there. Linebackers are good.
They're still. You're mishearing me. They're still very good against the run. They're a top 20 run defense in the country. So they're not as good rushing the passer. And it's okay. Maybe it's more of Texas's running game has sucked against a lot worse teams than Georgia.
Yes, they have.
You're right. I'm not going to back that. You're right. I did just say they don't have that first round type of guy up the middle. They don't right now. But they're better than Florida. They're better than Mississippi State. They're sure as shit better than Kentucky.
And they got a better scheme, and they got a better guy scheming it all.
Yeah, and you couldn't run against those teams. So, Now, you could run it against Oklahoma. You ran it decently well against Vanderbilt. You ran it decently well against Ohio State in that game that you lost. Those are Trey Wisner's 3 best games, actually. So
for his total of 300 yards of rushing, maybe?
No. He doesn't have that in those 3 games. He's got 338 on the year, but
that's what I mean in his
338 on the year. But I don't know. Like, this Texas offense ranks dead last in the SEC in rushing yards per game when you just look at conference games. And you're going up against a Georgia run defense that has been very good. So you got to find a way.
Beat your head against the wall doing it, but you got to find. They've got to have a weakness that you got to present to your team. Here's what we're going to do. Here's where we're going. Here's your cut. You get a cut here and a cut there. You don't get 3 or 4 cuts. There's no dancing in the line here.
So what's your game plan? You're helping Steve Sarkisian and running back coach Chad Scott come up with something this Saturday. What are you telling your guys?
They've run variations of counter with the tight ends in motion. The ones that get destroyed at the end of the line. Well,
So that's your plan? Bring the tight ends in to get destroyed at the end of the line?
No. If I have to bring an extra lineman in, I'd rather do that and run the ball than to bring one of those tight ends. Somebody else. Well, they have hammer hands. He's a big dude.
That hasn't worked, Buck. They haven't been able. They bring more guys in to block. They don't block. They've been better running out of spread.
They just bring more people in. They bring more people into the pile.
Now they've been better running out of spread formations than they have in jumbo this year.
They need to put less people in the box and get to the outside. Georgia will be able to run. We know that, but make them run. Get like last week. Get to the perimeter again. Find ways to get to the perimeter, whether it's quick screens, bringing your guys back towards the ball in motion, catching the ball and getting upfield, or your backs. But the thing about with the backs lately is they've had to help protect the quarterback so much they don't get out. So you don't get another guy out in a pattern. You get a bunch of linebackers hanging around the line of scrimmage. If your back doesn't get out, why should the linebackers start dropping around? They can just hang and see, and then go get your quarterback when he starts to get ready to take off. So you got to trust. You're going to have to trust in your offensive line and sometimes to get the back out of the backfield so somebody has to cover him. And Trey Wisner's pretty good once he gets it in his hand, and he's at your linebacker level. He can make guys miss.
So the screen game is a good way to mitigate a potential
I think so.
lack
I
of
think the screen game, and you don't do a lot of screen games to your backs. You do a lot of stuff to wide receivers, quick screen, tunnel screens, but you haven't done a lot with your back. And he's the kind of guy that you can get in the open space if they're all coming, with their ears pinned back. Drop it off behind him and let him run, get a little air that way. And it doesn't have to be your general where you make contact with the defensive lineman and then let him loose, because I get afraid of these guys missing contact with the guy. Yeah. And he's in on the quarterback too quick. So I would try a couple different screens. I mean, you had a week off, got to do at least 2 of those that end up being in the hands of your back. So because
I think you have
they're going to be looking for the Wingo screen.
Yeah, of course. Well, you got to make it work. I mean, I don't know if you can do it on the first play of the game again and expect a similar result. That'd be great. But
it's going to be tried at some time early.
Yeah, it should be. Why would it not be tried? It's been a huge play for you. I mean, you ran it twice against Vanderbilt before he got hurt. One of them was a 75-yard touchdown. The other one was a 14-yard first down. So
I'm definitely finding ways to put the ball, bad thumb and all, in his hands as a runner.
You got to get your playmakers the ball. And back to Trey Wisner for a second. He is one of your best playmakers on offense.
Yes.
And I know his numbers aren't what we want them to be, and he hasn't had the season that he's wanted to have and whatever, but he is still one of your best offensive playmakers. And you'd love to be able to just run it up the middle. Like, hey, here's our game plan to get Trey Wisner involved. We're just going to hand it off to you a bunch, and you're going to pick up 4 yards of carry, and life's going to be good. If that doesn't happen, and you assume it won't happen, you still have to find ways to get number 5 the football.
And wasting your time bringing in other guys for a series here to get 4 or 5 carries. Don't waste the carries. Run a different play. Throw the ball instead. Don't waste it on. You don't have another back that's even close to that kid right now.
You're saying no carries for anybody besides Trey Wisner and Arch Manning.
Well, they're going to do it. Somebody else, they're going to.
I'm not asking if they're going to. I'm asking if you're the coach, would you say nobody else can get a carry in this game? If that's your game plan, is that what you're doing?
I'm the running back coach. I'm gonna know by now. I know what I got. And they don't seem to do that because they keep talking, this guy is starting to get better. Oh, Christian Clark's starting to get better. He is? Like where? I mean, yeah, he would be the only one getting carries.
Okay. Yeah,
he would be my guy getting carries. He would get balls that screen game. I wouldn't have any special player, doing that.
You don't care that like every time you bring in another running back, the defense knows he's not getting the football on a handoff.
Yeah.
Because you can't play Trey Wisner every single snap of this football game. It's just
no. I mean, they're going to bring in C.J. Baxter and hand him the ball off tackle, and he's going to mush the pile for hopefully 2.5 yards, and you're going to be okay. That's okay. If I needed Trey Wisner to take a big deep breath and go in there, maybe he'll get 6 yards on that thing that maybe blocks pretty good. But they're going to bring in another guy. You have to. You got to give the guy a blow. I understand that. Yeah. But by now they should have had somebody else ready to play.
Yeah. Well, the hope is that the other guys look better with the week off, and obviously you're pretty late in the season.
And I would have definitely had that freshman ready by now.
Yeah, maybe he is. Maybe this is the game we see a little bit more James Simon. We've seen him play some this year. Not a lot since conference play started, but maybe, the extra week of work has gotten him cleaned up. He's got the pass protection thing figured out. They trust him to play in this game, and maybe we do see number 31 on the field a little bit more on Saturday.
Once again, he can't pass block. Get yourself a new running back coach.
Right. Well, I don't
that's ridiculous.
They just brought in a new running back coach.
Just find yourself another one.
Yeah, we'll see. All right. The other thing that Georgia absolutely dominated Texas in last year that I think the Longhorns are much better at this year, special teams. Special teams. Now, the bad news is Georgia is still elite on special teams. They've got that
always have been. Yes, they've been good.
They've got that same punter, Brett Thorson, who routinely pinned Texas deep every time he saw the field. They've got the same kicker, Peyton Woodring, who made 91% of his field goals last year. He's up over 92% this year. Must be nice. But the difference is, and the good news for Texas, the Longhorns aren't horrible in the third phase like they were last year. And matter of fact, Texas has been the exact opposite. They've been elite in special teams this season. I mean, I'm sorry to bring this up, but think of the SEC championship game last year. Texas missed 2 field goals. They averaged 39 yards per punt. And on top of that, they allowed that fake punt conversion to keep a Georgia drive alive.
Oh, we haven't even talked about that this year. It's not even been a thing, the fake punt.
No. So that was the difference in Atlanta. Like, if 2024 Texas had 2025 Texas's special teams, we're not talking about Texas desperately needing to prove that they can beat Georgia, because they would have won last December and they would have won the SEC. Special teams was literally the difference. Despite everything else that kind of went wrong, Texas had 11 penalties. We mentioned the sacks and the TFLs. It's not like Texas played a great game, but they did enough to where if special teams was just average, then, hey, we're talking about Texas coming off of a win against Georgia. Now the Longhorns are trying to make it 2 in a row against the Dogs.
I like that, BK. I like that. I like the thought of, you know what, you want revenge? Stick a fake punt up their ass in this game at their home stadium on Saturday night. When those third and threes, getting your punting position and fake one of those and get that first down. That's revenge.
You want to call a fake punt on 3rd and 3?
No, I'm sorry, 4th and 3.
It's like interesting strategy right there. You're really throwing for a loop if you tried out the punt team on 3rd down.
Nice strategy there, Narduzzi.
I think they might be looking for a fake if they're on the field on 3rd down.
Good job there, Narduzzi.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, I'm always scared of the fake punt. Like it terrifies me, and it's the most hindsight is 2020 play in college football or in football in general, is it not?
And that's being revengeful if you get that off on them.
Yeah, like if it works, the coach is a genius. Oh my God, you call that in that spot? That was great. If it doesn't work, the coach is the biggest idiot in the world. Like, how could you call that? Why did you think that was going to work? So that's risky. I'm not a huge fake punt guy, but you're right. I mean, that's how you get
trust that defense. Trust your defense.
Yeah, that's like I trust.
especially if your kicker has to kick one 50 yards. You just say, no, but we may want to fake this punt, though.
Well, they're going to – if it's like that and you trot the punt team on the field, Georgia's going to be ready for the fake punt. Like, they're going to have their safe defense out there. So the only way you can really get away with a fake punt is if you have balls and you do it on your side of the field. That's what Georgia did last year. I
got to believe Kirby's got to think that Sark is not going to be doing a lot of tricks with this offensive line and some of the people that he has this year. I think he's going to think that Sark's going to try to be physical, get a couple explosive plays with some of the stars, and that's going to be it. I don't think he's thinking, stuff like block a punt, do this, fake field goal, fake punt. I think this is where Sark has to go ahead and let some of that stuff loose.
Yeah. Well, must-win game. Whatever you got to do to get a dub on Saturday, do it.
I'm thinking you may see a bunch of that kind of stuff, and that's all right because Georgia does it. Well, hell, everybody did it to you last year.
Everybody did it to you last year. Yeah, you sucked on special teams last year. And, you credit Steve Sarkisian. I know we're so far removed from last offseason, but obviously last offseason, you're bringing a much better punter. You're bringing a much better kicker. I know Mason Shipley hasn't been perfect, but he's been more reliable than Bert Auburn was. And obviously you realized you had this guy named Ryan Niblett who can go out there and return punts. He's been your biggest difference on special teams. So I don't know how much Niblett is going to be allowed to be a part of this game because Kirby Smart's the best coach in America, and Brett Thorson, their punter, might be the best punter in America. But yeah, look,
they're not kicking the ball directly to him unless the punter makes a mistake.
Right. Yeah, I guess my point is, I don't think Texas is going to flip the script and own the special teams element like Georgia did last year, but I do think Texas will hold its own there.
Sure.
And again, that was the difference. Texas being awful on special teams and Georgia being great literally cost Texas the last time they played Georgia. They were right in that game. If they just didn't suck in the third phase, they win the SEC. But so this year, again, you're much better there. You hope that you can hang, and you hope those two things, the pass rush and special teams, those were the two biggest differences in the two games these teams played last year. Georgia's pass rush isn't as good. You've got a quarterback who's better suited to handle it, and your special teams is a lot better. Those things hopefully will lead to a different result on the scoreboard.
Well, and you're the two receivers because I don't know. I know what you want to expect from Wingo, but you won't know until he gets out there and he catches balls or people are, hand fighting with him with his thumb and stuff. You don't know how that's going to be until the day of the game, until the game he's out there. Because if he's not catching one, if one goes through his hands, you're going to go, shit, what a long day this is. Those other two dudes are going to have to be exceptional. And they're good enough. They're both healthy. They should be able to. They're long. They should be able to make plays. And and I trust that they'll catch the ball. But Arch has to be on. I mean, he has to be really on. This has to be a fantastic game by him. Yep. A real smart game too, because your guys up front are going to get beat by some of those sluggos on the other side. They're just coached too well.
Yeah, Sark was asked about that.
Don't take unnecessary sacks that screw up the field position. Go ahead and fling it out to the yard marker. Make sure you hit the trainer in the head with the ball or something,
Yeah.
Just make it so that it's not even close, that it looks like you're attempting to do something. Don't try to these closed windows. There'll be enough open windows in the secondary for you to throw to.
That's the hope. The hope is Texas's passing game can continue what they've been doing in the last 5 quarters, right? Going back to that miracle comeback against Mississippi State. Felt like they found something there. They obviously had a bunch of success through the air against Vanderbilt. So more of the same on that would be great. And Texas has done a really good job protecting the football all season long, but especially as of late. I think Texas has 1 turnover in its last 4 games. You wonder why they've won 4 games in a row? It's because of that. They haven't done everything else right. That's why some of these games have been so close, but they're doing a good job protecting the football. This cannot be another thing that killed you last year. You had 3 turnovers in both games against Georgia.
I think, BK, what upsets me more than anything is the fact that this team has, we talk about the run game and why hasn't it been this or why hasn't it been that. And I know guys have been banged up. They came into the season banged up. Baxter, once again, you should have known that, well, it's not you should have known, but you should expect that the guy would not be totally healed up. I mean, that's, a year removed from a knee. And as I said, not everybody comes back the same from a knee injury like that. He's bigger than he was last year, which is like, wow. surgery on the knee and you've gained weight, that's going to take some extra time getting used to that weight and carrying that around. But the ones that they've got, the freshmen, I don't understand why that guy is not ready and prepared to play. I mean, I know you can only spend so much time with them, but my God, if the only thing that's keeping you back is you can't protect the quarterback and you've got a little bit of something, a little bit of extra gear on you, you have to get that. You got to get that settled, because the one guy who's really, really good cannot carry. He's still not big enough to carry a load of a whole season on his back. And it's Texas. You should have every year. You're going to find out there's going to be at least 2 of them that are coming here that are unbelievable running backs in the country. That just should be the way it is. And they shouldn't be afraid to come here. They should battle with the next guy and the next guy. And if 2 of them get to play, that's fine. But my goodness, we're at a point right now where we're like, man, if Trey Wiseman's not able to go, that's it.
Well, they've been recruiting the position fine, at least according to the stars and the recruiting rankings, but guys just aren't being developed in that running back room. The guy who's been developed the most was like the lowest running back recruit that Texas brought in with Trey Wiseman.
Kind of self-made dude, yeah.
Right. So it's, I mean, obviously injuries have played a big part of that, but yeah, that's, you can't do anything about it now from a roster building standpoint.
No.
Texas is a 5-star tailback committed. I would like them to probably go to the portal and bring in another running back too, who's got some college experience. But obviously right now, you got to work with what you have. So I would like to see James Simon more on Saturday, because I know what CJ Baxter is. I don't really know what James Simon is. So give me at least the chance that
I think you know what Christian Clark is too. Once again, a guy coming off a really serious injury.
Right. Yeah. Like those 2 guys have not shown me enough this year. So, Christian Clark, I think, is 4th on the depth chart. I'm not as concerned with him getting carries on Saturday as I am CJ Baxter. CJ Baxter's just not good right now. It sucks, but that's what it is. So you have to have some sort of number 2 running back. Maybe it's Ryan Niblett. Maybe it's Michael Terry. Maybe it's someone we're not talking about. But you have to have somebody else in the backfield that you can rely on.
In this game, yes. You got to. I
mean, you got 2 top 5 matchups. It's Aggie game too. Ain't just this game.
Well, I know what Trey Wiseman's going to do to them anyway. If he stays healthy, he'll be just fine.
You still have this offensive line. Don't forget, a lot of the run game struggles are on them, just not being able to create holes.
I'm almost forgetting about them. I'm almost looking at the running backs and saying it's you guys.
That's
more so than the offensive line. But that's not it. The line is the mentality of the Oklahoma game has to take place this week, period.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Your thoughts on Texas, Georgia. What's your confidence level 3 days away from a kickoff? Send us your score predictions, too, throughout the week. Always love hearing from y'all. We'll get back into this game a little bit more. We got to talk about the Dallas Mavericks firing Nico Harrison.
What?
Finally.
Why would they do that?
We got some updated odds, too, for the college football coaching carousel. We got this Florida parent story to dive into as well. But before any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Folks, they can transform your routine, your life, and they really, really can help whatever is ailing you, whether it's your shoulders, your thoracic, your lumbar, your hips, the whole works. They've got it. And the accessories at Relax Back, they are plentiful, believe me. Going over by the store, they've got 2 great locations, the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. And don't forget about the Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattress sets at Relax the Back.
Yeah, you can live pain-free with some Altstadt beer as well.
Yeah, you can.
That'll help. Love the Altstadt beer. My choice. It should be yours as well for a number of different reasons. Number one, Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg. So every time you buy an Altstadt, you are supporting local business, and we all like to do that. Number two, Altstadt has a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there, including some seasonal beers. They've got a great Schwarz beer available in the fall. They've got the Vienna Red Lager available right now for a limited time as well. Plus the OGs, the Lager, the Kolsch, the Hefeweizen, the Light. I'm telling you, something for everybody. Also, Altstadt is brewed without additives and without preservatives. So none of that filler crap that some other beers are made of. You don't have to worry about that. You're not putting any stuff like that into your system when you're drinking Altstadt. And Altstadt also not super expensive. It's like you're getting a luxury car at a family sedan price. You don't need to pay an arm and a leg for good beer here in the state of Texas. Altstadt checks every box for me. I think it will check every box for you as well. Get you some the next time you're at the grocery store, the liquor store, or your favorite bars around the state. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Sweet. Of course, our good friends at Woods Comfort Systems, it's starting. These mornings are a little cool. I know your heaters are popping on, and some of you aren't excited about the way the temperature is staying. Well, call Woods Comfort Systems and let their technicians get out there and get that fixed for you before you get to some real cold and things aren't working properly. I got my heater not on yet, BK. Haven't flipped it on. Haven't made the move yet to it. 40 degrees at night, 38, not bothering me. This house is well insulated. The folks at Woods have done such a great job of insulating, the outside and the inside of my home. I can't be happier right now. Nothing's on. No furnace, no heat, no air conditioning. But once again, over the next couple of days, the temperature may rise and then it may get back down to cold again. You want everything working properly. And Woods Comfort Systems for close to 70 years in Central Texas has been doing heating and, of course, air conditioning. But now they also do plumbing. If you're good at two other things, why not throw a third thing in there? And now they're great at plumbing. So if you got any problems with your plumbing system, do call on our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. They are the very best, and nobody does it better.
WoodsComfortSystems.com and also the very best, Ryan Hurricane Hecht.
There you go.
Go to personal injury attorney right here in Austin, a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer. He is a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. He's been a friend of mine for more than a decade, and he's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade. And the best part, you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht can get money in your pocket. He's aggressive in court, but he's very compassionate with clients, and he is going to fight like hell to make things right. Austin-based, Texas proud, a friend of the show, and a fighter for the people. Don't let the insurance companies push you around after a personal injury. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open and let him flood your wallets with cash. 512-938-8929. You can find out more information online at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
And once again, a wonderful shout out to our veterans out there. Thank you so very much for what you do for us. We do appreciate it. For years and years, I didn't know, my dad never talked about it. He was a veteran of the Korean War. My father spent 2 years in Korea. Never once told the story until, as he got to be an older man, told my sister about Korea and what kind of war that was and how cold and miserable it was. But he wanted to do it. He wanted to do it for his country. And, sad I never got to hear any stories about that, but it was good to know that my dad was just a part of that veteran group that went and fought, and all those Vietnam vets and Korean vets and World War II. Thank you so very much. We do appreciate you for what you do, keeping our freedoms. And please be safe as you get into your waning years. Enjoy your life in an America that's free. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well said right there. Shout out to all of our veterans out there today and every day. All right, Buck, this is interesting here. How about some odds for the college football coaching carousel?
Okay.
Of course, a number of big jobs open around the country right now. And we'll go in alphabetical order here, and we'll focus on just the power jobs that are currently vacant. We'll start with Arkansas. The current favorite to be the next head coach at Arkansas is Ryan Silverfield. He's the current head coach at Memphis. For a long time, James Franklin was the Vegas favorite there. He is no longer number one. It is Ryan Silverfield. At Auburn, for a while, Kenny Dillingham, the head coach at Arizona State, was the favorite. Now it's John Sumrall, who is the Tulane head coach. Florida, for a while, Eli Drinkwitz, the Missouri head coach, was favored. Now it's Lane Kiffin.
Uh-oh.
Do they know something that we don't know? Remember, this Saturday, Florida plays at Ole Miss. The Lane Kiffin Bowl.
You'll see all the representatives from Florida in the around the locker room.
I'm just going to be watching there. Oh, man, if I'm an Ole Miss fan, I'm peeing my pants.
Oh, man.
Nervous about that one. So that's interesting. Lane Kiffin now the Vegas favorite there. How about this? This is where maybe all of these other odds lose all of their credibility. The current favorite to be the next head coach at LSU. Care to guess, Buck?
Ed Orgeron.
No.
They're not playing that Nick Saban game.
Nick
That's not on
Saban, the Verbo guy.
Saturday let you in 5 minutes early at his Verbos.
2-1 right now to be the next head coach at LSU. Of course, he's already coached there, won a national championship there.
That's the same group that's worried about paying $54 million to keep Brian Kelly now that he's suing them.
Yeah, that's a crazy story right there.
Yeah, what do you think Nick Saban's gonna? You don't think Nick Saban's gonna want some settlement money?
Yeah, well, Saban will take. I mean,
and buy out.
Yeah, they'll pay him a ton. I mean, if they're going to hire Nick Saban, it's going to have to be like $15 million a year. I think the highest paid coaches right now are at like 12 to 13.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So Saban's going to have to obviously be above them. 15 million at least. He's the favorite. Lane Kiffin, number 2. Joe Brady, number 3 for LSU's next full-time head coach.
Huh, it's interesting.
There's no way. There's no way, right?
No.
He's done.
No, he and Miss Terry, they're done. They're grandkids. They're messing around with their grandkids. That guy's got such a fun job on Saturdays, running around campus to campus, watching that goof McAfee go crazy, just enjoying, the younger brand of entertainment, eating good. I mean, private jets. Why the hell does he want to go back to that shit?
Yeah, I'm sure a big part of him misses coaching. I think coaches always miss at least some parts of coaching.
Go coach your grandson's peewee team or something.
But I think he left. I think a big reason why he left college football when he did was because of how much the sport has changed. NIL and the portal and all of these things that he didn't have to deal with for a long time.
And once you get away from it, you're right. And once you get away from it and learn what the system is and how they do it, then you start wanting to get back in, because now people have told you how they do it, how this works, how the NIL deals work. Sort of like Dabo, who wouldn't go to it. Now he's doing it and saying, you know what? It's not as bad as they say it is.
Yeah. And to Saban's credit, Saban did adapt. Like Dabo was already not adapting, and he started dying before Saban hung him up.
For sure.
Saban was making changes. He was using NIL. He was using the portal. It's not like he was a dinosaur. I'm not going to do it.
Oh, no.
He just didn't want to deal with it as much, and I don't blame him, because there's never been more that has gone into being a college football head coach than there is in 2025. So, yeah, I don't think Nick Saban does it. Obviously, if you're LSU, you got to call and see if he's interested, because that'd be the biggest hire that you could make by far. But I don't think that's going to happen. Oklahoma State, Eric Morris, the new favorite. He's the head coach at North Texas right now.
Makes sense.
For Penn State, Brian Hartline, who is Ohio State's offensive coordinator and wide receivers coach, the favorite. Could you imagine if Penn State, they obviously poached Jim Knowles, the Buckeyes defensive coordinator, away from them last year. Now they go take their offensive coordinator and a former Buckeye player and Brian Hartline to be their head coach.
That's a good shot.
Man, that would be wild. Eli Drinkwitz.
You keep Jim Knowles around, you're going to keep him around anyway.
Well, you know who I want to be Penn State's head coach?
Who's that?
Mike Elko.
Why, you're not afraid of him. You don't want him out.
Yeah, I want him out. He's doing a good job. I think Texas is going to win that game, but he's clearly doing a good job. So I think it would also be hilarious that, A&M thought they had their best baseball coach ever with Jim Flop. And then he got poached after a couple of years. And then they think they've got like this football coach is finally going to lead them to the promised land. And then he gets poached after 2 years.
Jersey guy in College Station. They do have some beef in Jersey. They have Jersey cows. So, but they got a lot of beef down there for that dude to eat out of College Station.
Texas is a good place to be big for sure. It is.
Barbecue. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've got the food thing figured out. I don't know about College Station in particular. I'm sure they've got some stuff there, but you're close enough to Houston and to Austin to where
that guy's been eating Jersey Mike's all his life,
Is that healthy enough for him?
That's too healthy.
Yeah. That's what I meant. That's how
He's
I
a
meant.
Philly
to phrase it.
cheesesteak guy.
Yeah, no, he's going like large Philly cheesesteak, and then he
Oh,
takes
they do extra larges now.
Yeah, he's for him they do. He keeps winning. He can get a 2XL. That's fine.
Hey, that is not me talking. That's BK.
What do you mean that's not you talking? You were the one talking. What do you mean that's not you talking?
No, it's not me talking about. So this is the size of Mike Elko. I'm just talking about his.
You're talking about him eating food. Can he eat food good up there? You brought this up.
He has to eat well.
We all have to eat well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Even the 6XL wearers like Mike Elko. We got to eat well.
6XL.
Sure, he wears a freaking dress on the sideline, man.
I want him staying. I want him to stay.
All right. For UCLA, Jed Fish, who's the Washington head coach, is the favorite. And then here's an interesting one. You cannot bet on Virginia Tech's next head coach right now because James Franklin has taken so much action that they had to take the whole thing off the board.
Really?
People are skeptical. Like somebody found something about James Franklin and they know he's going to take that gig. And now you can't even bet on it anymore because too much money was coming in.
Yeah, which means that's the only gig he was offered. Or that came first and said, we will take you tomorrow. And he said, I'm not waiting for anybody else. I don't want to take that chance.
Yeah, we haven't even hit the off season yet. We're not even
I know.
close. So no one can obviously hire anybody yet. But yeah,
we know how that works.
James Franklin to Penn State. He's going to be coaching. I think it's an SEC school next year. But if it's Virginia Tech, obviously I'd be wrong. But yeah,
not Auburn with those. They can't. They can't be denied at Auburn.
He'd be so perfect for Auburn because Auburn doesn't win big games and he doesn't win big games. That's a match made in heaven right there, isn't it?
It is.
Those two belong to each other. They were meant for each other.
That dude can coach, man. I mean, not coach, but he can recruit. He can talk a hungry dog off a meat wagon. He's done a great job in recruiting.
James Franklin's a good coach. Like, let's not get it twisted.
No.
Again, I know what he was against top 5 and top 10 teams, but you don't have all the success that he had and not be a good coach. Like that, if there's a narrative out there that says he doesn't know what he's doing, that's ridiculous. He would be a very good hire for Virginia Tech. He'd be a very good hire for Arkansas. He'd be a very good hire for Auburn. He'd be a very good hire for Kentucky.
He'd be right back at Vandy if their guy decided to take one of these gigs or
sure. I'm not saying LSU should get him or Florida should want him, but like these mid-tier power conference jobs, they should be doing whatever they can to make James.
Yeah, that way Vandy can still just stay that little Cinderella story if James Franklin went there. Once Pavi is gone and their head coach decides to take one of these other jobs, which now the more I think about it, BK, when we talked about it a couple of weeks ago, I got to be crazy not to take a $10 million job. Vandy's that ride is about to come to an end.
Well, they can pay him $10 million at Vandy. He can have a $10 million job and stay right where he is. It's not money. It's just, does he want to, go to a place that has more history of winning if he gets offered? So
especially the ones that are, especially the names of these jobs that are open right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if LSU or Florida come calling, I think Clark Lee's going to have a very tough time saying no.
I'd say he would have a hard time.
But maybe they won't call and he won't have a decision to make. I think he likes what he's built at Vanderbilt and he feels like they can win there. And I don't think he would leave for like a Virginia Tech or an Auburn or an Arkansas, which in the past a Vanderbilt coach would leave for any of those gigs in a heartbeat.
And I still think he would leave for Auburn if that were on the table. You don't think so?
No, that'd be dumb. That'd be dumb for him, I think. Because you don't have to play Alabama and Georgia every year if you're at Vanderbilt. You do if you're at Auburn.
Yeah, you got to see those people every year.
Those people, yeah. So there you go. There's your updated college football coaching odds from our friends out in Vegas. Again, the biggest headline there, Nick Saban, 2-1 favorite to take over for Brian Kelly at LSU. Speaking of firings, congratulations to Mavericks fans everywhere.
Yes.
News dropped right after our show ended yesterday. Finally, the Dallas Mavericks fired Nico Harrison. Mavs owner Patrick Dumont released a letter to Mavs fans after the news broke saying, quote, "No one associated with the Mavericks organization is happy with the start of what we all believed would be a promising season. You have high expectations for the Mavericks, and I share them with you. When the results don't meet expectations, it's my responsibility to act. Though the majority of the 25-26 season remains to be played, and I know our players are deeply committed to a winning culture, this decision was critical to moving our franchise towards a positive, forward in a positive direction, end quote. The Dumont letter.
This decision was made because you won't have any fans if this decision didn't get made.
100%. Yeah, Dumont's letter did not reference the Luka Doncic trade, but everybody knows the reason this happened is because the Luka Doncic trade, which everyone knew was going to go horribly wrong, has gone horribly wrong. So, yeah, I mean, the Mavs were losing money. Their 23-year sellout streak came to an end this season. And, I mean, look at the internet. Like, look at Mavs games. There's so many pieces of evidence that Mavs fans are just checked out, and they don't care right now. They're not spending their money on the team. They're not spending their time on this team. And, you know, when it starts to affect ownership, that's when ownership has to step in and do something. Like Dumont was at the game the other night when Mavs fans were chanting "Fire Nico" on the final possession of a one-score game. Like, he hears that. He knows what the fans think, and he sees all the empty seats at American Airlines Center every game. So this had to happen. I mean, it should have happened right after the trade. Never should have happened. Buck, it should have happened when Nico Harrison went to Patrick Dumont and said, "I think I want to trade Luka." He should have been fired right there. It's like, you really?
So nobody else knew what was going on. Just fire him right there that day.
Don't tell anybody about this. I'm going to fire you right now unless you like leave and just never bring that up again.
Yes.
And instead, Dumont is not a basketball guy. Like, he just trusted Nico. He's like, you know what? Nico put together this roster that made the finals 2 years ago. So he must know what he's doing. So if he says he wants to trade Luka Doncic, then maybe I'll listen. And Nico was able to convince him that this was the right move for the Mavs to make. And obviously, total disaster. The Mavs are 3-8 right now, second worst record in the West. The Lakers are 8-3. Luka's right there with Wemby as your two MVP candidates in the very early stages of the season. And the Mavs are a total train wreck with absolutely no future to speak of right now.
Starting all over again.
Well, they need to. Like, they need to trade Anthony Davis. They're not going to obviously get a Luka Doncic bag for him, but they've got the problem is the Mavs only have one of their next 4 first-round picks. And it's this year, which is good because they're really bad. But they traded first-round picks to try to build around Luka before they traded Luka. So they need to trade.
You got Flagg, who's he's going to get better and better.
Yeah.
But he's going to be left to try to get better, and he's going to end up getting worn out here over the next couple of years.
Well, you got to rebuild around him. Like, you were bad when you got Luka. Like, you have to, I would trade Anthony Davis and get what you can for him. You can get some young players and picks, great. If it's just picks, whatever. He's got no purpose for you right now. You hope he gets healthy for a little bit, plays great for 10 games, and then you trade him right there while his value is as high as it's going
before he gets hurt again.
Right, exactly. I would trade Kyrie Irving too. I know he's a great locker room guy. He's been an awesome culture fit in Dallas, but he's really valuable. Someone's going to want that dude. He can help a team win a championship. I would trade him. And I think Klay Thompson maybe is the most obvious trade piece. Like, that guy, you only brought him in to play next to Luka Doncic. He looks awful without Luka. I don't know if dating Megan Thee Stallion is helping his game either.
Probably not.
He's more focused on getting home instead of putting up extra shots after a game ends. But yeah, I mean, this is why the Mavs did it right now. It's like, you're going to have to start selling. You don't want the dumbass who sold Luka to be the guy in charge of the other trades that are going to shape the future of your franchise. Make it happen right now. And the healing process can begin, Buck. It's a long way. It's a long process, and there's still plenty of Mavs fans who are
the young Spurs continue to get better, and Houston.
Yeah. That doesn't help Mavs fans either. The two big rivals in state. The Spurs are number 2 in the West right now. The Rockets are really good. I think they're 7-3, something like that. That doesn't help. The Lakers, the team you traded Luka to, is awesome. And then really your 3 biggest regional rivals, because Oklahoma City is a regional rival too. Those 3 teams are all great as well. And you had it. You're in the finals 2 years ago. You had it. And then you intentionally forget shooting yourself in the foot, Buck. They shot themselves in the head.
Yeah, they sabotaged the whole thing.
Right in the eye, like you did to that deer. They shot themselves right in the eye.
What a sabotage. Saboteur. The saboteur got him.
Yeah, dumbass. And they also, you call him saboteur. I call him a dumbass. Look at this. This is breaking. They just built this outside of crypto.com arena in Los Angeles. A statue of former Mavs GM Nico Harrison has gone up.
That didn't take long.
Yep, they gave him Luka, and there. Congratulations to Nico Harrison getting a statue erected. Not in Dallas where he was working. It's usually how it works.
Where does that dude gonna ever work again?
Probably LA. If I'm Rob Pelinka, I'm like, hey man, you hooked us up with Luka, I'll hook you up with the job. You could be my assistant.
There you go.
Yeah, he'll get a job somewhere, probably LA. And boy, that'll really make Mavs fans happy.
Oh,
Then
really?
like,
If you went to LA?
Collusion. What's going on here?
Wow.
Terrible. All right, so there's your good Mavs news for you. But again, there's going to be a lot of bad Mavs news coming up because this team stinks. All right, how about our Florida parent story? We can bring Double R. I see him in the waiting room for this one.
What's up, boys?
What's happening, man?
Good, man.
Gentlemen, you've heard of Florida man. You've heard of Florida woman. We've even had Florida kid make an appearance on this show from time to time. How about Florida parents here?
That's a scary. How about that, Ryan? That's scary.
Yeah, man, the offspring. Yikes.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give you the headline here first. Florida parents arrested after 4-year-old twins allegedly shoot themselves with loaded gun stashed under couch cushion. I don't feel too bad sharing this story because the kids are alive. I'll go ahead and mention that first. We wouldn't bring this up if the kids died. It'd be like a horrible, awful tragedy. I mean, it is horrible and awful, but thankfully, kids are okay. But a Florida couple was thrown behind bars after their 4-year-old twins shot themselves with a loaded handgun they found stuffed under a couch cushion, a weapon their mom had allegedly forgotten to secure following a night of drinking.
Whoa!
39-year-old Kishara Goodrum and 40-year-old Maurice Wayne Bright Jr., not very bright, were arrested Saturday after the young twins suffered critical gunshot wounds, including one to the arm, when the boys discovered the gun while playing in the living room of their Orlando home.
Wow.
The careless mom said that she was drinking heavily the night before and stashed her gun under a couch cushion in the living room because she wasn't wearing clothing with a waistband, according to the affidavit. The next morning, the parents were busy in the house when they heard a loud pop. The mom, who was making breakfast for her kids, ran out of the kitchen and found one boy with a bullet wound near his arm. While rushing to the local hospital, the allegedly negligent couple realized the other boy had a large amount of blood on his shirt and was also shot. They didn't even realize two kids had gunshot wounds. They thought it was just one. They're driving one kid to the hospital, and all of a sudden, oh, he's bleeding too.
Wow. Now you're talking about a nightmare for a parent or a nightmare of parents.
I was going to say, I'm sure that's a nightmare for a parent, but like, you can't have them under the couch cushion, parents.
No.
Like, and loaded too?
That's the thing. It's like get the bullets or the clip or whatever the hell. I mean, dislodge that. I mean, how excessive was the drinking? Jeez Louise.
Yeah. We'll do a little screen share here so you could see the criminals. Here's the mom. Would you guys?
Oh.
No.
No.
How many drinks?
Not even with yours.
How many drinks?
Not even with my day of drinking. No.
Yeah, I don't.
No.
Not quite, man. Not quite.
What's wrong? I mean, it's
no.
Beautiful.
Ain't enough. No.
Right there.
No, that's not enough. No. Like you said, right? That's not enough.
I just can't do that.
I can't. Plus, I can't drink enough.
There's no amount of drinks in the world that would get you there. Here's the guy, by the way, because we're equal opportunity screen sharers here on this show. What about with him? You guys interested in him? Since clearly you're not interested in women, so you interested in the dude?
I probably more interested in that dude than that other dude.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the twins remain hospitalized in critical but stable condition. Police said that 3 other firearms were also found in the home. And Goodrum was the woman, the mother of children, was charged with 2 counts of child neglect with great bodily harm. And the father was hit with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Oh, I didn't even see that story. The dad's a convicted felon.
Yeah, of course.
Well, yeah, there's a good chance that that those kids won't be living with them anymore anyway.
Yeah. See, CPS needs to be on the, and I'd love to see if there's going to be a follow-up here. I mean, I totally understand, having firearms and to protect yourself and so forth, but why so many? Why so many? What else is going on here?
You only got 2 hands.
Right? If he's a convicted felon, there might be a little more to this story, boys.
Yeah, that's what's going on here is Dad did something and he's worried that people are coming after him, so he's got to make sure he's locked and loaded.
Yeah.
Including in the couch cushion.
In the couch cushion. Yeah, that is just
easy access.
I mean, that's just stupid. That's just.
How does he legally have a gun if he's a felon?
It sounds like,
get a gun.
Sounds like he doesn't. That was the charge.
What's that?
That was one of the charges.
Right, but I'm like, you can't have a gun legally if you're a felon.
That's probably why the mom took the blame. She's like, I was the one drinking. I was the one who put the gun under the couch cushion. I bet she was being a good woman, taking one for the team.
To my understanding, it can't even be in the house.
Maybe it can't. Maybe this guy's going back to jail for a little bit.
That guy, they're both going to jail for a little bit.
Yeah, and they have 5 kids, by the way. Only two got shot.
Wow.
There are 5 kids in the house when that incident happened.
The other ones were sitting having bowls of Cheerios.
The other ones were playing with nunchucks and knives, I believe.
Yeah. The other 3 were chained up in the backyard. Jeez.
Here's Wags. Since you weren't on a moment ago, I'll ask you the how many beers question with the mother of these children.
Mother of children.
Yeah. Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Coach.
Would you?
It's going to take a lot. Yeah, it's going to take a lot. That's going to take a handle for me.
She does have some bedroom eyes.
Well,
there you go. Look at Wags finding the best in people.
Good job by you, Wags.
She doesn't meet our standards. She doesn't meet our standards, right, Buck?
No, she does not.
Which is bad for these 4 people.
Absolutely.
On this broadcast here.
Yeah, because we're very high standards. All right,
we set the standard.
Here's both of them together. If I should have maybe found this picture a little bit earlier. So there you go. There's the unhappy couple.
It's homecoming king and queen right there.
Dude, they got a gun in the cushions of the couch. I mean, there's got to be better places to put the guns in there.
Exactly. That's just not good, man. You sit on that damn thing and could have a negligent discharge.
Yeah. Yeah, I respect like my dad had guns in the house growing up, but they were like locked in a safe. I knew where they were. I didn't know where the key was, but like they were locked away, hidden. I don't think I ever saw one.
Yeah,
we don't have a gun in the house.
Or put them elevated at least to where the cheering can't get a hold of them. If you got kids running around, kids are nosy.
Dude, believe me, you can't hide that. You can't hide the penthouses there. You can't hide them up in the attic. You can't hide them up the top shelf underneath the sweaters. They'll find it all. So they're going to find a gun.
Yeah.
What part of Florida was this, BK?
The Orlando area.
Oh, Orlando. Dang.
Yeah.
Oh,
wonderful Orlando.
Disney. This was
these
a
people
Disney
work for Disney, probably. That's what's screwing up my YouTube. By the way, I'm almost done with my free FUBU deal. I'm still having to pay for YouTube.
Did you claim your $20?
I still haven't gotten that email yet.
Do you have YouTube TV?
I'm on FUBU. I haven't. No, I'm not going back. She says, "What happens if they come back before the last payment on the 24th?" I'm like, I don't care. I'm not going back now.
Oh, you're out of YouTube.
That's how they get you.
You could still get $20 though. You can get that $20 credit before you cancel if you haven't canceled yet.
It'll cost me $16 to get it, probably.
No, you just got to do a click on a button, man. No,
yeah, well, it is
really worth $4.
People are pissed off about it because, like, the right thing to do would be, hey, we'll either just take $20 off your next month bill, or we'll just credit your credit card or whatever we have on file with $20. But instead, you have to like go to their website, log in, scroll to this page, scroll down here, accept the terms and agreements, click this tiny button in the corner, and then maybe if you give a blood sample, you can get your $20.
They make it very hard to retrieve it.
Some place just sent me a check back that I overpaid some. I don't know if it's the toll or whatever. They sent me a check for like $9.60. And Joyce said, "What are you going to do? You need to just go ahead and put that in the bank." That thing has been sitting on my desk.
Bank?
I'm like, that thing's been sitting on my desk over there with some papers for like 2 months. She goes, "You know that it'll run out. The expiration date will run out on that thing shortly. I'm like, I'm not walking into the bank with this $9 deal.
That's
So
a
just
monopoly
give it to
card,
them.
isn't it?
Give it to them, and they'll just put it in your account. I said, why couldn't they just put it in there? You know, if I use credit cards for something, why don't they just put it back on the credit card? Why do they send you? Why are they wasting money on that? You know, and by the way, Wags, I told you the guy at the DAV guy who meets me at the store now tells me that you know, and I give to the DAV. I just do that. Disabled veterans. And I said, dude, I give like 4 times a year. And he goes, well, we'd like for you to do something different. I'm like, well, I'm sure you would. You'd like for me to give you $1 million.
Give 10 times a year.
Yeah, do something different, like give you more than $25. I'm like, yeah, I like to do something. I said, but you guys keep sending me stuff with like little magnets and 3 extra pens and all these little scrap papers. I said, that's got to cost you money, guys. I said, is there a new system, or do you get that all for free? I said, all that can't be for, you're sending thousands of those out. It can't be for free, right?
No, they haven't adapted to the new ways of advertising yet. They're still.
Is that what it is? Yeah, that's what, and you're absolutely right, because that's what the guy said. This is our new plan. He said the reason we do that, we keep pumping that stuff at people so that they remember it's coming. It's a mental thing to keep. I said, but that's costing you money, and I'm only giving you like $25 a pop. I mean,
that's why they need you to do something different this year.
Oh, Wags.
That's why they need you to do something. You know what? The veterans just don't get enough, right? Did they lean on you with that shit too?
No, they just leaned on the different ways of doing it. And I guess somebody else must come up to him and say, listen, I got enough stamps or return address with Christmas stuff on it from like 5 years ago. And he said, this is the new way we have to do things. We want to see you in person. We want to get you on a system, where we can get you a credit card and we can take it out every fall. Instead of us sending you this damn paper that we're paying thousands of dollars in pens and these little items.
Doing trees.
Yeah. I'm like, they don't get all that stuff for free. I thought it was like some companies giving that the end of the paper and giving it to the veterans for free. He goes, no, that comes out of our bill. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
It's weird, guys, because like when I go do some events for the other work, I'll give out like little scratch pads, with the company logo up on top, and people go ape shit over those things. It's like, and then if you run out, I need more scratch pads. Where's the scratch pads? I'm like,
way.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got enough notepads and return address stickers to last my entire lifetime.
Oh, I got address stickers. I mean, I've got more Christmassy little things. I send Christmas stuff away, because I mail everything. So I send the return address, and there's snowflakes on it in June. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Well,
you put a picture of yourself on there?
No.
I got
so much of that.
That YouTube thing, I don't think it's not going to be resolved anytime soon. It sounds like it's the government closure. It sounds like they're on totally opposite sides over here. I don't think that's going to get resolved at any point.
Well, they're going to lose a lot of people here shortly if they haven't. But as BK said, you're not really a sports fan if you haven't got away from them by now.
That's all I'm saying. You got to switch.
Hey, BK, if you could do me a favor, could you stay on with Double R for 1 second? My contractor needs my passcode one more time. I'm very sorry.
Just put your passcode out over the air. What's your passcode?
Somebody will come over and help you out.
Yeah.
Rodney will be in my backyard swimming here.
Yeah, I'm ready to go swimming already, man.
Of course, you're the only one that puts skinny dipping up when my wife makes a comment.
Do you like that?
No. I'll be right back.
All right.
And his wife replied, said, I can't wait. So, I mean,
yeah.
Oh,
by the way, here's when Wags will be away.
Yeah. Oh, look out.
Yeah. Nicely done. What's on the docket today, Double R?
Well, we got to break down the college football bracket that's out. I think it's still a little bit early to be doing that, but that's okay. It makes for intriguing conversation with what's still to go right there. So we'll dig into that. Probably talk a little Nico Harrison. I gotta go at Wags with the New York Giants. Sounds like the Crab Man may be getting the start this week. So talk a little NFL, Texas, Georgia, all of that and more.
Yeah, who's getting that Giants job?
Oh, man, we told you the favorite yesterday was Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin is currently the Vegas favorite to be the head coach of the Florida Gators and the New York Giants next year. Can he do both?
Well, and I heard, I mean, when that all started, it's like that they may really go at Bill Belichick. And it's like, does he want to get back in the NFL? Is that more what he and Jordan are tailored to right now?
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you for bringing it up.
and unlike the Pittsburgh coach, Narduzzi, at least Belichick says, I'm focused on Wake Forest right now.
There you go.
Instead of, we don't care if we lose by 100 points to Notre Dame. That is, BK, that may be close to one of the top 5 dumbest things I've ever heard a coach say. I mean, like a real coach that's a head coach at any level of sports.
Yeah, did you hear this, Double R? We played this at the very start of our show.
No, I missed that.
So Pittsburgh hosts Notre Dame this weekend. That's where College Game Day is. It's a top 25 matchup. College football playoff implications on the line. Notre Dame, obviously number 9 right now. And if they win out, they'll presumably be in the field of 12. Here was Pat Narduzzi on Monday. He was asked if this is a must-win game for his Pitt Panthers against Notre Dame.
Absolutely not. It is not an ACC game. I'm glad you brought that up. It's not an ACC game. I gladly get beat 103 or 110 to 10 in that game. They can put 100 up on us as long as we win the next 2 after that. But again, our focus is on Notre Dame and getting as many wins as we can.
Ooh, was that real?
Yeah.
Wow.
It'd be by 100. They don't care.
I would gladly lose 103 to 110 to 10. Why 10? Why not just get shut out at that point, Pat?
Yeah,
I
got to believe my AD the president would be calling my AD going, that's the guy that you want to keep as the head coach here at our university?
You would think, I mean, sometimes you see with like high school football matchups to where a coach you would think would say something like that. If it's, you insert the 2 schools where it's going to be totally out of control. But come on, man. You can think it, but don't say it. Don't say it. I'm not going to run through a wall for that guy.
No, I know there's not a chance.
Yeah.
You go out there and risk your life on the football field for that guy.
Huh?
Yeah.
We're like treating this as a scrimmage this weekend.
Yeah.
You might as well have said that.
High school, Buck, who do you have? Lake Travis Round Rock? Is that
Lake Travis Round Rock on Friday?
That'd be good. Good old rivalry there.
At the Palace on Palmer.
Oh, nice.
That way I can get out to the Lee Kitchen and Tavern and get myself a meal.
Cool. Good.
I'd have to come see you on that one. That's right down the road.
It's going to be a little bit of breakfast there. There's going to be breakfast at dinner for me.
That's what I'm talking
Never
about.
a bad time for a little bacon and eggs, my friends.
Bacon
All right, I got to get going. I got to let McCall in.
Mike McCall there again.
Of course.
Thanks for staying on a little bit longer.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you guys. Yeah, man. Welcome to Chaos Theory. We are already chaotic, man. Almost done. Final inspection today, brother. We are out of here, man.
Yeah, and I've got like I told you in our little pre-show sesh that we always have. It's like, yeah, man, I got people coming here, and I specifically said, if at all possible, please don't come between 9 and 10, and you just wait. 9.
Oh yeah, they'll be here at 9, and they'll probably say, if at all possible, please come between 9 and 10, right?
Yeah. Read it wrong. Yeah, that's about the way that goes. So how you doing, buddy? You're almost
good, man. Good. Had watched a little bit of college hoops last night. Treated to an awesome game if you're into rivalry basketball there. Louisville and Kentucky. Also watched some Caps last night take down the Hurricanes. Yeah, man. What do you want to get into first? Where do you want to
go? Let's dive in. Let's talk some college football playoff bracket, man. It's out. It's out, right?
First and foremost, before we bring it up and pull it up, are you going to pull it up on the screen or
yeah,
make it large? Before we pull it up, though, I felt a little bit better. I liked having the chip on the shoulder last week, right? I enjoy being the team looking in, right? Yep. I enjoy being the last team in. Right, it gives you something to keep driving for, and honestly, I know it's 4th and goal every day around here from here on out, but I still feel like you need that extra push driving you, right? That extra like that death, like leaning over your shoulder, just staring over your shoulder, trying to push you and motivate you, right? That's kind of what it is to look in, be on the outside looking in, going into this playoff. Us being in, great. It's 10. Anything can still happen, but I don't know. I like seeing that we have a tough tough little sled ride ahead of us, or a tough little job ahead of us to kind of, I don't know, make it in instead of kind of already being in.
It's really cool to wait. Well, I guess. I mean, it's going to be nail biting here the last month of the season, but just everything that's gone on, I mean, I still can't help but think, how in the hell is Texas still in a place to be able to control their own destiny, even though their destiny is going to be a very rocky one with what's left, but still you've put yourself in that spot. This team's been through a lot.
It's only 2 losses, but I think it's the way that they've won in non-cons, right? Like the real only convincing win was 55-0 with San Jose State, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like other than that, like sure, it started to pull away with Temple, but what started, and I keep going back to this, man, and I don't think it's going to come back to bite us in the ass because we've made changes to the offensive line, but even against Temple when they were rushing a 3-down front against our 5 guys, like they were able to get pressure, man. Like that can't be happening. That it's just, that's sacrilegious, dude. So
and it's still it's still the Texas stigma, because if you look across college football, I mean, other than Ohio State and maybe a couple of whatever's kind of the outliers there, teams are struggling to win. Everyone is struggling to win and struggles at various points. It just so happens that Texas struggled against what should have been the easiest part of the schedule, and of course it only magnifies everything and winning problems and all of that. So it's a lot, but this is where we go back to, like we mentioned earlier in the week, to where if you can peak at the right time, if you can get all your stuff together, and we talk about it, and I was thinking about this morning, as a matter of fact, with the Georgia thing, where that's kind of that thing that's in the back of your mind that you just can't get over. I'd love to see some short-term. I get the whole revenge factor. I get all of that. I totally get that. But at some point, get that short-term memory out of your mind and just go out there, wipe the slate clean, and just go out there and take care of business. Don't worry about the past failures. It's like when you get fired from a job, the hardest part is getting up off your ass and going to do it again. It's like, just go out there and beat them. I mean, I make it sound like it's nothing, but still, I hope that that's part of the mental part that we see this week.
I think the message, I'm pretty sure, I mean, I'm not in the locker room, but I would think that message going forward is, hey, one more loss and we're probably not in, right, guys? So like you said, we control our own destiny, but one more loss and we're not dancing. So there's not much room for failure here. You already got 2 more. There's just, and like Jake said before, there hasn't been enough chaos that's going on this season yet. Some might unfold here in the next couple of weeks, but until then, right now it looks pretty standard, and you kind of need to keep winning to get in. That's not breaking news. Here we go. Here, the 2025 updated projected bracket for your college football playoff here. The top 4 didn't change, clearly, right? But Miami back in the conversation. Double R. Can they hold going up? Well, I mean, that's probably a decent matchup against Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech would kind of wreck them, no pun intended there. Beck, not exactly the most mobile quarterback. It's a little fun breakdown, though. But the teams looking in right now, Oklahoma still outside looking in, trying to get to the party, and BYU now out with Texas in, my dude. Oh, and South Florida.
Yeah, South Florida gets in on the with the G group there, but the BYU being out, I mean, no surprise there. I was surprised, honestly, that Tech jumped Ole Miss. Everything that I had kind of gone into this last night, I thought that this projected thing, which again, way early anyway, that it would be Texas and Texas Tech, which that would be a whole hell of a lot of fun, I think. But little surprise there with that, where that garnered so much, for Tech, that they actually went ahead of Ole Miss. And Miami Miami's kind of in that track like Texas, to where it's like they've been counted out, I think at various points of the season. I had pretty high hopes for them starting out, but they've managed to claw their way back in here, I guess through attrition. And boom, there they are. So
I'd say probably the best matchup of this scenario moving forward. 8-9 is obviously, pretty down to the wire there. But I mean, even moving forward now, I think where Oregon's at with the way that their offense is, I mean, Moore's fans. I had Moore as a Heisman Trophy, candidate, for at least half the season. I'm not so sure now. I think it's clearly Mendoza's. I thought Moore could
Yeah.
contest for it, but Fernando Mendoza is just kind of running away with this thing at this point. But yeah, this is a great matchup. Notre Dame versus Oregon. I still think I don't want to give it just because Oregon's in the 8. I think the Ducks' offense is fantastic, right? I still have some questions about their offense or their defense rather.
Yeah.
Can Notre Dame muster enough offense to to put up or a production rather against an offense that fires, seemingly on all cylinders almost every week, right? Like, you almost got to score 40 just to beat Oregon. So
yeah, I don't think that they would win that game. And in my opinion, Notre Dame is in such a good spot right now to where with what they have left, I mean, if they just win, they're going to continue to elevate themselves. You know what I mean? Because they're going to get in. I mean, it's going to take a radical bad thing to happen for them to get. I don't see how they don't get in, to be honest with you, Wags, but they're just kind of sitting there. And I mean, honestly, I like this setup here, like for Texas there at 10, taking on Ole Miss. If you can go win that game against the Fighting Lane Kiffins, and then with Indiana, I like that matchup. And then boom, hell, maybe you get that next matchup, which would be a rematch, I guess. They're against your arch rival.
I can't find a better picture than that. Do you have a better picture than that, or
no? That's magnified.
Don't worry about it. I'm trying. My eyes are terrible. I can put my glasses on, but I can't find them.
Yeah. Anyway, so kind of the way well, you had them all. I mean, and the matchups there, that Miami and Texas Tech, that would be. I think Tech takes care of them. Tech.
How do you feel about Ole Miss and Texas right now out of the gate?
I think I would probably lean to Texas to win with defense, but there's just so much of this where what do we get from the offense? Is the offense with the offensive line changes that's so much of it to me that's even going to factor in this week. Is the offense really fixed to where we can have all these conversations about the offense looks like it's fixed, based off the second half, the game before, and then the game that we just saw, and that's where this Saturday is going to answer a lot of questions. It's going to answer a whole lot of questions with this whole Texas offense thing, because that's still the underlying question to me. And a lot of that's going to be based on play calling. I hope it's a play calling shift, what we saw in the last game against Vanderbilt. To be TBD, to be determined. I guess we'll find out.
That's one hell of a breakdown to me. I'm trying to find Ole Miss's defense here, where they're ranked. Ole Miss is ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're top 20. I would say right outside of the top 20. So they have a defense that yields 3,000, yards per game. 323. They yield 323 total yards. We yield 314 total yardage. So Ole Miss's defense is pretty formidable, right? I would say that their way that they can attack, their scheme of attack is pretty impressive too. I mean, how they've just seemingly found, a quarterback that they can roll for the next 3 years, man. So we'll see. And we all know that Lane can orchestrate one hell of a offensive firepower, right? So if this scenario continues to hold through and hold tight between the 10 and the 7 with, Texas being the 10 and Ole Miss being the 7, that's kind of a nightmarish matchup for our defense, in my opinion. I think that, you go up against a savvy offense, probably, one of the best games on the slate right now, besides that Oregon Notre Dame game that I was talking about. That Indiana Texas A&M, it wouldn't roll out like that. We'd have to wait and see what the winners were from that. But if that were to move forward, Texas A&M's offense going up against Texas, or I guess Indiana's defense, I can't really say that Indiana's got that great of a defense. Where are they at here on total yardage yielded? I don't see them. Or no. Excuse me. Their defense is pretty fucking ferocious too, man. They only yield 200 they only yield 257.
Yeah. And that's where, with this, and here's a great point from Rob. And Rob, you're not being a downer. You're just calling the truth right here, to where
Indiana might have something here, amigo. I mean, that's not
maybe.
breaking. Like, I was so blinded by their offense and so impressed by their offense, I wasn't really paying attention to their defense.
Yeah. Yeah. And they too. I mean, just kind of back to the whole point of just how college football is right now. I mean, they almost went down. I mean, imagine the chaos that would have ensued if they would have lost the other day. But to Rob's point right here, it is. This is really cool to talk about, and that's why this system is set up the way it is, why we're projecting still with a month to go in the season and so many impactful games still to go, to where we can sit here and kind of project, because it would. I mean, these would be great matchups, but this week right here for Texas, and I think the Florida, I heard the guys talk about this morning as well, to where the Florida loss to me could really loom bad, because I don't know if Florida's going to win another game. And that's why I was hoping that Florida could sneak in there and win one more against a more elite SEC team, to where it would put a little more weight in that loss, if that makes sense. If Florida could have done that again, but I don't know if they win another game. So I still think, and I heard them say this last night on the thing, to where you can see Texas in as a 3-loss team, but that's where the quality of loss and who you lose to and how you lose and all of that is going to factor in. So again, that's why the system is set up this way.
Fisher's fantastic, but I just wasn't on Indiana's. Like, I figured Indiana, sure, they played cupcakes, right? So their defense was going to be, have some decent numbers, decent stats. I didn't know that they would be this crazy. They just get off the field. That's the same with Ole Miss. Ole Miss gets off the field on third down. They don't. Yeah. They usually don't get worn down on long drives, right? If they do give up scores, it's usually home run hitters. But normally they really get off they know how to get off the field, on third down, and just kind of hand the ball back over to their offense, or force the opposition to kind of hand the ball back over to their offense.
And this is where I go back to with Tech, where I think the Tech can get got when you get into this, when you get into the playoff, because again, let's be realistic, and not to slam the Big 12. I mean, that's not the top quality league in the country right now, and their inability to score, right around the red zone area, that is going to get you when you get against this quality of competition. Now, I mean, let's say that they played Texas. Let's just say that it was a Texas matchup. This Texas defense, if they shut them down in the red zone, I mean, boom, there you go. I mean, great example right there against the Texas defense. So can they correct that? I don't know. And I think that's where they'll be exposed once you get into the playoff, because the quality of opponent is going to be so much greater than what you faced to this point.
I got to go back to this. Singleton didn't have 100 yards against Indiana, did he? I don't think they've allowed 100-yard rusher. I could be mistaken. Singleton only had 71 yards. Okay, he had 2 tutties. I think they given up. I could have sworn they've given up 100 yards to one run. Was it Michigan? No, I thought, was it Oregon? I doubt it though. No, it was only 59. All right, hey man, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Indiana's pretty damn well-rounded too, bro. I mean, obviously sitting there at the top of the boards for defense, they're in total defense with total yardage allowed. They're pretty damn nasty. I don't know, Texas. If that scenario were to play out, dude, Texas A&M's got some. I've been high. I'm known for loving Texas A&M's offense this year, right? Like, I think they got some toys to play with.
It's hard not
to,
dude.
Right? Marcel Reed's just got some firepower. Concepcion, might be one of the best. I mean, that's not breaking news. Might be one of the fastest wide receivers in the landscape here for college. And then Craver as well, man. So. Yeah, these boys can fly, man. It's gonna be a fun little matchup here if that's the scenario, right? And look, it sucks because that would mean that Texas is out. Okay,
yeah.
But I would love to go up against Indiana. I really would. I would love to see what Indiana has.
And the thing with, I mean, even Lane Kiffin was like, back to the A&M thing. And again, I hate to even, I'm just going to state the obvious here. Even Lane Kiffin is like, so what does A&M need to do to be number one? I mean, there are a lot of people, I think, that think Texas A&M should be number one in this bracket. I mean, this is from ESPN. They have the number one strength of record, which is supposed to be something the committee is going to really hone into. They have that 5 wins versus FPI top 35 teams. Ohio State has 4. They've beaten number 9 Notre Dame. Ohio State beat number 10 Texas. They played the 15th toughest schedule so far. Ohio State's played the 41st. So it's like there's a lot of folks arguing, well, why isn't A&M number 1? And that's, again, I think that's where a lot of this goes back to. That's Ohio State. And that's going to factor in as well. So this is going to shift around a lot.
Where the hell did Fernando Mendoza come from? Right?
Where was
Signetti plucked it? He's from Miami, right? But I mean, dude, he's probably, if I'm him, I'm leaving after this year, right? Like, you have a year like this, you're probably leaving. But I mean, damn, bro.
Yeah, well, and
I'm
that's
sitting here. For fantasy purposes, I'm sitting here thinking, all right, I'm kind of gonna, I guess I don't want to say sandbag, right? But make it somewhat competitive, make it look somewhat competitive, but kind of be at the bottom of the barrel so that I can try and get Arch, right? Especially if you're not going to win this year, you got to kind of make some type of move in Dynasty, at least, right? In Dynasty, you got to make some type of move to, I guess, make your season or make your future seasons more blossom better, right?
yeah.
Arch, I'm sitting here holding out for Arch, but what if you just go ahead and pull the string and go after Mendoza? I mean, Mendoza's got the pro type. He's got the body frame, man.
Well, and that's pro style offenses are a lot like college now, and I think that's why that transition is so much easier. But then again, it's going to all end up where he goes. If he goes to the Jets, that there's that. I mean, you go to a struggling franchise, and that tends to take away a lot of your productivity. Understandably, because you're going somewhere that there's a hell of a lot more need than just quarterback, but Fernando Mendoza has been exceptional. And you mentioned Marcel Reed. That dude has as well. And you didn't have a lot of chatter about Marcel Reed. When we talked about A&M in the offseason, it was like, yeah, Marcel Reed has the potential to, become a pretty good quarterback. He's a hell of a lot better than pretty good right now. He's got a hell of a supporting cast around him, Wags. That's the other part of it.
Well, Mendoza went out west first. How did Cal pluck him from Miami, right? And then 1,700 his first season out there out west, and then 3,000, put up 3,000 last year. So the dude can play, man. 16-6 last year. Dude's fantastic. And now, out of Indiana of all places, making a Heisman run with this thing. So
it wasn't even on anybody's radar. That's the thing where
it was on Signetti's radar.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like when we talked about Heisman favorites, I mean, who were we talking about? Arch, obviously, Nussmeier. We had
all the big names, right? All the big names. Sellers,
yeah, Mateer. Those were the guys.
Was Mateer preseason hype?
He had a little bit, I think that with him, it was, he could get to New York. I don't think with him, it was, he's going to win. Hell, it was Arch to lose, remember? But yeah, I think Mateer was one of those guys to where he could play good enough and get Oklahoma in a spot to where he could make the trip to New York. But I mean,
I just don't remember Mateer being preseason Heisman hype. I mean, I could be wrong. I just don't remember it.
But Nussmeier, I mean, when I watch that dude,
it fell apart for Nussmeier, man. I mean, you could sit here and you could argue that it was coaching. Coaching takes place with that too. But
and that's where I go. Where to me, and again,
it just fell apart for Nuss.
Yeah. We cover Texas, and we know what happened to Arch. But to me, I still gave Arch the benefit of the doubt because he didn't have the quality snaps.
I know, and all that speed LSU has too, which is just so. It wasted.
Yeah. Well, you saw who's a leader out of the clubhouse to be the next coach there. Nick Saban. Does Nick Saban leave the booth? Does he leave that cushy booth being fed by Pat McAfee to go coach LSU?
I'm not sure. Let me tell you about our friend Ryan Hurricane Hecht. I got to get ready and run downstairs real quick. New lawyer in town. You guys know this, man. He's not just new. He's been around our bird for a while now. When that storm hits, he is your go-to call. It's Ryan Hurricane Hecht. You just get the go-to personal attorney right here in our fair burger, Boston, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, wearing that burnt orange, drinking that burnt orange Kool-Aid, and fellow Texans for fellow Texans, man. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's that Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire, pride, and passion to the courtroom. And if you're injured in a car accident or if you got any type of personal injury, you just got to give our guy a call. 512-938-8929. Again, that number, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtLawFirm.com. Ryan at HECHTLawFirm.com. Tell them the crew from TSU sent you. All right, Double R, I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Yeah, you bet, man. Here's a comment here from Bear. Feinbaum, and the whole thing is Feinbaum's an SEC guy. And, if he's going to continue to be an SEC guy like he always will, I mean, hell, you better support UT. I mean, I think I looked up and I think their argument is, do 6 SEC teams belong in the top 12? And my answer is emphatically yes, because this goes back to quality of play. And I will sit here and tell you once again, guys, that with the whole narrative that the SEC is down because teams are losing and so forth and so on. Well, teams are losing in the SEC games that you didn't think that they would lose because other teams, you name them, Vandy, Ole Miss. I mean, these teams are teams that have elevated their program with this new college football model. And what that has done to me is it's done the complete opposite of what people are saying about the SEC, to where the conference has gotten weaker. If anything, it's made stronger, because we're not just talking about Georgia, Texas, Alabama. We're talking about all of them, and we're talking about Ole Miss. We're talking about Texas A&M. We're talking about Vandy. We're talking about all of these outliers that still have a chance to get themselves in the college football playoff. And that's why I will continue to say here that Texas has a chance. It's going to be a bitch to win out. It's the only thing I can tell you. But a 3-loss Texas can get in the college football playoff. So anyway, all right. Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. You're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. Man, there is one place to go, and it is covertbeecave.com. Here's Uncle Ronnie's agenda for you to do that. Jump online, see if they have what you're looking for in inventory, pick up the phone, make the phone call, because they're going to answer the phone, see if it's still there, take the beautiful ride out there. Hey, man, Saturday, it's a late game. 6:30 will be this game. You got all day to go out to Covert Bee Cave and find your new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out online at covertbeecave.com. Also tell you about McCall Custom Homes, looking for that outdoor renovation project. Weather's a little wishy-washy, a little all over the map right now. Maybe calling for some rain over the weekend, but you're going to have cold, hot. You know how it goes. But if you want to spend some time outdoors, say you have an old patio. I've got a neighbor that actually checks into the program. Hello, Scott. And he was telling me, I need to get my patio renovated. I'm going to call your man, Mike McCall. I said, absolutely. Give him a call. They will come in and get you all fixed up over there. The indoor space as well. Older house like mine. You want to get it a little more modern. You want to get it looking really, really nice. You want to add value to your home. That's what McCall Custom Homes has been doing for over 40 years. Father-son team right here in the Austin area, and they will take care of you as well. And the great news is, if you're a Texas Sports Unfiltered viewer or listener, free estimates right now when you make that call or text. 512-633-9580. Get that call in to Mike McCall. He and his team will come on out and put their heads together with yours and figure out what they're going to do to take care of you. They've been doing it, like I said, for over 40 years. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. I mean, the ratings are unbelievable. Go in there and check out the reviews. They've been doing this, and they would be happy to take care of you. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. 40 years, family-owned and operated right here in the Central Texas area. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. We build value into your home. Check them out today. Tell them you heard about them right here on TSU. Yeah, so that's the beauty of the college football rankings.
What were we talking about before when I left? Sorry, man.
Oh, we were, I don't remember, covertbeecave.com. Talking about
Wow.
Indiana. We were still talking about Fernando.
What were you talking about when I left?
Man, I absolutely
don't worry about it. You want to talk about college basketball? Did you watch any college basketball last night?
Remember. Yeah, I watched a little bit of the Louisville game. Watched a little bit. Man, I love college basketball because you can turn it on random Tuesdays or Wednesdays in the early season, and you get matchups like that. When Texas Duke. I mean, that's a great thing about it, and that's where, as we sit here breaking down college football playoff models in football, it's like tweaking and doing all this different shit. There's been BCS and all the bowl systems and all of this. And here's still college basketball to where you're still going to get it right at the end because you get these early season matchups. And if you drop one in the early season, that's all right. You just keep playing. That was a good one last night.
Kentucky struggled out of the gate, right? They couldn't get it going. And then they just struggled to find their shots too. And then thankfully, the second half, they were able to turn it up a little bit, but Louisville was just too much last night, man. I was hoping Chandler could get it going. He's had some ferocious dunks so far this year. I was hoping to see some type of spectacular stuff. But nah, man. Aberdeen was fantastic for Kentucky last night too. So I'm high on the Wildcats, right? But Louisville's pretty damn nasty, man. And they take the first bout in the Battle of Kentucky.
Yeah, Brown and Conwell way in the double digits there. So you had a lot there for Louisville, and that's like you said, early season matchup right here, a little slugfest back and forth. It was a slow, stumbling start for Kentucky. I'll be honest with you, that's why I turned it off. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll come back to it, and I never did. But yeah, good early season college basketball.
Yeah, got some hoops on tonight too for the Longhorns, man.
Got some Texas as they take on who is it? Fair to Midland. Who are they playing?
What?
Fair to Midland? No.
Florida.
Fairleigh Dickinson. Fairleigh Dickinson.
Fairleigh Dickinson.
Fairleigh Dickinson. Texas and Fair to Midland tonight, 7:00 at the Mood. I want to see that fast offense, Wags. I want to see that.
I don't know if it's fast. It's
got some tempo.
It's deliberate. I don't know if it's fast, but it's deliberate, right?
Yes.
And which is different than what we've seen in the past couple of seasons, right? With RT. So again, still we're looking at a small window here. Not much tape on the Horns, but so far it looks more physical of a team and more deliberate of a team. I do like how we get into our half court set very fast. So we shall see. We shall see the match. I'm pretty sure the Longhorns should dominate tonight.
Yeah. I mean, you should take care of business. Absolutely. Again, early season right here, and that's where I like the way this schedule shakes out for Texas because you came out against Duke, and look, let's be honest, in that first half, that's a pretty damn good performance there from Texas for a new regime. To be able to put that together. And now as you got into game 2, you started seeing changes in the starting lineup that I think are going to benefit you down the road. And you have these games here to where, I mean, you call them glorified scrimmages, whatever you want to call them. Here's where you go and then you twist and tweak and you figure out what's going to work for you. So yeah, I mean, I'll check this out tonight. I'm super excited about this basketball team. I just think that it's new.
It's different. Right, like I don't think that they're going to the Sweet 16 or anything like that, but it's nice to see what they can do, building off of first year with Sean Miller. He's got a lot of transfers that followed him, a lot of transfers coming in. I don't know what to kind of make of this team. It's not like we went out and got, a Trey Johnson like we did last year. Like, we still need to find a pure shooter, in my opinion. And until you have a guard that can I like how Pope can get his own shot, but do we have a dude that can absolutely just break down, a defense, shred them to pieces, and then just keep them on their heels? I don't think we have that guy yet.
Yeah, that's where, to me, with men's basketball on the 40 acres is for me always has been. I know that there have been years where it has been loaded teams and so forth, but even way back to where, for me, the expectation always is you get to the tournament and that's great. It's been a long time that I've had an expectation for the men's basketball team that I have for the football team, for even the women's basketball team, for the baseball team, for the softball team. Those people are in like their own zip code. Where with this, I'm optimistic about this new regime right now. And that's a good feeling to have about Texas men's basketball.
Yeah, I think what it is, and I mentioned the physicality, right? Like Vakatitis down low, not just, demand, not just being the rim protector, right, but demanding the ball, like wanting the ball to kind of put the pressure on the defensive opposite, like on the opposition's defense, right, on their big guys, right. Even if you don't score, you can wear them down and hopefully, get them into foul trouble, right. Get to the line, get some free hoops there from the charity stripe, get that team, get them in the team fouls, and maybe ultimately by the half or by the end of the game, you're in the 1-on-1 situation, or hopefully you're in the double, right.
Yeah,
but yeah, I think going down there, having physical basketball and being deliberate with it, and not waiting until 15 to 10 seconds into the shot clock to kind of get into your offensive there. That was doing it does anybody a disservice, right? When you can bat, and we've seen the tenaciousness and their ability to fight for the rebounds, right? Now, if we can just get that perimeter play to kind of follow in suit with that, this team could be a conversational piece for the tournament. I'm not going to sit here and say that they're a Sweet 16 team. I mean, they're probably looking in at this point.
Yeah. And the thing about it is that's where, you and I talked about when the move,
way too early to even be talking about this shit, right?
Of course. When we talked about the move from the Big 12 to the SEC, it was like, well, at least for basketball, you get out of that Big 12 gauntlet. Well, shit. You want to talk about jumping out of the frying pan into the fire? I mean, here with this SEC, I see this as what do you think? 7, 8 in conference when this is all said and done?
Hell, they put 13 in last year, right?
Yeah.
Seriously, they put 13 teams in, or was it 13? I could be wrong.
I think it was 13. 13 teams got in, and that's where you don't have. I mean, yeah, fuck, it'd be great to win the conference, but I mean, you don't have to blow through the conference and win the conference for this. And then, like I'm talking about with Texas Tech, if you can have a strong conference campaign, Texas men's basketball, then you get to the tournament. Odds are you're not playing what you've been playing throughout league play in the SEC, and that's where you can go make a run. So, yeah,
Ken
very
Palm
different.
does have Texas at 38 right now. So ranked 38th, and this is hell, I mean, again, it's only through November 11th here, but I mean, as we continue to progress, we'll see how rankings come more and I guess more relevant here. But again, out of 3 games, 38. So we'll see how Texas can kind of climb the charts here and see if they can be a little bit of a wrecking ball moving forward, going into the play or going into the Sweet 16 tournament or March Madness tournament.
Ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing wrong if you're Texas. You get yourself into the tournament, you get in there and you become, yes, you will be favored probably in round 1 or whatever, but you go in there and start busting brackets. Shit, I'll take that, man. I will definitely. It just seems like this program has a path forward right now to where it was always, it just seemed like in shambles, where there was all this disparity and all this shit always going on. You got your guy.
You couldn't get out of your own way, right? And then you had trouble off the court too. So
yeah.
All types of shit. 31 in a hook tonight for the spread. You covering that?
Man, I don't know enough about Fair to Midland to make a prognosis on that, but I mean, I would say, if it's, it's fairly fair to
what did
Dickinson,
you call them?
Fair to Midland. Like when somebody says, "How you doing?" Fair to Midland. Fair to Midland. No,
I've never heard it before, but
that's very Texan right there. It's like, yeah, how you doing? Fair to Midland. All right, sounds good. Better than I should.
Top 10, it should be an achievable goal in the conference, but is that enough to get us into the tournament? Again, like we mentioned, 13 got in last season. Is top 10 this year enough for the SEC to get an invitation into the dance?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you get, again, so early to say, but I mean, I think you get 11 or 12 in there, Wags, for the SEC. I think if you're the SEC, that's truly what I think. Again, way too early to say. Good call here from Bear. I mean, good call. But this news, Justin Tucker. Look, man, if you're an NFL team, I totally get there's baggage there, but I think you bring Justin Tucker in. I think a lot of where we saw the problem with Justin Tucker, his end at Baltimore, he has some shit on his mind, right? He was the guy with the gun under the seat cushion.
Would anybody take a risk on Tucker? I mean,
I know.
What's that do for your PR? What's the status? Like, I haven't even been following this.
I don't know.
Are they moving forward with allegations?
I don't know if any of that became. I know there were lawsuits. I don't know if any of that has been. What do they call it? Where you take care of outside of court. I don't know if that's happened. I don't know if anything's been proven.
I mean, until anything's been proven, that's a bad look if you even take this guy in the locker room, right? Like, and I get it. We are all innocent until proven guilty, but it's optics, man. Like it in 2025, it is a bad look. If somebody's been alleged to have done this, right, and still haven't been proven their innocence, like that's and you take them in. I don't know. I think everything's it sucks for all parties, but I think you just got to put everything on the standstill, a pause, and then move forward after things clear up a little bit.
Imagine if you went to the Browns.
They absolutely would. Sold. If there's a team out there, it.
You get those two on the Browns, and the people that take care of the players are going to be like, I ain't going in that locker room. I ain't massaging either one of those guys. I mean, not at all. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I haven't heard anything. I haven't seen anything. No settlements. Nothing for Tucker. So
it's been kind of like that NBA thing we were talking about the other day. It's like
swept under the rug.
Oh, did you see the baseball one about the manipulating the pitches and all that? The two guys from the Guardians. I forget who it was. Two pitchers that were an illegal gambling ring where they would attempt to manipulate the speed of the pitches that they were throwing, where people were, I think, placing money on velocity of pitches and so forth. And these dudes got popped. And it's like, man, what's going on here? And this was all tied back to sports.
I did not see that.
Yeah, I'll do a little more homework on that. But yeah, I saw that. It's a couple of dudes from the Guardians. My God, man, what is going on around here?
People calling their cousins. You ain't cheating. You ain't trying, amigo.
You sound like a car racer, my man.
Hey, look, are we gonna put it out that like everybody is cheating, right? Or hold on, let me frame that better. Everyone is trying to get a tactical advantage, no matter which way or form, right? Everybody, if you can get a tactical advantage, you're going to do it.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter on the rules.
Yeah,
right?
It's like you don't play. I mean, let's say more semi-pro, professional sports, college sports, etc.
It's Chase. Chase is the guy.
Yeah,
one of the guys.
Yeah. You don't play. What Herm Edwards say? You play to win the game. Yeah, right. But
thank you, Jake. I just saw that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a mess there. So we'll see how all that shakes out. But yeah, these things go real quiet. Otani, all of that went quiet, right? But,
right. I'm glad. You ain't gonna see that shit again.
If
you will not. What we saw this postseason, we're so hung up on what he did, or at least I've been so hung up on what he did in the World Series. I'm not even like
that's how you
the 3 home runs that he hit against the Brewers in a game. Like, come on, dude. Like this guy, his postseason has been phenomenal. His postseason was phenomenal. So would it hypothetical, right? Would it have been wasted if would that postseason have been wasted if the Dodgers did not win the series? Because that postseason is going to go down as the greatest postseason that a baseball player has ever had. I know we got Reggie, right? I know Reggie did it with the Yankees and everything, but and his Shohei's 3 home runs was in the NLCS. It wasn't in the World Series.
Yeah,
but still, at one point he's 7 for 7 with 4 home runs, bro. Yeah. Like. Dude, got on base 9 times in a fucking game. Like there wasn't a better postseason. And then the fact that he was on the mound too. It'll never happen again.
And I think
I can't say that. We say that nobody was ever going to be better than Ruth or the greats or Mantle, and here we are. So a unicorn could come along.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, could. But I think the whole thing about it and we haven't really dug into this to where just this entire, like you're talking about, the run that he had in the postseason, and just to cap all of that is that World Series was so damn good. I mean, you had tremendous baseball. Yeah, I mean, with Toronto, Toronto that close, Wags, to spoiling that postseason.
But that's
run.
Answer my question. Would it have gone down? Would it still be one of the greatest postseasons of all time if the Dodgers would have, not been able to take home the hardware?
Absolutely. You would have to put that up there near the top. It would have the little tarnish that they didn't win. But I think, let's say that he had that postseason that he had, and then, they lose in 5, then I think it's a little bit more of a blemish on it. But the fact that World Series went the way that it did, that was encapsulating baseball to me. That was like, for all the people to say baseball sucks, go back and watch that entire World Series. And you can't tell me that won't capture you as a baseball fan.
Captivate you?
Captivate. You like that?
Captivate. I do like it.
Captivating.
I do like it. I see also on the docket here you have Winston.
Oh yeah, your man, the crab man.
Gonna eat some W's today. Yeah.
You excited?
Let's go with it. Hey, I've been all, as a Giants fan, you know me. I'm all about the experiment. Let's see what Jameis can do. Right. We know he's not gun shy.
No.
Right? If his arm's probably still one of the more superior arms in the league.
Yeah.
If he thinks he can get it in there, he's going to try and get it in there, man.
That dude sees an been he'll grab it, whether it's on the field or at the grocery store. He don't care.
What?
Meat market,
as a Giants fan, it's been a roller coaster, right? It's been an entertainment season and an entertaining season. Sure, let's see what this week holds, right? Am I expecting us to eat some W's? No, I don't think W's will be on the menu, but it should be fun to see. I don't know. I was playing for draft picks.
So is this part of Joe Schoen's grand plan to where it's like, we'll elevate Winston to 2 because Dart, I don't care what they tell Dart about his concussion thing. He don't need to play. Dude needs a little bit of a break. Like I said, four almost concussion diagnoses are too much for that dude right now. Is this part of the plan? Let's get Winston in there. Let's figure out who's going to be the backup. Is that what he's doing here?
Well, no, I think you're preserving your future, right? Like why Dable's out, you're not playing for anything. You've already got, Scatabo. Hell, you've lost attrition to your entire backfield. So you're trying to make mincemeat out of stuff there, just trying to plug and play, but it's not happening. So why put your future dynasty quarterback out there? You've seen that this dude can absolutely play. You've seen that he can ball. You know that you hit the right pick with this guy. He's broken individual rookie records, or he set individual rookie records, that being the first quarterback and to have a rushing quarterback and a rushing touchdown in 5 consecutive games. That's crazy. I feel like that stat's been done before, but apparently, DraftKings, or not DraftKings, Sleeper Fantasy put that out there. So to me, I think as a Giants fan, you've seen what you needed to see.
What do you got to
put him on the bench? Preserve this dude, right? And play for some draft picks, man, and play for some protection pieces around him, because you got Neighbors. Neighbors is coming back, probably going to be one of the most electric wide receivers in the NFL. I'm a happy fan, I would say. I'm an optimistic fan of the Giants right now, right?
Before E. Henry jumps on,
offensive line and the defense, dude.
Yeah. Before E. Henry jumps on, I mean, think about this. The Pats are back. The Spurs are back. Bye, Nico. It does feel like we're in a time machine again here, and that's scary. If the Pats and the Spurs are back, that's good business, buddy.
Drake Mays and they picked up Diggs along the way too this year. Drake Mays finding himself some weapons. He's playing some good ball.
Oh, did you see? Diggs picked up another kid, by the way, over the weekend. He was the paternity test.
You're more in honed in on their outside lives.
I'm nosy.
Pretty much on the gridiron scene. You can keep me up with Cardi B and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, they did. There was some question.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Certain kid was his, and it was confirmed that it was. So Diggs has another kid. Congratulations there, Stefan.
What is going on, fellas? That's a great place to jump in, right?
Welcome, E. Henry. How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
It's always a journey here, Biggie. It's always a journey.
No doubt about it.
We have a slate. We have a pre-show slate of what we have. It's usually solidified, right? And we confirm of what's going to happen. But even though that gets rolled out, I still don't know what's going to come out, right? Like,
Same.
you pull this guy's string, man, and you just don't know what you're going to get.
Listen, Wags, you and Double R do the show that I would do if I didn't work for a certain organization. Okay. And listen, I love that organization.
Hey, man, we love to have you. Let's get chaotic, brother. Come on over.
You guys do the show that I wish I could do. Happy belated Veterans Day to everyone.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Wags, of course. My better half, also a veteran of Iraq War, 2007 to 2011. So happy Veterans Day. Happy belated Veterans Day. Double R, you talk about the crab man.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump right there. Here's the thing. When you're talking about someone who was from Florida, okay, grew up and was
the
raised.
Dude can play. The dude can play some ball.
Okay. All right, Wags. I wasn't going to go that far.
I'm an optimistic Giants fan here.
Wags, I had to suffer through him as my team's quarterback for half a decade. First career pass, pick 6. Last career pass in that uniform, pick 6. Okay? So
wait, are you a Bucs fan?
I'm a Buck fan. I'm a Buck fan. It says, all right, so I got to echo. We make sure.
Yeah, you sound a little muffled. I don't know if
it went.
You know what? You sound great to me. I wouldn't kick you out.
How about this?
There you go.
It went to the wrong
That's
line.
a lot better.
And I was just looking
we
at
were in my pool. It sounded like we were in my pool.
I was just looking at you, Eric. It's like, man, I want to look like that dude. It's like, I don't even know what you sounded like, crying out loud.
I appreciate it.
I'm so used to hearing a squawk box on like the military, so like I can pick up one.
Wags. Yes, I'm a Buck fan. So I lived that experience. I was raised a Seminole fan. So I've either been a part of the Jameis Winston experience for over a decade. Okay.
Charlie Ward, Danny Cannell.
Yeah, I mean, but I the first Florida State quarterback I can remember.
Peter Warrick. People don't understand how dominant Peter Warrick was, dude.
Wags, that's the era that like I truly remember, right? Is 98, 99. Let's just go for a quick second, right? And I like to talk about this in relation to Texas over the past 2 years.
Yep.
That wide receiver room, Peter Warrick, Lavernius Coles, who was kicked off the team, Wags.
Randy Moss.
Go ahead, Wags.
Randy Moss too. He was kicked off. The team.
Randy Moss was kicked off. That was kicked off the 96 team, if memory serves me correct. Lavernius Coles was kicked off a team right before they went to play for a national title because Bobby Bowden had built a wide receiver room that was so deep. It's like, hey, we don't need this future second round NFL pick. Go, right? We'll keep this guy. Those Florida State teams were so stacked, and I think when you kind of relate it back to Texas, this is the thing. And listen, 2 different eras, right? 2 completely different eras.
Sure.
But I do almost wonder, not has the window closed, but how often are you going to put 25 players in the NFL over 2 years?
Yep.
Right. That's the thing that I think about. When that thing is running at its peak, you hope to get at least one national title out of it. And if you're asking me, I think that window extends through whenever Arch Manning leaves. But it's something, if for whatever reason a national title doesn't come to the 40 acres, you got to look back and be like, damn, those Florida State teams, those Florida teams, the Miami teams, USC, USC of just going from the 2000s on, right? Yeah. You got to get at least one national title out of that, right?
Has it changed because of NIL and instant gratification? Like, can you stockpile those NFL machines?
I mean, the portal I think is the biggest thing that's changed it, right? Just because the option is always there to go for a battle.
Right. If you don't like where you're at, you can go to the greener grass, right?
Yeah. I still think it's there. If you're Texas, I think it's there. If you're a select few, Texas, Alabama, Ohio State, etc., schools that I made this analogy to Jordan, a couple weeks ago. Let's look at Alabama as an example, right? The reason why that is a great program, a great job, is because if the head coach says, I need $70,000 for an air conditioner in the weight room, it's going to be there by the end of the week.
Yep.
Right. It's not going to be, we got to go through this. We got to haggle. It's going to be there. Right. The money's always going to be there. I think Texas falls in that category as well. Right. So
unlimited resources. Right.
Yeah. So I think I think because of that, Texas will always have that ability. But to the point, like I said, I'm not trying to be defeatist, but we're entering a week, right, where Texas has to beat at one of these 2 teams, Georgia or A&M, or else they're not making the playoff for the 3rd straight year. Or excuse me, they're not making the playoff.
I think they got to beat them both.
Okay.
I think they can't lose to any of them. I think they got to win out.
Yeah. I think the SEC is going to get 5, so I think they can split. I think they can split. But just to that point, right, you may look back at this window and be like, man, we didn't get not even a national title appearance.
Well, and I will tell you, Eric, I feel the same way about the era of I don't want this era, like what you're talking about. I don't want this era to end up with all of those close calls. I go back to the Chris Sims and Major Applewhite and that run of Mac Brown and everything that came through there. You should have had a national title in there. You should have had at least one, and it took getting through that, and then finally you got your shit together. So I don't want that to happen again. So it starts Saturday. Jordan.
Jay, how
y'all doing?
Fired up, chaotic. What's up, brother?
Not much. Just regular Wednesday. Got to get some work done today. I got to drive across the Metroplex tomorrow and back to pick up some camera gear that I'm renting. There's nowhere in the Atlanta area you can rent camera gear and return it on Sunday or Saturday night. Because I'm flying out at 6 in the morning.
Rent and then bring it over?
Sorry?
You got to rent it in Austin or in the Metroplex and then
I'm going to fly it.
That sucks.
What are you renting or what are you buying? I mean, what are you
camera like a stand?
Yeah.
I mean, I would.
So I have a 70 to 200, which can get the job done if they're like, if I'm in the back of the end zone and they're within like 30 yards, I can get photos and crop them and stuff. But you want a bigger lens. So I'm renting a 400 prime, which you can't zoom it in. It's 400 millimeters and
that's
an
it.
f-stop of 2.8.
It's like an attachment, right?
I mean, it's just a whole lens.
Okay.
And I'm also renting a body that's nicer than mine because I don't know. Like I like taking good photos, and the setup that I'm renting costs a little under 400.
So much anxiety renting that in the Metroplex and then flying it, and then what if it fucking breaks? Like, God.
Nah, I mean, I got the insurance.
Okay.
It'll be all right. I mean, it comes in like this. You know, like
traveler, like a protector case,
handgun,
Pelican case.
Pelican case. Yeah,
it's like one of those. And I mean, it's only 2 nights. I don't need to bring a ton of clothes. It's gonna be in my carry-on. It'll be just
carry-on.
So yeah, but like the reason I rent is because the setup and renting all that, it costs a little under 400. If I buy that, it's about 18 grand.
Yeah, but you can. That's a lot of money. Yeah. But I think you can write that off, bro.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you can't. Like, you're on a 1099. You can write it off.
No, I'm not 1099.
Are you not a 1099 with Texas Sports Unfiltered?
Yeah, I mean, I don't take photos for Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes,
I haven't thought about that. It's just
making
like,
shit up.
Yes, you do, Jordan. You absolutely take photos for Texas Sports Unfiltered.
For buying a lens and a camera, just a camera setup that costs like a nice used car. And I only use it like
I'm just saying it's an
15
investment.
times a year. I don't know.
I'm just saying it's an investment.
Wags, I'll say this: Jordan does not want to work the system. Brother BK, watch me start writing off all kind of expenses on the wall for the name of Texas Sports.
I do, baby.
Hell yeah!
Hey, they use us, so we need to use them.
All that alcohol I can't write off for the day job.
That's what I'm talking about.
Coming your way.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking
Hey, Eric, maybe we just start staying in Airbnbs instead of hotels 24/7.
That's it.
Just write
That's
those
it.
off. BK will.
That's
Yeah.
it. Write it off.
Yeah.
Jordan, if it wasn't for this Marriott status that I'm on night 6. No, I'm on night 71 for the year. I'd be Airbnbs. If it wasn't
When you guys go out to dinner, right? Do you talk?
You might even
sports?
see Nick Saban there.
Do you talk sports when you go out to dinner?
I gotta go, boys. See y'all
Later, brother. Do you talk sports when you go out to dinner?
Of course, Wags.
Looks like you're working. Write it off.
Feels like I'm working. Hey, it's good with me.
Hey, man, I'm just saying. I keep my
BK's in the back, like, yo, Wags.
I got all my receipts. I have receipts from Jack Allen's Kitchen. I have them all, bro. I keep them.
Well,
we talk
Wags,
sports. We write it off.
Wags, I'll give it a shot, and I'll start with my Magic City trip this weekend. BK, you let me know how you feel about that. We'll get that one going, and then we'll circle back, see how it goes.
All right, boys. I'm gonna get out of your all's hair too, so y'all be good, man.
Awesome. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I will not be joining Eric at Magic City. Is that your Friday night plans?
That's the Friday night plans, man. Luckily, I have a better half who was actually okay with going to the establishment for the wings, so she will be joining me Friday night.
Oh, you're going to Georgia with your girl. I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's tagging along. She has a friend in Atlanta, so she's gonna kick it with them Saturday. But yeah, Friday night she's tagging along. So
yeah, I will be watching a high school football game, a little more G-rated. That's my Friday night. How's the bye week? Were you able to take any time off, relax a little? How'd it go?
Yeah, no, I mean, the bye week was good. It was definitely much needed. I had a chance to, for me, and I know this sounds crazy. It's going to sound totally elitist, and I don't mean it to sound like stuck up or anything, but, before I started working full time in sports, like, dude, you just watch sports 24/7, right? And I still do. But I mean, football specifically, the bye week, I will tune into like the big SEC games, right? Because you want to keep an eye on the rest of the league. But I try to at least take 6-7 hours and just like go outside, especially in Central Texas, right? Where I really haven't a chance to explore. I've been trying to like really tap into like, the hill country, the nature stuff that everyone talks about like is great. So yeah, I definitely like stepped away for a bit on Saturday just to kind of like, the weather wasn't like super hot too. So I was like, all right, let me get outside and actually try to explore some of the stuff that everyone's telling me about. So
where'd you go? You go see that enchanted rock?
Nah. I did Pedernales State Park was one.
Okay.
Did that. Oh, come on, there's like 2 other spots we hit. I'm forgetting the name right now, but Pedernales State Park was the dope one. That was cool.
Yeah, that my entire life I've kind of lived near Pedernales. It's out in West Austin, kind of by my neck of the woods, Lake Travis. I've seen it full once in my entire life, and it's always like super low. You drive over that tall ass bridge and you look over and there's just docks sitting on rocks and stuff. The one time I saw it full was, I think, the Memorial Day floods in 2015. If I'm not mistaken, that House Park, the football stadium downtown.
Yeah.
The entire thing was underwater.
Shit.
Like, it was crazy. They were having like news helicopters and stuff show downtown Austin. It was just flooded. Because hey, like Central Texas, perfect weather. It doesn't get as cold as Dallas, doesn't snow as much as Dallas, doesn't freeze as much as Dallas, doesn't get hit by hurricanes like Houston. It's too hilly for tornadoes, but the one natural disaster is flash floods. And that's about it. But before we get into Texas, Georgia, because I do want to hit on that, we are going to talk about the college football playoff new rankings that came out last night. Longhorns, if the CFP started today, would be heading to Oxford to play Lane Kiffin in the Ole Miss Rebels. A little bit of a homecoming for the Manning family. The winner of the Ole Miss Texas game would advance to play Indiana. If they win that game, they play the winner, or they'd play A&M, Texas Tech, Miami, and would be one win away from playing in the Natty for what would be the 3rd straight year. Any thoughts on the bracket? G5 team getting in, USF, what do we think?
Here are my initial thoughts, and I'll start just with a personal high-level deal here. And I guess I'll speak for myself. That's Jordan with the graphic there. I'm with the on-through graphic, but I digress. I digress.
I knew they always post it, and it's
you're good.
I don't have any beef with whoever is the admin for on through social media accounts.
Neither do I. No, super high level, Jordan. I tweeted this earlier today. I really wish the playoff through the quarterfinal could be on campus games, because the vibe, like going into last year, I was like, okay, what's the big deal? You're expanding it to 12. The game's going to be on campus, whatever, right? But then when I got to DKR that morning, there was something special, like an NFL playoff game, that vibe. And I really wish, at least through the quarterfinal, it'd be on campus games. I understand why it'll never happen.
Really? You thought, okay, so I didn't really see Texas fans complaining about it, but I remember seeing like Notre Dame and Penn State fans, and I forget who the 4th home game was in the playoffs last year. But nonetheless, whenever it's a CFP game at a home stadium, they don't allow the home stadium to like do their regular home introduction.
Right. You got to do both.
They can only play music. The visiting team has to have their hype video played before they run out too.
Right.
And I'm like, man, that's kind of lame. The home team also can't have recruits there.
Right.
Like, so I don't know. I think they can change some of it, but I wouldn't mind it being actual home stadiums, up until the semis or even up until the Natty. Highly doubtful they do it though, because that would then kind of decrease revenue for pretty much all of the bowl sites.
Correct. Correct.
So,
correct.
But Anyone you think should be higher or lower from?
No, I mean, I'll jump into
like?
actual thoughts on this bracket. USF as the group of 5 representative. I'm not going to get into like the doomsday scenario there, but there is a scenario where if Duke won the ACC, right, you could end up with the ACC team not being included in the college football playoff because they'd be a 4-loss ACC team.
Do you actually think that's possible? Because I don't think there's any way in hell 2 G5s could be ranked ahead of the ACC champion.
The scenario, as best I've run through it, would be James Madison would have to win the Sun Belt. And then it could be iffy. That's the scenario that I've run through. So
even the Sun Belt, like even if they're undefeated conference champ, like Sun Belt's stinky.
No, listen, I'm with you. I'm just saying I believe, seeing South Florida and James, I believe that's the doomsday scenario there, right? So that I'll just address that in terms of the G5. In terms of the SEC, Jordan, I don't know how you feel. I am struggling to see. Do I really think they're going to put 5 SEC teams in? I don't know. I don't know. My gut says they will, but I'm a little iffy because I feel like the backlash from the other Power 4 leagues would just be insane there. Not that I care. Again, I just think it would be a thing. In terms of if there's anyone I think could be ranked higher, no, I think everyone's pretty much in their spot. I see 1 through 4, solid as is. I think Texas at 10. Here's the thing, right? I think most people agree. Texas is going to have the opportunity to play their way in, right? I think, and we were talking about this before you hopped on, Jordan, if they split either A&M or Georgia, they're in my mind, as a 3-loss team. There's no way in my mind that they can lose both of those games or need to win both of those. I think they can split and be in. And then if they split, I think they'll end up higher than a 10, personally speaking, just by the way the rest of the season. You beat either Georgia or A&M, you're going to be higher than a 10 in my mind, even if you are a 3-loss SEC team.
Yeah, I do think, though, like if Texas is going to have 3 losses, their loss to A&M or Georgia, it has to be a 1-score loss. Like they cannot go and lose by 14 to Georgia this weekend and beat A&M with a close win and expect to get in. And honestly, I mean, we could sound like sharks and they're like, don't worry, boys, we got 1 mulligan. We could still get in this thing at 9-3. They very much want to be in there at 10-2. What I've kind of thought about is like, if it is going to be 9-3, is it better to lose to Georgia or better to lose to A&M? From the playoff standpoint, not from the fan perspective, because I know that answer.
No, so. I would think that's why you noted it, right? I would think it's better to lose to A&M because I think if as long as A&M walks in that game undefeated, I think it's better to lose to A&M. And like you said, it can't be double-digit loss. Or it can't be a 2-score loss. It's got to be a narrow loss in my mind.
Yeah, and as far as like the SEC getting 5 teams, I mean, I think it's possible. Like no one from the Big Ten deserves to be in this thing outside of Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon. And even Oregon, like, dude, outside of the Rutgers game, their offense has not looked very good in conference play. And, like, I love Will Stein. Great guy, coached me in high school. But, like, the people who are throwing him on hot boards, like, and I'm not saying no one really views him as a serious candidate for this job. They're still putting him on the hot board for the Florida, LSU, Penn State jobs. Like, has anyone watched Oregon play conference football this year? Outside of the Rutgers game, they've struggled. Their offense is not as explosive as it was. DeCorian Moore looked like a superstar at the beginning of the year. He's come back to earth a little bit. He is a freshman, Kenyon Sadiq, he's probably tight end 1 in April in the NFL draft. Kind of disappeared a little bit the last few weeks. So, it's a big win versus Iowa. Obviously, it's not an easy place to play, and they kind of will try to Kentucky it and make it a rock fight. But like outside of those 3 teams, no one from the Big Ten is sneaking into this thing. And even if Michigan beats Ohio State at the end of this month, like they're not getting it. And in the ACC, it's a 1-team league. Like Miami, that league is so bad that Miami, with the 2 horrible losses they have, couldn't get it.
Right.
It's a 1-team league. The Big 12, it's a 1-team league. It's Texas Tech. That's it. The only way they get 2 in is if Tech goes to the Big 12 championship and gets blown out or loses to whoever, that would be, and somehow they get it. And then you have Notre Dame in the G5. So after that, it's kind of 7 spots for the SEC in Okay, so Big Ten is 3 teams, ACC's 1, Big 12's 1, Notre Dame. So that's 6. Could SEC have 6 spots? No, because the G5 forgot them. So that's 5. Like, it makes sense. They can get in, I think, at 9-3, and I don't know. I'm just every year the playoff committee pulls some horse shit towards the end that they never really considered in the original rankings.
Right.
And we're not going to know what that is until they pull it. And it's like, I cannot believe, I get it, they have to rotate it. How is Mac Rhodes allowed to do this? Did you see what happened? I'm not even talking about what he did with Michael Trigg. Did you see that?
Okay, what are you talking about? Because I've seen a lot with Mac Rhodes. I want to know specifically what you're referring to.
There was, I think it was the Auburn game or one other game.
Mm-hmm.
It was a Baylor home game, and he gets into it with like their star tight end Michael Trigg before the game. I haven't seen the video, but apparently like kind of got up in his face, and the reason was he was wearing like bright yellow or green cleats when they were wearing their special like anthracite uniforms they brought back, and he was yelling at him because it like didn't look good or wasn't aesthetically pleasing or whatever. I don't know. And apparently the Baylor tight ends coach, who I actually met when I was at a spring ball practice last year, like pushed Rhodes off of him and just like get out of his face. And it's like reported that Trigg was like shook up because the AD was in his face yelling at him, and he did not have a good game that night.
Right.
So I'm not even saying that, but like, dude, Mac Rhodes has led Dave Aranda keep his job, and they're a very unserious athletic department. What about Baylor's athletic department screams this dude should be in charge of the committee? Nothing.
Jordan, to your point, you say they have to. I know you're not saying it's kind of the way they've structured this thing. That's just so silly. Like, oh, what? Everyone gets a turn? No, if you act like an ass or you're shown to be incompetent, what are we doing?
Yeah, and also like, why does it have to be athletic directors?
That too.
Or current ones. You can get former ones. DeLoss Dodds could vote on this thing. I'd trust him. So, or like, I don't think they'll ever do it, but like, are you against or with like if they had Josh Pate and a small committee of like longtime college football media members? Would you be against that?
Personally, I wouldn't care because I don't take myself that seriously. Where people are like, "Oh my God, Josh Pate, where did he come from?" I don't take myself that seriously, right? But we all know a ton of people in this industry who would take themselves way too seriously if Josh Pate ended up on a committee.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it'll happen. But it is interesting to think about. Some media guys have tried to get that ball rolling. It's like, hey, let's relax. Here we go. Here's a good suggestion. CFB subreddit should be the voters. All right. So that is what the 12 team looks like. Here's what the full rankings are. Any guys or any teams 13 through 25, you're like, why are they in this thing?
As I look at it, honestly, no. There's 13 to 25. No, I mean, yeah, I could quibble a little bit with Cincy at 25, but that's so inconsequential. There's nothing that's flagrant to me in my mind.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. It's also, I mean, there's no way this will ever be able to be changed, but like BYU, I know they were undefeated going into the last week.
Yeah.
Did anyone actually think they were a top 10 team in the country?
No.
Does anyone think they're a top 15 team? Like, is BYU, how many teams could BYU beat behind them that are ranked between 13 and 25? Very few of them.
Even the group of Cincy, I forgot, to the Big 12. That's old thinking here. Even Cincy and USF, those are going to be tight games. If BYU wins, it's by a touchdown.
Yeah, like BYU is one of the most unathletic teams in the Power Four. And I cannot believe the difference in athlete on the side of the field whenever they played at Texas in 2023. Yes. That game was not close. All right, last thing I want to hit on, the Heisman race. Looking at this, it's like, geez, like, is there a way to push this thing to next year and give 2 Heismans next year? It's like Julian Saint's good. He's been really good, and he's on pace to break the completion percentage, single season completion percentage record. But like, is Julian Saint winning Ohio State ball games? I don't know. Bernardo Mendoza, he won them that game versus Penn State. Should they have been down versus Penn State? Probably not. But it doesn't feel like any of these guys are super deserving and there isn't a clear-cut favorite. I don't know what your thoughts on this are.
Jordan, one of my biggest gripes is the fact that, and I understand people could look and say, Eric, well, the Heisman Trophy's always been a quarterback award, right? I mean, if you look at it, that's true. I mean, you go back to the 70s and 80s. Sure, you may have had, more running backs, a couple of receivers, some all-purpose guys, but it's always been a quarterback award. But this year especially, can we get a couple just like different positions? Because it's very clear that the quarterbacks who are in this aren't like blowing it away. I'm not saying you give, if Julian Sain won a Heisman, or if Ty Simpson won a Heisman and Alabama makes a certain point, right? You feel like, oh man, it's like so egregious. But damn, there's no one that's far and away. This is not like the Matt Leinart, Tim Tebow, Robert Griffin type of Heismans, right? Where it's like the quarterback is so clear cut better. So could we get some other guys who are just standouts in terms of different positions? And that's my thought. But to your point, yeah, there's nothing here that's egregious. I just also feel like this is a year where it's like, we got to give it to somebody. So we got to give it to somebody. Jordan, I want to rant on one quick thing. So let me know if you're done with Heisman. I just want to rant on one quick thing. I don't want to cut you off though.
So they won't set it up this way because the Heisman is supposed to go to the best player in college football. But if we're doing an MVP, who's the most valuable player to their team this season, I think it has to be Diego Pavia.
Yeah.
He wills them to wins. He wills them back into games. He willed them back into the Texas game. And honestly, as crazy as it sounds, Arch Manning would be top 5 in there too. He is incredibly valuable to this team. They are not 9 or 7-2 right now without Arch Manning. And you might think I'm crazy for saying that, but people keep saying, what would it look like with Quinn? But not even Quinn. What would this look like with Malik Murphy and how he played the last few years? What would it look like with the freshman KJ Lacey or Trey Owens in year 2? Or if Matthew Caldwell was a starter? I'm willing to bet significant money they are not 7-2 like they are with Arch Manning. But yeah. But what did you want to hit on real quick?
Jordan, have you seen Kirk Herbstreit's Love Affair with Lubbock? Okay. All right. Good. I'll take it from there.
Time out real quick. There isn't a staff in college football that does better, smooching, shaking hands, being buddies with media than Texas Tech. Just saying. At least in the state of Texas, I could say that with a lot of confidence, but I can't imagine anyone in the country puts more effort into being buddies with media and stuff than Tech. And it's always been that way. It's not just since they got money and wanted more respect. It has always been that way. Sorry.
No, you're good because that's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah. I'm not beefing with Lubbock. I'm not beefing with Herbstreit. However, what are you talking about? Just there isn't a place for more welcoming people. My guy, I have been there. I've told everyone this basketball story. I'll tell again super quick. All right. The last Texas Tech basketball game in Lubbock, 2023-24 season, but the year was 2024. Max Asmus, they act as if it was a little flop. The dude had a gash the size of half his freaking face off. They're chanting, he's a pussy, loudly, right? 20,000 people throwing beer and all type of shit onto the court, right? To where Grant McCaslin has to come out and literally implore these people to stop throwing stuff. The only time I've ever been heckled as a media member, right? And mind you, I've never covered football. I've never covered a Texas football game in Lubbock. This is when I was covering Florida International, was in Lubbock, right? Where I'm going down, 7 minutes left in the game. I'm going down, just watching the rest of the game. I'm there near the Florida National sideline. I'm just getting heckled ruthlessly and again, I can take it. It's funny to me. I didn't care. But it's just, spare me this revisionist history about most welcoming people. Again, I have no beef. I'm not from here. I have friends who went to Texas Tech. I think I've told this story. I have an ex when I was in Florida who went to Texas Tech. So I don't have no beef with them. But
whoa. Jesus Christ. A Tech alum and she's from Florida?
No. She actually is from Houston, but was working in Florida.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, that's
no.
That's the level 10 boss.
No,
Older woman who went
to
Florida
to go to Lubbock. Come on, dog. Yeah, but yeah, man. So that's the thing. I don't have no beef with them, but just as I've never met more welcome because you, Kirk Herbstreit. Come on, what are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, When's the last time game day was at Nebraska? Because I've talked to several people that were on the old Texas teams whenever Nebraska was in the Big 12, and even other people that have played in Memorial Stadium in Lincoln since they joined the Big 10. Like, their fans are incredibly nice, and it's almost in like a weird way that weirds you out. Like Cade McCrary, who held the kick that Justin Tucker hit to beat A&M in 2011 or whenever it was. Coach Quinn Ewers, some other guys at Southlake, Coach Jackson Christian, some other guys at Port Neches Groves is now out of coaching. He told me whenever they played in Lincoln in Nebraska, they're coming out to warm up and they're kind of in the tunnel, stands are right above them. They're just getting ready to go out, and all the Nebraska fans are like, "Good luck, guys. Good luck. Like, good luck, guys. Stay healthy, you know." And they were like, "Yo, what the?" And they're just nice people from the Midwest, and like, you never hear anything about crazy Nebraska fans. It's always how nice they are, how welcoming they are. So, I want to know when the last time was the game they went to Lincoln, because I don't think there's any way on the nice meter Nebraska doesn't outweigh Texas Tech, and not even including what you said. Just like, I mean, their whole tradition is throwing tortillas and thinking Texas is the rival when Tech is like the fifth rival to Texas. Like, I can't believe he said that. I didn't even know he said that, or else I would have talked about it at some point this week. But yeah, okay. Game day went to Nebraska in 2019, so it's been a while. All right, so we talked about the CFP. Obviously, Texas, Georgia, big game in Athens on Saturday. Oh, here we go. Another example of the Huskers. 1998, Nebraska fans gave Ricky Williams and Texas a standing ovation after Texas ended their 47-game home winning streak. Do you think Georgia did that to Alabama earlier this year? No. But all right, Texas, Georgia. I know you were at the press conferences earlier this week in Austin. Heard from Arch Manning, his relationship with Ty Simpson. I obviously heard from Steve Sarkisian. And then I think it was yesterday or the day before, Georgia had their press conference. Kirby Smart talked a little about, you know, the Arch Manning recruitment. It was never about the last name. It was about the player, the film, everything that made him special. Also talked a little bit about the Texas defense. Is there anything that really stood out to you, either from the Texas press conferences or Georgia ones, that you kind of been thinking about as we get closer to kickoff on Saturday?
You know, this is one of those weeks that, especially from the Texas side of things, you're not expecting to hear much, right? Steve Sarkisian was definitely, I don't want to say short, but he's definitely a little tighter with some of his answers. You know, I think I got it pulled up right here. One of them, he was asked, you know, and granted, this question is never going to get anything out of Steve. He said, any sense of revenge from last season's losses, Georgia? He said, no, I just want to win Saturday at 7:30 and make it to 5-1 in conference play. That's the extent of it, right? Like, he was asked a question by Corey Mose. I'll see if I can find Corey's question here, but the gist of it was, Steve talked about in the bye week. Yeah, here we go, right? So Steve apparently talked in the bye week. I missed the bye week presser. Of course, I was in Charlotte, right? But Steve apparently said, hey, we're going to use the bye week to fix some issues, to fix some things that have been causing issues. So Corey asked, hey, you know, were you able to get some of those things fixed? And what were some of those issues? Steve Sarkisian said, we had some issues and we got better at them. All right. Like, that's the type of answer. Corey was definitely deflated after that one. Shout out to my guy. But no, that's the type of answer you're going to get from Steve this week. And especially come Thursday, you know, after he does the SEC teleconference today, he'll do media, you know, tomorrow. By the time Thursday rolls around, Steve is done. Like, he's just tired of talking. He's just ready to kick it off. Right. So not too surprised that we didn't get much of anything there. I wish I could give you something interesting that stood out. The only thing that I got, Jordan, and again, some of this is coach speak. I think as a coach and as a team, you need to be aware of it. But I also think the numbers through 9 games have shown it's not the same as the last few years. Steve was really highly complimentary of Georgia's linebackers and their pass rush, right? The front seven, their ability to generate pressure on the quarterback. They can. And I mean, I actually took a little heat for it come media days. CJ Allen's a really good linebacker, right? But I don't think he's significantly better than Anthony Hill. I don't know why CJ Allen has consistently been ranked in terms of a draft prospect higher than Anthony Hill. Jordan, maybe you have something I don't. But they're not, you know, pressuring quarterbacks the way they're not getting home. Let me clarify that. they're still getting pressures. We're not getting home the way they did in previous years. Last week against Mississippi State was an outlier, right? So that's the one thing I think Texas may, I don't say have an advantage, Jordan, but I think this game may not look like the last 2 years because it's not going to be this overwhelming pass rush where Quinn is just getting rushed relentlessly.
Yeah. One thing that is really interesting about Georgia this year, like I've talked about it, they don't have the depth and the overall talent, honestly, on the front seven that they've had in the past. And they currently, if you're not an off-ball linebacker, they only have 1.5 sacks as a team.
Mm-hmm.
CJ Allen has 3.5. Chris Cole has 3. Raylan Wilson has 2.5. Quintavious Johnson has 0.5 sack. The only other players that aren't linebackers that have sacks this year, Ndami Ogboko, I assume that's how you say it, he has 1 sack, and Christian Miller, who has 0.5 sack. They're both interior D linemen, not, edge rushers or the stand-up pass rushers. And I'm sure the entire Texas line is happy. Michael Williams ain't back there either.
Right.
And I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. The cat that the Falcons drafted, linebacker / edge guy.
Oh,
total monster. He had a great game versus Texas twice last year.
Why am I blanking too? Shit.
He was a monster. Most people know who I'm talking about. So the main thing I'm concerned about, or one of the main things I'm concerned about, I should say.
Jalen Walker. Damn, I was going to freaking eat me up. Jalen Walker. Thank you.
Yeah. One of the main things I'm concerned about, the linebacker blitzes. That's how they get pressure. They're doing delayed blitzes, or they're running stunts, and it's all, between the A or the B gap. So it is a huge game for Cole Hudson, Connor Robertson, and DJ Campbell. It's going to test them. And, can they block these guys? I definitely think they can, but it's less about, are you able to block and are you able to pick up stunts? Are you smart enough to communicate and pick up stunts? Because there have been times this year when San Jose State was kicking their ass, and it had nothing to do with personnel or any of that. It was all the stunts. And, that was a different line group than the one that played versus Vanderbilt. Connor Stroh was in there. But they're going to have to be able to pick up stunts. And for our roundtable, we kind of flipped it. Last week we did reasons why we think Texas can go into Athens and leave with the W. This week it was, reasons why Texas can go into Athens and lose the game. I had 4 main reasons. 1, the fact that this is a night game in Athens. Georgia has lost 1 home game since 2019. It was earlier this year. Ty Simpson and the Crimson Tide came in there and beat them. I think it was like week 5. Before that, they had not lost a game in Sanford Stadium since Rodrigo Blankenship, or X-Specs, shanked a what would have been a game-winning field goal as time expired for South Carolina. So that was reason 1. Reason 2, Sark continuing to run 12 personnel and overall play calling. It has to be short passing stuff, quick passing stuff, perimeter passing, RPOs, screens, swings. It doesn't matter. The ball has to get out quickly, whether it's behind the line of scrimmage, right in front of it, get the ball to the guys in space. And then once that happens, it's going to be on Texas receivers. The Georgia DBs and Georgia defensive players are a lot harder to make miss, and they also don't have nearly as many break tackles as what Vanderbilt showed on Saturday. I think Vanderbilt leads the SEC in missed tackles, or at least it felt like they did versus Texas. Other things I brought up, offensive line. I'm not putting it past this staff to not roll out the same line group we saw versus Vanderbilt. I don't think that happens, but I do think it is possible with how they've treated this whole year. And then with those guys playing well, I mean, it's kind of been the variable all year for Texas winning the game. Is the offense going to be able to block? That's the answer. And then the 4th thing, I'm blanking on the 4th thing. It wasn't as important as the other 3. But it is a huge game, biggest game of the year for the center guard on the Texas team. So, yeah. Sorry, let me try to pull this up so I can find my 4th point.
While you're doing that, I'll answer a couple comments. CB, you and the homie Christina Hwang, shout out to her, doing a great job covering high schools down in San Antonio. No, you two are the only one who asked me if I'm getting the seafood quesadilla again. I am not indulging in seafood from that type of establishment ever again in my life. So there is that.
Oh, I'm dumb. I already hit on it. My 4 points were the fact that it's a night game in Sanford Stadium, Sark being too stubborn at 12 personnel SAS play calling, bad line play, and a longer developing passing game. So that's what I did with that one. Any main concerns you have for Texas Georgia outside of what we've already hit on?
You touched on a lot of it. I'm just going to kind of go to, and this part of it, I think part of it goes to the aspect of playing in Sanford Stadium at night. I got this question in my Ask Me Anything in terms of, important stats. And I believe Josh Pate referenced yards after catch, considering the fact that both Arch Manning and Gunnar Stockton do throw a lot of passes behind the line of scrimmage, the yards after catch. That certainly is a big thing, no doubt about it. But for me, winning on first down, right? Texas last week against Vandy had 5 third and shorts. It's a season high for Texas being in third and short scenarios against Power 5 competition. They went 5 of 5. Texas cannot live in third and medium and third and long. That seems somewhat academic, but I think especially in this game. If you talk to any offense coordinator in the nation, they'll tell you their favorite third down is the one that doesn't come up, right? Go first to second, first to second. It's going to be hard to go first to second when you're playing this type of opponent, but if you can't do that, and when I say, I guess I should clarify, when I say win on first down, I'm not talking about getting first downs, I'm talking about getting 8 yards. I'm simply saying it can't be 2nd and 9 all the time. We've seen this team live a lot in 2nd and 9, and quite frankly, second behind the chains earlier in the season, right? You got to get 2nd and 7s, right? It's. I could probably do 30 minutes on the differences in what you can call as a play caller with 2nd and 9 and 2nd and 7, right? Just based on, hey, it could be either a run or a pass versus more than likely it's a pass. So that's the type of scenario that Texas has to stay out of, because if they are in those situations, you're making it easier for whatever pass rush that Georgia can generate to get home.
Yeah, and I think right now is a good time to accept that Texas is going to have like at least 4 pre-snap penalties.
Correct.
Or just dumb penalties of some sort that should not be happening, that have happened all 9 games this year. Don't expect it to change in game 10 on the road at night in between the hedges. Gonna hit on some questions real quick, and then we're gonna close it out with the fun segment. Antoine said, Jordan, what happened with Texas recruiting Aaron Bradshaw and Donovan Webb? Aaron Bradshaw, teammate of John Turntine and North Crowley. He's committed to Texas Tech. A&M is actually trying to flip him right now. To be honest, what happened was he was offered by Blake Gideon and Terry Joseph. The new staff came in. They did not recruit him. They have not really contacted him, reached out to him that much. And Donovan Webb, who's at Frisco Panther Creek, teammates with Texas receiver target Jalen Lott. Pretty much the same deal. Blake Gideon, Terry Joseph was who offered him, and then they left about a week later. He did not hear from Texas for a few months. And then when I went out to Panther Creek in May to see Jalen Lott, I also talked to Webb. Hey, have the new coaches hit you up at all? They said they had. Mark Orphy and Jackson went out to Panther Creek at one point in the spring to meet with Lott. And while they were there, Orphy told Donovan Webb, hey, we're going to be recruiting you a lot more. Like, sorry, we screwed this up, but we're going to be recruiting you a lot more. And then they never did. And he never showed up for another visit. I actually don't think he's ever visited Texas since they offered him. And, I mean, this is a kid committed to Tech. It's a really good get for them. Doesn't have a crazy high ceiling, but a really high floor, productive player that plays running back and safety, has terrorized that district since his freshman year. And he's also a kid who grew up cheering for Texas, pulling for them. And his dad played football at K-State, but K-State wasn't his team. It was Texas. He went on record saying that to me like the day after Texas offered him. So that's what happened there with those two. Patrick said, Feinbaum said we can lose this game and still beat Aggie and be in the playoffs, and we'll see. We will see. Manchester Red, kind of an intangibles question. What 2027 prospects strike you as a team captain material Jordan, like true leaders, Mookie Taft level, if you can say? First guy off the top of my head, probably Kennedy Brown. He's the number 1 in-state kid at 27, top 5 prospect, 5-star offensive tackle at Humboldt-Kingwood. Not same high school, but same school district that produced Kelvin Banks. Really, really savvy, smart player, and a lot more mature for his age. It's not my story to talk about, but has, had some things that have happened growing up. And I don't want to say he has a bad home life, but just some adversity him and his family have had to navigate. Grew up in Houston, moved to Dallas for a little bit, lived in Indiana for a little bit, and is now back in Houston. But really good young man. He's pretty much been the leader of his high school team since his sophomore year, and he's now a junior. Probably Cooper Witten. He seems like he's got some of that, son of an NFL Hall of Famer aura. He's a good leader. He's the man for his team. His dad's obviously the coach, but Witten's the man. So yeah, I'd go with those two off the top of my head, but this is a really good question, and I'll probably try to dock it, maybe write something that correlates this with the commit class, but then people are going to be like, well, why didn't you mention this kid? Is he a shithead? Which some of them are, I will say, but most of the time that kind of gets coached out of them at Texas, and we never hear anything about it, and they kind of fall in line, once the seniors get them around and tell them to stop acting like kids.
Jordan, can I ask you one super quick, just on that topic, and actually just triggered something. You asked me if anything interesting came out of pressers. I'd love to get your thought on this, right? Did you hear Colin Simmons' answer to when he was asked about, hey, do you know, essentially, when you're out there, like, hey, I kind of know the line I have with the refs and if I'm going to get flagged, and Colin saying, basically asked, like, hey, do you have to kind of go to the coach? Like, he'll just let me do me. And Colin kind of said, and I don't have his direct answer transcribed, so I'm going to try to paraphrase as best I can. But the gist of it was, yeah, like, I kind of have to let them know, like, I know where the line is. I know when I'm going to get a flag. I can remember because I was in the back of the room for this one. I was trying to finish up a story. Hank and Chip were taking Colin, but I heard Colin specifically say, like, I know when I'm going to get a flag. Like, I can feel it. And he kind of has that sense. Your thought just kind of on Colin's temperament in that sense, and him saying he has that self-awareness, and what you just said about getting coached out of him, right, at Texas. Like, where do you kind of see that fitting in with Colin? Because it seems like he's a guy who needs to play with that edge.
Look, Colin is a very smart guy. He has always been very smart. He has always known exactly what his words mean when they are recorded and printed. That goes back to his sophomore year of high school. Every quote he ever gave through his recruiting process, he knew exactly what the reaction would be from that fan base or the fan base he was kind of dissing. Like, for example, after he commits to Texas, right, I go to his game, and I'm like, hey, man, big year for the Longhorns. They're trying to make, the playoffs. So last year in the Big 12, kind of, how do you see it going? They're like, man, they're winning the Natty. I don't care what anyone says. They're winning the Natty. He is always going to do what he can to, I don't want to say drive clicks, but kind of get some attention. And again, he's a very smart cat. He's rep by David Mulugeta. I would not be shocked if, the kind of media trained him up a little bit more. Hey, this is what you say. This is what you can never say. And other things like that. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, he was a kid in high school where his senior year, he did not give a shit. And I will say that there are a large majority of Power 4 kids that happens to. They commit in the summer before their senior year. They take their foot off the gas. And, I mean, Colin Simmons went from having like 24 and a half sacks as a junior to like 9 or 8 or like 10 as a senior. And he played the same amount of games, same competition, didn't miss any games. And it was all because, like, Colin was basically like, hey, it ain't third and long. All right. And he kind of would just stand up out of his stance. And, I mean, the ball wasn't getting run to his side anyways because they're running away from him. But, I did kind of – once I saw how things were kind of handled with Jonte Cook, where he was kind of this diva out of high school. We never saw any of the things that have happened to him, whether at Texas or Washington. We never saw that actually happening. But he did have some, it's a diva persona about him. A lot of top receivers do. And he loved to tweet and talk some shit on Twitter. A lot of receivers do. And he gets to Texas and nothing's on his Twitter. He's kind of done talking on social media and just put his head down and grind. Like, I think Texas does a really good job of getting their players to mature quickly. And I don't want to say falling in line, but that is kind of the way to describe it, falling in line. And a lot of times, too, it doesn't even have to be Sark or position coaches. It's the guys that have been there 3 or 4 years. Like, hey, we were all the best players in our high school too, buddy. You're not the best player anymore. And whenever it's a guy like an Arch Manning or an Anthony Hill who's clearly going to play in the NFL for a long time, that hits a lot different too David Benda, he was still effective in kind of getting guys to fall in line, but it's different when it comes from an Arch Manning or Anthony Hill. And those guys, I've done a good job leading the locker room, taking the reins. And years ago, that was Roschon telling the freshmen, hey, pipe down. You're not shit, Like that happens everywhere. But with Texas, I do want to emphasize, I think they've done a really good job of just getting their players to mature and, growing the men. So I know that wasn't quite a great answer for Colin, but
you're good.
Like all the things he's done in press conferences, Colin, why'd you change your jersey to 1? Because I'm the one. Like he knows damn well what he's doing. He's clip farming. That's what it is. I think someone asked him about Georgia. A lot of fans thought it was kind of setting up to be a gotcha question. He kind of ignored it. I did not see it that way. I saw that as Colin kind of just being Colin and being smart. And, he's not stupid. He understands what he says is going to be taken as talking shit and downplaying the talent level of Georgia. So
I was going to say super quick, when I was saying that I was saying it's to the question, right? Because Colin was smart in answering it. I've been on the record saying it. I got no beef with Kirk Bowles. Kirk Bowles has been great to me. Super nice guy. I know he's not always Texas fans' favorite person, but I don't know what Kirk was trying to get across with that one. So Colin handled it the way that there was a no-win situation to be like, oh yeah, Georgia the most physical team. Yeah, okay. Then what about your team? It's no, we're more physical than them. Okay, then it's a hot button issue, bulletin material for Georgia, right? So yeah,
he definitely could have worded it better. Antoine brought up Texas underclassmen NFL decisions: Trey Wisner, DeAndre Moore, Trevor Gooseby, Hero Canoe, Anthony Hill, Malik Muhammad, Jelani McDonald. All right, I'll say it right now: Anthony Hill and Malik Muhammad, they're done. They're gone. I think Jelani McDonald is going to leave. That's not sourced intel. It's just a hunch. Like, yes, he can come back and improve his draft stock, but he might also go day 2 this year because he's going to test like a freak show at the combine. Wisner, the way I've kind of thought about it, been like, hey, he's not really a legit draft prospect. And if he comes back to Texas, his stock probably won't improve. He can probably make some money coming back, getting that NIL rev share money. But on the same note, it's like, if he's kind of always going to be the same, wouldn't it make sense to leave early as he can with the, least amount of tread on the tires for the league, get that kind of second contract ball rolling a year earlier. So I think Wisner can legitimately leave because it's not like Baxter's going to be able to. He's coming back, right, and they're going to go get a portal running back too. So I think Wisner is a lot more realistic to leave than people think. DeAndre Moore, that's going to be up to him. Is he cool with, being day 3? Because that's what he'd be right now. And also, if he comes back, is he cool with, potentially not having more than like 500 yards, 400 yards again? Because the entire room is going to come back outside of maybe a transfer or 2 from guys who don't contribute that much. Gooseby, I don't know. I've seen people mock him day 1. I've seen people mock him day 2. If I'm Texas, and I think this is what is going to happen, they're going to try to do everything in their power to get him back, because very low chances you'll be able to find a left tackle or a tackle in general in the portal of his talent level. And if you do, you probably would have to pay that guy more than you'll have to pay Trevor Gooseby to come back, because portal prices, they turn crazy like that. There's a lack of talent. So the one difference maker ends up going for way above market value. And then Hero Canoe, I don't know. I could see him leaving. I could see him staying. I'm not sure on that one. One thing I think is very interesting about Ryan Niblett, some people are scared. Hey, the whole receiver room comes back. He'd be really smart to transfer. Houston, they could probably develop him. He can return stuff there too. It's an easier conference, but it's like, man, if Keaton Crawford can get drafted out of Nevada,
yes,
to play special teams, Ryan Niblett can get drafted to play special teams this April. And also, like, you don't think with his speed, open field ability, that they would have worked him in the offense more by this point? Is he just magically going to learn to become a complete receiver the second he transfers to Houston or Tech, or if he were to transfer? Probably not. And, hey, the way the NFL kickoff return rules are, like, he could become his career is returning kicks and punts in the NFL. So I think he could very well leave. Like, the chances of him coming back to Texas or going to another school and being as good of a returner as he is this season are very low. And, you want to strike when the iron's hot. The iron's hot right now with him returning. and he would get selected in April as a returner at this point. So I think he could potentially leave too, and no one's really bringing up his name either. This is when we asked about A&M or Georgia. Which one did you rather lose to?
I saw that one, yeah.
Sorry, I'm catching up on some comments. Adrian Peterson should have won the Heisman in 04 over Leinart. Yeah. Hey, man. Ndamukong Suh, he should have won it.
Yes.
Should have won it. He almost beat Texas in the Big 12 championship game by himself, but 1 second. Sorry, still catching up on these comments. What we got? Oh, this is when we were talking about Nebraska fans. Jake Bayless said, I actually felt that way about Michigan fans last year. The people I met in Ann Arbor were super chill. Honestly, kind of disappointed no one called me a pussy or anything. It is a good point. Did hear Michigan fans are pretty good. David Keith Williams says there's been a lot of discussion regarding receiver transfers from Texas and the current recruitment of Jalen Lott and Legend Bay. Considering the likely returning receivers to Texas, do you view Jalen Lott and Jermaine Bishop as the missing pieces? I actually do. Good question. So first off, Legend Bay committed to Ohio State. Talked to someone very close to that recruitment about an hour after that went public. They told me he's done with recruiting. He's not going to visit Texas, and that's done. And, I mean, way to go, Texas. You offer this kid 3 days before he commits to Ohio State and don't even have a shot, when you could have offered him years ago or earlier this season. Like, that is 1,000% on Texas personnel scouting team. Well, if you watch the show regularly, you know, could be doing a lot better job. And I know they signed the #1 recruiting class last year, but they leave so much meat on the bone. It is not like it's concerning sometimes. As far as Jalen Lott and Jermaine Bishop being the missing piece, like the whole receiver room comes back next year. How are they getting on the field as freshmen? You know, that's the question I ask in response to this. You know, Jalen Lott, Jermaine Bishop, I think they'd be really good, could play as freshmen, could rotate, but I don't know if Sark does that. And Jermaine is his frame, he kind of has to play in the slot. DeAndre Moore comes back, he'd be behind DeAndre Moore and Dalen McCutcheon. And I think he'd bring a different, level of athleticism, twitchiness that those guys don't have. And I think he could probably produce at the same level, if not better, as those guys as a true freshman. But is Sark going to give him the opportunity to do that? Because he really hasn't with anyone not named Xavier Worthy in their true freshman year. So, yeah. And, I mean, Jalen Lott's terrific. I like Jalen Lott more than any of the receivers they signed last year. Probably not named Khalil Lockett, or he's about even with Khalil Lockett. Different skill sets, but, man, Lott is special and is so easy to project. David Keith Williams said there's been one of the 9 games that Texas has played so far this season where they have not had more penalties and more penalty yards than their opponent. That was against Oklahoma. Interesting. Didn't know that. It'd be great if Texas did not have more penalties, more penalty yardage than Georgia this Saturday. Highly unlikely. You saw the SEC refs took care of the Dogs versus Auburn earlier this year. Nathan asked, do you know if Chase Calicut is going to be able to sign? For those who don't know, Chase Calicut, Georgia safety commit, chose the Dogs over Texas, was at North Shore High School, and then got wrapped up in a case, was the driver in a shooting. I think they're still fighting that case. And I've been told Georgia, as long as he doesn't get charged or arrested, they plan to sign him and enroll him. And it's kind of blasphemous because all Kirby Smart does behind closed doors is tell people, like, what do you want me to do? Tell these kids that have never had money they can't buy Hellcats when we give them thousands of dollars. What do you want me to do? Like, he says that to people at Georgia. And you can't sign someone who is documented being the driver in the car during a shooting. And then years later, when he'll probably could mess up again, act like, man, what can we do? You sign him out of high school. It's not like these schools don't know the red flags. They know if players have been arrested in high school. They find out. It's just like the NFL. They want to find out as much info as possible during the draft process. Same for college. Want to find out as much info as possible during the recruiting process. So, yeah. What other stuff? Nathan said Jordan, but Elliott threw out Baylor for a Lagway transfer. I don't think that's happening unless Aranda gets fired. The ties here, though, Lagway's father, Derek Lagway Sr., played fullback at Baylor in the 90s. So, I mean, that's where that comes from. And like Baylor was in his top 3 when I covered Baylor, and I didn't even write a story about them being in his top 3 because I knew he wasn't going there. So unless they're going to pay him $2 million, which I think is highly unlikely, and fire Aranda, that is not happening. So yeah. Woodcrest said, why Sark struggled to get Oscar Delp, lost and lucky type tight ends on the roster. Well, they recruited tight end pretty poorly. JT Sanders, they inherited. Gunnar Helm, they inherited. This is the first year the tight end room is guys that were all signed exclusively by Jeff Banks. Will Randall is unplayable in his 3rd year in the roster. He has not played a single snap, doesn't even dress for games. Spencer Shannon is a kid that was a blocking tight end take the whole way. He had 6 pass receptions his entire high school career. 6. And it's year 3 at Texas, and they still don't really trust him enough to block. That's why he doesn't play that much. Jordan Washington, I think, has been good, but it's year 2. And then Jack Endries, I think he needs to get a lot more touches, scheme touches that way. And then Townsend and Maury Winston are going to be great. Winston will be a good college player, very unlikely to get drafted because he's a 6'1.5", 250-pound tight end that's going to run slow. But Townsend can very well go day 2, maybe day 1 if he continues at the level he's at. So, yeah, and also, like, Georgia, they put a lot more resources and effort into recruiting tight ends. Think about their offense. It's run first, and also, like, the freak show tight ends, there's only so many each class, each recruiting cycle. And a lot of them come from the Southeast, very few from the state of Texas. Like Keati Armstrong and Nick Townsend last year, 2 top 70 talents. The state of Texas hasn't had one of those since JT Sanders in the 2021 class, I think, or 2020. So that's part of it too. David Keith Williams said, I think Anna's Peyton Miller will be a foundational leader of the O-line he plays for, and hopefully that'll be Texas. Yeah, A&M, Clemson, and OU are all doing a really good job there. I don't think Texas is the leader. Well, Antoine, Spencer Shannon caught 6 passes his entire high school career. They pretty much have had to teach him how to do that, and it's year 3, so I don't know what to expect from that. But, yeah. Hey, if you got to go ahead. I'm going to hit on some of these comments and then shut it down. So, cool. I know it's a busy week, but
yeah, got to hit on a couple things before I head to Moody Center tonight to watch the Texas Longhorns face Fairleigh Dickinson. Yeah,
forgot to ask you about that.
Nah, there's no need, Jordan.
I've never heard of Fairleigh Dickinson. It's in Teaneck, New Jersey.
They actually, Jordan, I'll say this and then I'll run. People may not remember, they were one of the either the first or second 16-1 upset in March Madness. They beat Purdue. Remember when Purdue a few years ago with Zach Edey couldn't get out of like the second round because they kept getting beat? They beat Purdue in 2023, but yeah, it's like 2 years ago. This team is not going to be good. This one should be, it should be you could be in for another Jordan Pope 50-point night like he had against New Orleans last year. So there was that. Oh, yeah. So they face Fairleigh Dickinson and then Kansas City, Jordan, just Kansas City on Saturday.
Yeah, Fairleigh Dickinson, their notable alumni list is on Wikipedia. It's like politicians, authors, or like co-founder of Home Depot. And then it'll be like 5 EuroLeague basketball players that I never knew existed.
Exactly.
Professional bowlers on here. Hell yeah. No NFL players. I don't know if they have a football team. No, big names in pro sports, but hey, hope you can get out of there quickly.
That will be the plan, my guy.
Yeah.
All
right, man. I appreciate it, and I'll see you tomorrow. All right, so we're gonna finish up real quick on these tight ends, or not tight ends, in these comments. Some of them about tight ends. David Keith Williams said Texas has had an All-American tight end the past 3 seasons. Tight end is a position of strength, even with Jack Endries underperforming. Based on statistics, Jack Endries has more catches and touchdowns than Delp. Yes, the thing is, like, Georgia barely uses Delp. He's probably the best tight end in the country. He could very well be the first tight end drafted in April. And they don't use him enough. And I hate it because I love to bet on tight ends, and it's really hard to bet on him. Because some games he'll have 40 yards and then he'll go 2 games without like getting a catch, or he'll only have 1 catch. So it really varies. They also run a ton of 12 personnel and use those guys to block a lot. And not only do I think is Oscar Delp more talented catching the ball than any tight end on Texas's roster, he's also a better blocker than any tight end on Texas's roster. So yeah. Antoine said Jonte Ballin this year for a great coach, Fran Brown. Yeah, he needs to get up out of there. I agree with his uncle. Like Kenny Minchie or whoever the hell, Ricky Collins, whoever the hell they have at quarterback sucks. And I know Steven Jelly got hurt. He's supposed to be back next year and will be healthy. But like, is healthy Steve Angeli going to be able to do enough passing the ball to get Jonte to the league? Because how he's played this year, he has 1 year of eligibility left. He can come back and transfer. You're not telling me an SEC school could use him, and obviously won't be Texas, but like Tennessee could use him, Georgia could use him. They're about to lose Zach Branch. And like, imagine Jonte Cook suiting up for a team opposite of the sideline of Texas in a game. Boy, would that be interesting. So yeah, and hey, Woodcrest brings up a great point here too. Like the Georgia tight ends, they do a great job. They can do it all. Sanders, poor blocker. Helm, better than Sanders, but he wasn't the blocker that Delp was. Sorry, I'm looking at some of these more ones. We get 1 more season of seeing Simmons ball out on the field. Yeah, he's a 3-year player. Oh, okay. My bad, Antoine. I didn't know that. On the asterisks. David Keith Williams said Georgia recruits the most highly ranked tight ends each recruiting class. They had 1 complete transcendent tight end over the past 5 years. They've not had complete tight ends among those highly ranked tight end commits. Yeah, but I mean, Brock Bowers has worked out pretty well. Oscar Delp has worked out. Darnell Washington. They have Caden Prothrow committed amongst 2 other top 247 tight ends in 2026. Oh my God, I forgot they have this kid. So does anyone know Tradez Green? He's number 14 for LSU. He's a monster. He plays basketball for LSU too. He went to Zachary, one of the best programs in the state of Louisiana. Georgia has a cat that's a true freshman this year named Elias Williams, who's basically the same player. Is not hooping at Georgia, but playing as a freshman, probably going to redshirt, or he's in a loaded room. But like that dude is probably, after Oscar Delp, is probably their next day 1 or day 2 tight end, Elias Williams. And he was like a 5-star top 50 prospect for us. Total freak show. Just because he hasn't played doesn't mean he's not going to be a dude. He is a dude. So, yeah. Woodcrest said, Jordan Eric, what's your thoughts on getting Arkansas running back Braylon Russell out of the portal? He's a bruiser back. So he actually went in the portal last offseason. And Texas did have interest in him. They had a lot of interest in him. A lot of people did, because he's like 6'2.5" and 250 pounds and can run over pretty much anyone. Great red zone back, like phenomenal red zone power back, whatever you want to call it, bruiser back. But went back to Arkansas. Heard it was kind of a leverage play. I know a lot of players did that, like Brad Spence. He had a pretty good number from Arkansas, went in the portal and was looking around like, hey, this is the number I want, someone to match Arkansas, and I'll come. And that's what Texas did. And Mizzou offered something similar, and he ended up choosing Texas over Mizzou. But with Braylon Russell, I don't know if it was a leverage play or whatnot, but I covered his recruitment. Baylor was in his top 3 or top 4 with Arkansas. Total shit show. And it has kind of been a shit show at Arkansas. Like, there are if he ends up at Texas, Texas is going to have to be okay dealing with people in a circle. I'll leave it at that. So, does the new coach at Arkansas keep him there? I'm not sure, but if he goes in the portal, he will be attractive just because he is a rare type of runner at the Power 4 level, and he's had, production. And I think he has 2 years of eligibility after this year. But again, you got to deal with the off the field stuff too. So, yeah. CB asked, will Texas get Goosby's brother? I don't cover basketball recruiting, so I don't know. I wish I had a better answer for you. I'm pretty sure it's Texas versus BYU. I heavily assume BYU is offering a lot more money than Texas is, just because, BYU's whole basketball recruiting approach is, we're going to make an offer you can't say no to, and so much so that you'll, be okay with not Y'all know where I'm going with that. You know, we're going to pay you this much not to be sexually active in Provo, Utah, and it works. So, you know, Texas or BYU for Austin Gooseby. Up to him, I guess, to decide if he wants to have some fun in college or have no fun but make bank. Probably that. So, yeah. And hey, David Keith Williams, like they said, we appreciate your service and always appreciate your comments. You know, you ask a lot of good questions, have good insight, and you know, I think, not trying to diss anyone else, but like one of, you know, a small group of Texas fans that understands recruiting, roster construction, and different types of players instead of just looking at height and weight and what we have them ranked, because there's so much more to it than what we have them ranked. So yeah, let's see. Man, Band of Brothers, that's a good one. Me and my girlfriend just finished a show, and I'm trying to get her to watch Friday Night Lights, the TV show. That coin flip they did in Plainview the other day, that got me thinking. I'm like, damn, I miss Friday Night Lights. Matt Saracen, Tim Riggins. I forget Smash's last name. They had Luke Cafferty, a little baby Michael B. Jordan, not as young as he was in The Wire, but still pretty young, one of his bigger roles. I don't know. Looking forward to that. I remember when that show was on TV when I was a kid, and my family would watch it because, you know, we're big Texas high school football people. Like, if you watch that show, you'll know who I'm talking about. There's this actress named Tyra, or this character named Tyra. One of the first crushes of my entire life. Lila was pretty bad too, but she had a horrible attitude. So yeah. Let's see. David Keith Williams said, I think the dedication. All right, Wax, I'll finish up. So I think the dedication Niblett has shown to Texas will keep him at Texas. I do think Niblett needs to be maximized more in the offense. He has talent to be a difference maker. Correct, but he could also, you know, go get drafted to be a returner this year. Antoine asked, why does he have to play slot? Look at Worthy, skinny self, played almost exclusively outside. Yeah, except Worthy is like 5'11 and a half, 6 foot, and a lot longer than Bishop is. Jermaine Bishop is about 5'10, maybe 5'10 and a half, and like legitimately 155 pounds soaking wet. I know Worthy played around the 160s, but he had longer arms and was just a longer player, bigger catch radius, and with, you know, Worthy had twitchiness and speed, but was more of a long stride or straight line guy, where Bishop has like legit 0 to 60 Ferrari acceleration and can cut on a dime. Like, there's one clip on his junior huddle film where he hurdles a guy and lands on 1 foot, plants off that foot, cuts up field, and outruns everyone, including like 4 guys who have an angle. Very, very special acceleration and 0 to 60 he has, and it's kind of like the slot skill set you want, on top of the fact that his frame kind of limits him to the slot. Because, like, man, think about it. Like, you know, these big physical corners that are in the SEC, you know, there isn't really a Keely Ringo right now, but, like, think about him. He's big as shit, strong as shit, and can press. Like, he can't put Jermaine Bishop on his ass right out of the line. You want that guy at slot, you know, the guys are smaller. You're going against more Grayson Littletons, less Ryan Watts types of guys, if that makes sense. So, yeah. Let's see. What is it with Georgia recruits and infractions? Great question. What Chris said, would you say Kirby is a slimy to a degree? No morals in the program? No, he's not slimy. I mean, everyone deals with different problems. What I think they should just do is have it in a contract like, hey, if you get a speeding ticket or a traffic ticket or a violation where you get a ticket driving in a car, your NIL deal for the next 3 months, your monthly payment gets cut in half. Like, you have to incentivize them not to speed. And I don't think they do that. Sorry, I'm catching up real quick. Jonte got his woman with him at Syracuse, so did not know that. Oscar Delp is not better than Eli Stowers, is not more athletic nor better in the open field. He is bigger, though. If we're talking true tight end stuff, blocking, being an inline tight end, I think he is better than Stowers. Stowers is a better offensive weapon, though, because he's kind of a jumbo receiver cosplaying as a tight end. Like, they're going to have different roles in the NFL, just like they have different roles in college. So, yeah. Ahmad Hudson's a freak show. So, Yeah. All right. I think that's all I got. So we're gonna get out of here. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Hey, this is who I was talking about. Adrian Palicki. I don't know what she looks like now, but I'm telling you, her and Friday Night Lights was like 8-year-old Jordan's first crush, one of them. So yeah. But hey, we're getting out of here. Everyone who tuned in today, we appreciate it. Up next, this week's episode of the Stampede Podcast with Vince Young, Mac Brown, and Bob Ballou talks all things Texas, Georgia. Hey, it'll be a big one. Excited to fly out there to the Peach State later this week. You all have a great Wednesday. Happy hump day, and I'll see you tomorrow with Eric. Peace.